announcing the arrival of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, and his wife, the Crown Princess. Everyone's congratulating them on their marriage, saying the future of the empires never looked brighter. The heroine's watching the whole thing, standing a little off to the side. The princess spots Vedis, smiles and waves to her. The heroine raises her glass and smiles back at Roseanne, who's beaming with happiness. Suddenly, Vedis's old heartaches start acting up again. The tears she's been holding back for 6 long years are streaming down her face, and she runs from the hall, trying to hide them. She rushes out onto the balcony to get some fresh air, crying against the railing. The final chapters of the novel are just around the corner, and she's feeling that familiar unease creep in again. It's been a whole 7 years since she got here, and the time's just flown by. This girl got isekai'd into the body of the main heroine's personal knight, and now they gotta survive a full-blown rebellion together. At first, the heroine was stressing about how things would turn out, but she totally nailed it. She played her part perfectly, but now she's got no clue what tomorrow's gonna bring. Vedi stares into the dark distance, wondering what's gonna happen to her now. In the morning, a maid tries to wake up the heroine and warns her that the lady of the house is headed this way. The girl's mom bursts into the room, pissed that she slept through morning training, says she'll never become a knight that way. Hearing her mom's annoyed voice, Vedis jumps out of bed, because there's no way she should be alive. Rubbing her face, the heroine figures she's just dreaming this, because she went way too hard on the booze last night. Her mom orders her to get downstairs right now, eat breakfast, and be ready to make up for it all at evening training. As she leaves, the woman tells her daughter to lay off the sauce for a while, even if she is finally of age. The heroine's totally lost, doesn't know what's happening to her or why she can't wake up. The maid suggests bringing the young lady some water to freshen up with. Surrounded by her maids, Vedis gets herself ready and prepares for the day ahead. She dries her face and looks out the window to make sure she knows where she is. No doubt about it, she's in the El Dorado estate, which she remembers burning to the ground. But now it looks like everything's in perfect shape. The girl's only been at this estate for a year. Back in the real world, she was always moving from one relative to another, living like a guest who overstayed their welcome. It was here, at the El Dorado estate, that people showed her what real family warmth felt like. Thanks to them, the girl quickly got used to living as Vedis. The maid, Amelia, has been helping and taking care of the girl since she was little. She was the one who really helped the heroine adjust to this new world. After cleaning her up and giving her a change of clothes, Amelia suggests they head to the dining hall. The heroine says she doesn't need an escort and goes to breakfast on her own. Truth is, she just didn't want Amelia to see how she was feeling, because she was about to burst into tears right in front of her. The heroine's totally lost on how she should even process all this. Suddenly, someone catches up to her from behind, calls her name, and she jumps, startled. The heroine recognizes that voice, the one that urged her to escort the princess and escape with her through the secret passage. Her brother puts his arm around her and asks what's wrong, and why she's making that face. Vedis admits she got chewed out by their mother, but when her brother suggests the woman's too harsh, she says it's for her own good. Still, the guy thinks mom's way tougher on Vedis. He's prepping for his officer's exam, and she doesn't even bat an eye. Mom snuck up behind him, totally clueless that her son was actually craving some tougher love. The woman tells her daughter she's got to skip breakfast because the princess is expecting her. A carriage is already waiting for the girl out front of the estate. Vedis is thrown for a loop, because she doesn't remember scheduling anything with Rosanna. According to the woman, the princess ordered her to come to the palace ASAP, and she'll explain everything once she gets there. As her parents see her off, they tell her to mind her manners, but Vedis thinks they're acting super weird. Riding through the city streets, she notices they look exactly the same as before the uprising. But now's not the time to get distracted by that, and she starts wondering why Rosanna would call her in. Vedis is thinking she seriously needs to break the habit of calling the princess by her first name. Sitting in the palace drawing room, she keeps reminding herself over and over to address Rosanna as Your Highness. Disrespecting the royal family through a breach of etiquette is basically a crime. The door swings open, and Vedis jumps up to greet the princess. Following protocol, she bows, giving a polite greeting to Her Highness, Princess Moselberg. Rosanna smiles, keeping her cool, and greets Miss Eldorado with perfect etiquette. She turns to the maids and asks them to leave so she can talk to the girl in private. As soon as they're gone, the princess rushes to Vedes, grabs her hands, and begs her for help. The girl's totally lost, doesn't know what Rosanna's talking about or what she wants. The princess says she just got worked up and asks Vedes to forget everything that just happened and to take a seat. The girls sit down facing each other, and she's squirming under Rosanna's intense stare. She can't think of anything she's done that warrants a discussion. Vedes, hands shaking, grabs her tea, and the princess suddenly sighs real heavy. Suddenly, her face changes, and the princess tells the girl not to worry. She apologizes for the surprise invite, saying something happened that totally threw her off. Not wanting to get into the specifics, Rosanna asks Vedes to become her personal knight. The girl's totally taken aback, because things are moving way too fast, and this convo wasn't supposed to happen for months. Vedes says she's not even a fully recognized knight yet, and she's not qualified for something like this. The princess shouts that she doesn't want anyone else for the job. Jumping to her feet, she rattles on about how talented Vedes is and promises to talk to the king to get her appointed as her knight. Our girl always stuck to the script, so she can't figure out how she ended up in this mess. She's clueless how Rosanna knows about her skills. Did her dad brag about her that much? That word got all the way to the palace? Vedes clenches her fists, trying to calm down and get a grip. The girl thanks the princess for thinking so highly of her abilities, but she's afraid that won't be enough for her father, the commander of the royal knights. The heroine sighs in relief, thinking she's smoothed things over. But suddenly, hearing that, the princess bursts into bitter tears. Seeing Rosanna's tears, Vedes is instantly seized with panic. The girl rushes to the princess and begs her to stop crying, saying it's all her fault. Rosanna says she's the only person she can trust right now. The princess doesn't understand why the girl is so cold to her. Dropping to her knees, she says everyone's doomed if things keep going this way. Grabbing her by the shoulders, the heroine tries to process what the princess just said. She asks the girl if she's really talking about a rebellion. Rosanna asks her how she knows about the uprising, and the heroine wants to know the same thing. Then, the princess tells her not to be surprised and just listen. She says that, as hard as it is to believe, she's back from the future. Rosanna gets really worked up and starts stammering about how crazy it all sounds. But Vedes cuts her off and says that she's also back from the future. The heroine explains how she went to sleep on Rosanna's wedding day and woke up here. The princess calms down and wonders how they both ended up back here together. The girl admits she was surprised too, and actually kinda hoped for it when she called Vedes over. The heroine's blown away. Rosanna even thought to contact her, 'cause when she got the invite, she was too stunned to think about anything but why this was happening. The princess admits she's just as messed up in the head, but since they can't change what's done, she figured they might as well try to do something about it. The protagonist's aura is so intense, it's practically blinding the heroine. Plus, Rosanna thinks this could be a chance given to them by fate. She asks Vedes if she's ever regretted the fall of their kingdom, Moselberg. Clenching her fists, the heroine remembers her and the princess running through the crowd with the city burning behind them. Of course, not a day goes by that she doesn't think about it, haunted by the images of those who suffered. Both girls believe that if they hadn't hesitated and made a decision, realizing what they were capable of, their loved ones would still be alive. So, Rosanna proposes that this time, they save the people of their kingdom. These girls gotta stop the uprising and rewrite the future. The aide hands his boss a report on what's been happening in the capital. He takes it, flips through it, doesn't see anything out of the ordinary. But then he spots an unscheduled meeting between Rosanna and Miss Eldorado. When his aide suggests digging deeper, the guy shuts him down. Hearing that everything's ready for a trip to the capital, he decides to head out right now. The family's at the table, eating in silence. All you hear is the clinking of glasses and silverware. The father asks Vedes what she and the princess talked about at their meeting. The girl explains how Rosanna offered her a position because she'd heard Vedes wants to become a royal knight. The father jumps up from his seat, but the mother signals him to calm down. She's pressing to know if Vedes was summoned to the capital just for this, and if the royal family's in any danger. I'm trying to tell Mom the princess is just curious how I plan on becoming a knight. Besides, Rosanna's my age. Maybe she just wants to be friends. Giving me the stink eye, Mrs. Eldorado says that's probably it. Dad's bummed, 'cause he was really hoping I'd follow in his footsteps. Hanging her head, she tells her parents she's really sorry. Bro's like, what's their problem? He promises to back his sister no matter what she decides. That night, the hero crashes onto her bed, totally wiped after a brutal day. She can feel the story shifting, and the future along with it. Turns out she's stuck in the fantasy novel Twilight Princess, where everything kicks off with the fall of the Kingdom of Moselberg. Princess Rosanna, the precious flower of the royal family and the main character of this novel, lived her whole life like a bird in a gilded cage. Luckily, the rebels didn't take her seriously, so she managed to escape the castle with her knight, Vetus. They shook off the traitors and made it to the neighboring empire. At first, Rosanna struggled to control her magical powers because of the harsh conditions, but the free spirit of that place helped her unlock her magical potential. Rosanna became known as an amazing alchemist and even managed to win over the main character, Prince Eventine. They got married and lived happily ever after. A typical feel-good happy ending. Vetus wondered if she could change the original course of the story, but that could cause problems since she was just a reader before. But then she remembered that the Kingdom of Moselberg was always a weak country, where the nobles held all the power. Maybe the leader of the rebellion was one of them, and things could have been different if Vetus hadn't given up back then. Maybe she wouldn't have had to hate herself after what she saw back then. That day, she gave up and accepted this reality, deciding to follow the plot. And people died for the sake of a happy ending. She decided to act that way despite her father's words, who taught her not to ignore someone in trouble. But the novel's ending was near, and she wanted to reach it at any cost, because otherwise, her family's sacrifice would be meaningless. She tried to believe their sacrifice wasn't in vain, but she became more and more convinced it was. And after the mass execution, she couldn't take another step. But for Rosanna, things were different, and now the heroine can't sleep, thinking about the princess's desire to stop the rebellion. She tried to explain to the princess that all this could lead to them maybe not even meeting the prince. But to her surprise, the princess was ready for that turn of events too. Of course, it'll bum her out, since he was someone she could always count on in the past. It hurts her to imagine they might be strangers to each other now. But if she has to choose between his empire and her own, she'll pick Moselberg, because she's a princess of this country. Anyone who wants to rule wisely has got to follow their duty, even if it means giving up their own happiness. Eventon told Rosanne that once, and now she totally gets it. After the uprising, the kingdom fell into chaos, and Prince Eventon's forces took advantage and seized it. Rosanne lost not only her throne, but her homeland was wiped off the map, and finding out the truth about the prince, she was seriously let down. That's why Rosanne's sure Eventon will understand her, even if she doesn't choose him. Vetis never thought the princess took this so seriously, because she figured that after finding love, she wouldn't care much about this kind of stuff. The heroine wonders if Rosanne can ever find her own path to happiness, if the future changes. She thinks that she herself would like to be happy too. And at that moment, a shooting star falls outside the window. The heroine's sitting in the library, surrounded by stacks of books she's read, and the ones she still has to study. She knew her knowledge was pretty limited, but now it felt like everything was totally screwed. If the history of the Helvetic Empire had stayed the way it was supposed to, none of this would be happening. Suddenly, a bunch of books fall and scatter all over the table, and Vetis, already exhausted, is shaking with rage. At the meeting, the princess asked her if she didn't remember anything about the kingdom. Vetis replied that maybe it was because so much time had passed. Rosanna tried to comfort her, saying she didn't remember anything either. But Rosanna was sure that if Vetis stayed here, she'd definitely remember everything, since this was her homeland after all. The truth is, she'd spent her whole life in Korea, and since the memories of the body's original owner hadn't transferred to her, she'd have to study hard. She used to be able to use her knowledge of the future, but instead, she blindly followed the story's plot. Suddenly, it hits her. There's a place where she can use her knowledge of the future. Elated, she heads out of the library, but Amelia suddenly calls out to her. According to the maid, now's not the time for studying, 'cause a carriage from the princess is here for her. Amelia's positive our girl can't go looking like that, and rushes her off to change. The heroine's mom watches all this in silence, looking none too pleased. Meeting Rosanna, Vetis immediately asks if she's dug up anything on those shady nobles. The princess hasn't found out anything yet, but she's totally surprised by how dolled up she is. Our girl admits the maid forced her and asks Rosanna, embarrassed, if she looks weird. But according to the princess, Vedas looks perfect, just as she should. Turns out the kingdom's holding a noble gathering, which is why there are so many carriages in front of the castle. The idea is that the most powerful families get together at this event to discuss the kingdom's future. Thing is, it's turned into a total cesspool where the big shot factions are undermining the royal court just to flex their muscles. Vedis wants to know if Rosanna called her here specifically because of this gathering. According to the princess, she saw Marquis Heaven's name on the guest list for the upcoming shindig. The main character read in a book that Heaven is the queen's family name. Rosanna confirms that the Marquis is her cousin on her mom's side. He wasn't mentioned in the novel, which Vedas finds weird, because the Marquis must be from a pretty powerful family if he's involved in the noble assembly. The heroine's wondering if Rosanna suspects the Marquis of rebellion, but she says, "No way! The princess is sure he can't be a traitor, because he'll be taken care of before any uprising even happens." The heroine's totally floored by this and double-checks with Rosanna to make sure she heard right. The princess called Vedas here specifically so she can save Heaven Halid's life. Rosanna's hands are tied. She can't directly help him right now, and meeting him alone is totally out of the question. That's why she wants you, Vedas, to watch over him while Khalid's in danger. She's really worried about him. She's not going to live with regrets again, so she promises to do whatever it takes. Actually, Khalid said he'd come here after the meeting wraps up. The princess figures it's over by now, and the Marquis is probably on his way. She asks Vedas to be cool with Khalid, since they're going to be spending a lot of time together. Now she gets why Rosanna was so stoked about how she looks. Just as she's about to take a seat, there's a knock at the door. The butler announces Marcus Haven's arrival, and Rosanna goes to greet him. She's curious to see the guy she's supposed to be saving from. Well, you know. The Marquis walks into the living room, and Vedas can't help but notice how damn good-looking he is. The heroine's shocked the author iced such a handsome character without even giving him a chance. Rosanna greets her cousin and asks how the meeting went. The Marquis smiles and says it was, as usual, full of knuckleheads trying to get under his skin. Just then, Khalid notices someone else in the room besides him and Rosanna, and his eyes land on Vedas. The heroine flinches, feeling their gazes lock. Khalid's annoyed his cousin didn't give him a heads up about having company. Rosanna rushes to introduce them, but Khalid just glares daggers at the girl. The three of them sit down around the coffee table in silence. Rosanna introduces Lady Vedas of the Eldorado Earldom, who's going to be her personal knight. The Marquis nods and introduces himself to his new acquaintance. While the cousins chat, Vedas thinks about how the Marquis isn't at all what she imagined. She thought he was just a minor character, since his name wasn't even mentioned in the original story. But he clearly has a close relationship with the princess. Vedas wonders if they can consider Khalid an ally, but she doesn't understand why he's looking at her so coldly and angrily. The heroine remarks aloud that there's a very warm relationship between Her Highness and the Marquis. According to Rosanna, they often played together as children, and since Khalid has no brothers or sisters, he was kinder and more caring than her own brother. Looking at the Marquis, Vedas doesn't understand how this gloomy guy could be kind and caring. Khalid suggests that Lady Eldorado enjoys Rosanna's utmost trust. He's surprised his cousin told Vedas everything after just one meeting, since she kept secrets about him from her own family for 5 years. He suddenly realizes that Rosanna is apparently smarter than she seems at first glance. He's seriously impressed by Lady Eldorado's social game. Still, the Marquis finds the whole thing super sus and decides to dig into it later. Haven asks how Lady Eldorado and Princess Rosanne got so tight. He's wondering why the girls are acting practically like sisters. Looking at them, he asks if it's some dark secret that nobody's supposed to know. The girls are starting to sweat bullets, because they can't tell him they jumped back in time. The Marquis knows they barely knew each other until recently, and he asks how they managed to get so close so fast. Vedas feels like he's testing them, which makes sense, because it all looks way too convenient. Our girl replies that she and the princess just clicked. Personality-wise, even if that sounds kinda lame. Noticing the princess's surprised face, Vedas kicks her under the table to get her to back her up. Rosanna backs her up, saying she was just looking for a personal knight, and then the perfect candidate just appeared. Someone she really took a liking to. The Marquis smiles and turns away, but you can tell from his face he doesn't believe them for a second. He says he might pretend to believe they're telling the truth, which pisses the heroine off. The Marquis knows Lady Eldorado isn't at all who society makes her out to be, just like himself. They say Védis spends all day practicing fencing, which is why she couldn't fit in with high society. The girl admits she can't exactly say those rumors about her are false. To be more precise, the rumors say that fencing is just an excuse, and the real reason is something else entirely. According to the Marquis, if the girl just sits around doing nothing, it'll be even harder for her to adapt. After saying that, the Marquis keeps silently staring at the surprised Miss Eldorado, while the princess covers her mouth in shock. Grabbing the girl by the arm, she says Védis can adapt. She just doesn't want to, because even in the Order of Knights, there are plenty of people who are into her. Hearing about the Order of the Marquis, he wonders how people could dislike the daughter of such a great and respected knight. Though he knows, of course, that some people just don't get where to draw the line. The princess is sure everyone will be blown away when they see Veid's skill. She's so talented, she could be an imperial knight right now. The Marquis points out that imperial knights are known as some of the most elite specialists around. He wonders if Védis is hiding her abilities, because the report only said she was better than her peers. Suddenly, Khalid asks the heroine to show him her hand. Before going back in time, Védis wore gloves to hide her injuries and calluses, but now her hands look completely different, and the princess notices her embarrassment. She jumps up and declares that it's incredibly rude of Khalid to ask for a lady's hand when they're not even at a ball. Heaven bows and asks the girl to forgive his ignorance. Suddenly, the princess pipes up, saying Khalid's got his reasons to be suspicious. Even so, Rosanna would trust Védis with her life, and she wants her cousin to trust the girl just as much as she does. According to the Marquis, he knows damn well that Count Eldorado is loyal to the Emperor, and that's exactly why he can't trust Védis. The heroine jumps to her feet, demanding Khalid explain what the heck he means. The Marquis is surprised. Doesn't the girl know anything about the Haven family? But all the heroine knows is that Her Majesty belongs to that family. Hesitating a bit, the princess decides to reveal that the Marquis's family isn't exactly on the best terms with the Emperor's family. So, according to Khalid, they try to keep a low profile when they're around other aristocrats. The Marquis is surprised that Rosanna hasn't said anything about this to the girl yet. But the princess thinks it's not something she can just casually drop, since it involves Khalid's parents. The Marquis ain't surprised Védis is good with a sword, 'cause her political skills are straight-up garbage. Hearing that crap, the heroine totally loses it. She walks right up to the Marquis and demands he tell her what the hell happened. But, surprise, surprise, Haven refuses to tell her anything and tells her to go figure it out herself. As he's about to leave, Khalid says he judges who to trust based on who they are, not what they can do. If she finds out what went down between the Haven family and the Emperor's, then he'll trust her. The heroine wants to know what happens if he doesn't trust her. Khalid says he'll leave that up to Rosanna, but if that's the case, Védis should just forget his name. Now the heroine's gotta earn the Marquis's trust, so he'll listen when she tries to save his hide. So, without even thinking about it, Védis agrees to his terms. Grinning, the girl promises she'll dig up the whole truth soon enough. Throwing on her cloak and sliding her dagger into its sheath, the heroine steps out of the carriage. Here, using her knowledge of the future, she can find out more about Marquis Haven. Walking down the familiar street, she notices the place looks even better than she remembers. However, the real entrance to where she needs to be is that rundown building next to the official entrance. Opening the door, the girl starts coughing from the dust filling the room. The shopkeeper asks if she's looking for something specific, and Védis replies that she has business with the owner, Lavanche. But the man claims Lavanche is in the fancy building next door. He says he only knows one salon with that name in the whole capital and doesn't understand how the girl could mistake it for such a dump. But Védis knows that even though there's only one establishment with that name, depending on the door she chooses, she could end up in a completely different place. If the heroine had listened to his advice and gone to the building next door, she would have ended up in a regular cafe. But if she takes the elevator behind the shopkeeper and goes down, she'll find herself in the Lavanche Information Guild's HQ. It's a place where people can trade info they know for data they need. Védis found this place even before the time jump. after getting an invite for giving the guild leader intel about the future. Smiling, she asks the shopkeeper if he'll take her to Levanche's owner, now that she's told him everything she knows about this place. Hearing that, the shopkeeper leads the girl to a secret door and lets her inside. The heroine enters a richly furnished office and pulls the hood off her head. She sits down in an armchair, ready to figure out what's causing the rift between the Marquis Haven family and the royal court. The girl wonders what information she can offer in exchange for that. She's worried about raising too many red flags if she starts spilling secrets about the Helvetic Empire, like she did in her past life. While she's lost in thought, the orb sitting on the table across from her starts to glow. That orb lets other people watch what's happening in the room, and right now, that's Haven Khalid and his assistant. The assistant recognizes Lady Eldorado. He saw her picture in a report. The Marquis doesn't get what she's doing in the VIP lounge. Another guy walks in and says that Lady Eldorado's never been to the Information Guild or the restaurant before, and it's super weird that she's here now. The Marquis asks if he's sure Vedas is a first-timer. According to the guy, if she were their client, he'd have way more intel on her. But she looks way too confident for someone who's never been here. And now, tired of waiting, she starts waving at the magic orb like she's asking when someone's finally gonna come over. Khalid grabs his head, totally baffled about what kind of person this girl is. His assistant promises to find out what the lady wants by pretending to be the head of the guild. Thing is, the Marquis already knows what she's after. Vedas is digging into his connections with the royal court. Khalid's wondering if this is all just a coincidence, cause him owning Levanche is supposed to be top secret. He decides to go see her himself and greet Lady Eldorado in person. The Marquis plans to use some incognito and disguise spells, so he borrows his assistant's appearance. Walking into the office, he apologizes to Vedas for the long wait. The man introduces himself as Joel, the owner of the Levanche Information Guild. The Marquis, in disguise, smirks. His plan actually worked. Taking a seat, he asks the girl to tell him what intel she's hunting for, and then how she even heard about the guild. Vedas wants to find out everything about the relationship between Marquis Haven Ranan Khalid and the royal court. All she knows is that the Marquis is Her Majesty's nephew, and they're not exactly on the best terms with the royal family. So, according to Joel, the king and queen did the usual thing and tied the knot for political reasons. The Marquis Haven's family became the sugar daddy for the struggling royal court, and they were living large off all that power. But then, 5 years later, the Marquis and his wife bit the dust in a car wreck. Khalid was staring out the window at the downpour when he got the news about what happened to his parents. The dude was only 18 when he suddenly became the Marquis. The Haven family couldn't handle the pressure, and they ended up losing everything. The young master was green and in over his head, so the vassals lost interest and bailed on him. At that point, his family couldn't keep bankrolling the royal court. Vedas is surprised that the royal family benefited the most from the Haven family's downfall, and yet they're on bad terms. The heroine finds it weird that someone with such a powerful aura couldn't hold on to power. Something's fishy about this whole story, because she still can't quite put her finger on certain details. Looking intently at the guy sitting across from her, she says she wants to ask about something else. Vedas suddenly jumps up, pulls a dagger from its sheath, and presses it against Joel's throat. The girl demands to know who he is, but the guy just accuses her of being too impulsive. Vedas orders him to stop dodging the question because she can sense his mana. At first, she thought he activated a defensive spell because of a suspicious client, but she doesn't think so anymore, since the sword at his throat hasn't scared him at all. So now, Miss Eldorado is sure that a masking spell is being used here. The girl demands he tell her where the real guild leader is and what they've done with him. The guy claims Joel's fine and is probably watching them right now from his office. Meanwhile, in the office, the Marquis' assistant is about to rush to his aid. Putting his hand on the blade of the dagger, the guy asks Vedas to put her weapon down. As Miss Eldorado slides her dagger back into its sheath, she asks who's really sitting in front of her. Caught in a lie, the Marquis is sweating, trying to figure out his next move. He thought he'd hidden his mana signature perfectly. He says that's the most valuable intel in Levanche and doubts a lady like her could afford it. Slumping back in her chair, Vedas guesses he's either a guild member or one of their backers. The guy lets out a big fake yawn to show her how little he cares. Vedas says she's willing to trade for that information, whatever it costs. The guy claims the information is priceless and wants to know how much Miss Eldorado is willing to pony up for it. Turning away, he says if she's not interested, she can leave. As an apology, he won't charge for the info on Marquis Heaven. But Vedas isn't having it. Someone's life is on the line after all. Hearing that, the Marquise freezes. The heroine, fed up with his constant mood swings, slams her dagger into the table in anger. But the dude's saying he was dead serious when he asked her about it. She's thinking about telling him about the upcoming event in the kingdom and about the mana stones. In the southern part of Moselberg, there's a ton of mineral deposits, a huge reserve of crystal-clear stones. The Marquise can't believe there are mana stone mines in Moselberg. I mean, this is a special mineral that contains mana, which can amplify a mage's power. It boosts their endurance and gives the user more abilities. Plus, the stone provides endless possibilities for use in alchemy and other sciences. All this time, Moselberg's been using imported goods, and if this is true, the whole continent's gonna be blown away. But this all sounds too crazy to be true to the guy. But Vedas ain't messing around. She knows the exact coordinates of the deposits, but she doubts information about the real identity of the guy standing in front of her is worth that much. Poking him in the chest, the girl realizes he's actually way more ripped than he looks at first glance. The Marquis knows he's definitely outmatched by Vedas. She's played him, and he can't run without telling her the truth. Heaven thanks the girl for the info, snaps his fingers, and appears before her in his usual form. Startled, Vedas jumps back from him, not understanding why Khalid is here. The heroine figures the information she got from him was wrong, but the Marquise insists it's not. The Levanche Guild's job is to give accurate info, and she would have gotten the same answer from Joel as she did from him. The Marquise doesn't think he deserves to be treated like this, and Vedas asks what he means. When asked if he's one of their sponsors, Khalid admits there's truth to that, and the guild's been hiding info about him. In that case, the girl asks him to tell her what really happened between him and the royal family. She did what she was supposed to and found the Marquis herself, so now she wants what she's owed. If Khalid hides info, it'll screw up his reputation. Before answering her question, Haven needs to know something else. What did Vedas mean when she talked about the danger coming? She shrinks back, trying to act like she didn't say anything. But the Marquis steps right up to her. He needs to know whose life she was talking about. Standing close, he lists the possibilities. Rosanna, Vedas's close friend, or even Vedas herself. She realizes she's got to earn Khalid's trust, so she can't avoid dealing with him. Her heart's pounding, but she says she can't answer that question. In that case, the Marquis refuses to tell her about his relationship with the royal family. Haven noticed that when Vedas found out about his disguise, her first thought was for Joel's safety. The girl agrees, but she's freaking out, because she doesn't know what to do now. Out of nowhere, Haven says he can't tell her the truth, but he will take her word for it. The heroine's stoked to hear there won't be any strings attached this time. According to the Marquis, it'd be a drag to keep talking to her while pretending they're strangers. Haven's assistants, watching everything through the magic orb, are trying to figure out what the heck just happened. The knights emerge from the forest, stoked because they can see the royal road ahead. Captain Leos is leading the troop, and he hasn't been home in 2 months. He praises his knights for a job well done and promises everyone a 3-day leave when they get back. Enoch approaches the captain to find out if he's heading to the estate right away. He wants to go with him, because there's someone at the estate he's dying to see more than his own family. Vedas is sitting in the carriage, head in his hands, thinking about everything that went down today. The heroine rushes to her mother, asking if she's got any free time today, but the woman coldly replies that she's got a meeting scheduled. Ignoring her daughter, she breezes past and declares she'll be tied up all day reviewing land management and investment reports. The next day, Vedas tries to talk to her mother again and knocks on her office door, but the servant opens the door and says that Madame is busy, but asked him to tell her that the girl needs to practice her swordsmanship. After hearing him out, the heroine turns around and walks away, bummed out. Closing the door, the man tells Mrs. Eldorado that the girl probably lost interest in fencing already. The woman wonders if her daughter will come to see her again tomorrow. Sitting at her desk, the Countess hopes her daughter's pursuing other things with the same passion she wants to meet with her. The servant suggests she set aside some time to talk to her daughter. Mom's cool with it, right? If Vedas chose her own path, she wouldn't force her to do something she hates. She's bummed that her whole family's always busy, and she can't just chill with them for a bit. Amelia's surprised her ladies saying that, 'cause she's always been the same way herself. She'd train right after waking up, and after breakfast, she'd hone her ball skills. Then she'd take a short break after lunch, and then she'd work on her mana until dinner. When Amelia's confused why Vedis isn't doing the same stuff as before, she says she's changed a little. The maid asks how she plans on spending time with her family. Hanging her head, she admits she just wants to be around them. Amelia asks if her lady's been feeling lonely lately. Vedis admits that maybe she was, but it doesn't feel like it now. Things are a little different now, and maybe she just needs some space to breathe. But at the same time, she doesn't want to be a burden on her family or pull them away from their stuff. Amelia's quick to reassure Vedis that nobody sees her as a problem. She's sure that her parents care about Miss Eldorado as much as she cares about them. While working in his study, the Count watches the girl through the window. Amelia admits she's worried about Vedis too, and she laughs, 'cause she thinks of Amelia as family now. The maid suggests that the heroine open up to her family about how she's feeling. In response, Vedis tickles Amelia until she's crying with laughter. The heroine's convinced she'll feel better after having dinner with her folks. Just then, she hears the sound of hooves and, leaning over the railing, notices how flustered the maids are. Realizing her older brother Vedis is back at the estate, she bolts to meet him. Her hunch was right, and now she's standing in front of Leos and Enoch. Vedis missed her big brother so much, she jumps into his arms and gives him a huge hug. The guy's finally home after wrapping up that monster subjugation mission. Enoch greets her, and you can tell he's stoked to see her. She admits she missed him too, and the dude instantly turns beet red. The captain jokes that his knight missed his little ones more than his own family. Turning around, she asks Enoch if that's really the case. The guy blushes even harder, admitting that it totally is. But Vedis gets the wrong idea, thinking he's talking about her younger brother, Valen. Suddenly, the Countess Eldorado's voice rings out as she comes to greet her son. Her younger son comes out with her, stoked to see his brother. Valen asks what Enoch's doing here, and Vedis says he just missed him a ton. Mom tells Leos he should have given her a heads up he was coming. She would have prepped better for his arrival. The woman's planning a killer dinner and asks her son if he's got any special requests. Vedis gets bummed because Mom was busy all day and didn't even hang out with her, but she quickly shakes off those thoughts. Her big brother hasn't been around for 2 whole months. Enoch walks up to our girl and, noticing she looks troubled, asks if something's bugging her. He offers to help her out and promises he'll do whatever he can. Our girl thinks it over and realizes she needs to ditch these dumb thoughts. So, she proposes a sword fight with the knight. Moments later, Vedis is already on the training grounds, sword in hand. Facing her is Enoch, vice captain of one of the kingdom's most elite monster-slaying squads. Royal Order knights are crazy strong, but she hasn't been one of them for 7 years, and she's got no idea how she'll handle this. Still, these knights could be a serious obstacle to the rebellion, so she needs to figure out what Enoch's capable of. Leos shows up immediately, saying he'll fight her himself, since looking after the knights is his job too. She tells him to stop treating her like a kid and underestimating Enoch. Even though her brother insists he'd be more useful, she says she wants him to be the judge. Truth is, she hasn't fully recovered from the last uprising, so fighting Leos would be rough. That's why she decides to get started right now and tells everyone to take their positions. And just like that, Vedis and Enoch are face to face, and she's ordering him not to even think about letting her win. Leos, standing next to a nervous Amelia, gives the order to get ready, then drops his hand, signaling the rivals to attack. Vedis charges forward, planning to crush her opponent with everything she's got. Closing the distance in a flash, she throws the first punch, which he barely manages to block. But the knight's clearly stronger, and he's able to deflect her attack. Since Vedis can't accelerate like she could before her rebirth, she decides to compensate for her lack of physical strength with mana. Amelia's shaking all over and closes her eyes because she can't bear to watch them fight. In the fight with the vice captain, Vedis is completely holding her own, skill for skill. The countess, who's quietly approached, is shocked. When did her daughter get so good? She's on Enoch's level now. The heroine is fighting brilliantly, maintaining perfect spacing, and no one understands how she's doing it. because you can only gain skills like that in a real life or death brawl. Suddenly, Vedas spins around and notices the Countess herself is watching her fight. Caught completely off guard, she loses her balance and falls right on top of Enoch. After making sure the guy's okay, she asks her mom how long she's been standing there. Walking up to her daughter, the Countess praises her, even though she's clueless how she got so good. The heroine's racking her brain for an answer, because even if her dad and brother wouldn't say anything, Mom would definitely suspect something's up. Just then, the Countess unexpectedly apologizes to her daughter. Mrs. Eldorado knew Vedas was upset because she hadn't been giving her any time at all. Ever since her daughter became Her Highness's personal knight, she stopped dedicating enough time to training, so the Countess figured she'd lost interest. Being pretty young, Vedas never bought into the old stereotypes that a woman can't be a knight, and always said she'd blow everyone away with her skills. When she got the offer to be the princess's knight, because they were both the same gender, the Countess thought she'd be furious, but her reaction was totally different. So, the heroine finally gets why her mom had that look on her face all through dinner when she broke the news to the family. According to the Countess, she knew fighting public opinion was a losing battle. That's why she backed her decision to become a royal knight. And even if her daughter caved to the pressure, she would have accepted that too. To the Countess, no matter what happens, Vedas will always be her precious daughter, someone she's incredibly proud of. But when the girl compromised, that's when the woman got ticked off. Because giving up without even trying, and then taking a step back, just looks weak to everyone else. The Countess was hoping Vedas would ditch the idea and join the Royal Knight Squad, because otherwise, defending their family would be a total waste of time. She admits she was avoiding her daughter, because talking to her would have unleashed all her negative thoughts. In the end, she hurt Vedas, and that's why she couldn't face her. Lost in thought, the Countess didn't even realize how much her daughter had grown. She wasn't lying when she said she'd do anything for her daughter. She's super proud of her. Tears well up in our girl's eyes, and she gives her mom a massive hug. Before they even reach the end of this story, she finally feels like her broken heart is healing. Feeling guilty about her past with her family, she found strength in her sense of duty. And she's going to use that strength to forge her own damn path. Amelia presses a cold compress against her mistress's swollen face. Just then, Enoch walks up to the girls to ask how Vedas is feeling. She assures the knight that she's totally fine and smiles. She thanks him for agreeing to fight her, because it really helped her out. Vedas apologizes for taking up all of Enoch's time, since he came to see her little brother. And that's when the guy admits he's not actually here for Valen. Enoch came to the Eldorado estate to tell Vedas something. The guy stares intently at the girl, who's totally clueless. She asks him what it is that the knight wants to talk to her about. Sitting on the next bench, Amelia quietly eavesdrops on their conversation. Vedas is trying to figure out what could have happened that Enoch needs to tell her. Blushing, the guy admits he's uncomfortable talking about it in a place like this. She starts losing her patience and demands he just spit it out already. But Enoch gets so flustered that he jumps up from the bench, promises to tell her everything after dinner, and hurries away. Vedas is completely baffled by what just happened, and so is Amelia. After dinner, she's fuming on the couch, convinced Enoch's dodging a conversation. Amelia comes over, wondering what's up. The chef totally nailed dinner tonight, but Vedas was too stressed about this talk to even enjoy it. No way is she going to bring it up first. He needs to come to her. Amelia's like, seriously? You have no clue what Enoch wants to talk about? But Vedas is genuinely clueless and demands Amelia spill the beans. But she's not budging. Nothing like this ever happened in her past life, so she's totally thrown. Even though a lot's changed, she needs to accept she's got a whole new future ahead of her. Stuff that never happened back then could totally happen now. But something feels super sus to Vedas tonight. Even Amelia gets what's going on, and she's still completely lost. Suddenly, the girl gets this faraway look, like something just clicked in her head. Seeing that, the maid gets all excited and says it's like springtime has finally arrived for her mistress. Amelia's convinced that Enoch's gonna ask her to be his partner at the royal ball. Vedas admits she thought about it too, but she's sure the maid's jumping to conclusions, so she tells her to chill out. Amelia's like, why are you so sure about that? Truth is, she was Enoch's partner at the royal ball before she was reborn, and she rushed to learn etiquette and dancing. Back then, she only went with him because the knight didn't have a date. The heroine's positive there's no springtime happening because she's just his best friend's little sister. Vedis doesn't even want to think about it right now, because she knows any misunderstanding between them will be a whole family affair. Calming down a bit, the heroine gets up from the couch and heads over to the window. She's stuck trying to figure out what to do, since she needs a partner for the ball no matter what. Just as she's thinking she'll have to turn Enoch down this time, he suddenly shows up. She's annoyed that he sparked her interest, and then vanished into thin air. Enoch tried to get to her as fast as he could, but Leos and Valen held him up. Getting closer to her, the knight asks if she's still interested in hearing what he wanted to talk about. Amelia, watching everything, is so stressed out, she feels like she's about to burst. Enoch apologizes to Vedis, saying he was looking for the right moment and didn't want to bring it up on the training grounds. He takes her hand and asks if she'll be his partner at the royal ball. The invitation came way too soon, and now she's totally thrown off. Noticing this, Enoch guesses she already has someone in mind, but she says no. The knight's willing to wait for her answer until the day of the ball, and he's asked her to really think it over. As soon as he leaves the room, Vedis collapses to the floor, clutching her head in her hands. She has no idea how she's going to sort this whole mess out. She should have just turned him down right away. Originally, in the kingdom of Moselberg, 4 families held the dominant positions, and they were known as the Great Four. This includes the Royal Sword, Count Eldorado, and the Guardian of the Northern Borders, Count Nolam. The third leader is the wealthiest woman in the kingdom, the Golden Queen, Baroness Talarin. The fourth member of the 4 is Marquis Bonnet, the patron of the Magic Tower. Out of all of them, Rosanna suspected the Marquise was behind the rebellion, which was confirmed even before her rebirth, during the royal ball. The heroine happened to overhear a conversation about some kind of preparation, in which the Marquise was assured that all the mages were on his side. Vedis tried to follow them, but she ran into a problem. Enoch caught up to her just as she was trying to slip out of the ballroom unnoticed. He couldn't let her go alone. He was genuinely worried about her safety. Even when she tried to ditch him in the ladies' room, he was still right there, shadowing her every move. But when Vedis finally managed to give him the slip, the Marchioness Bonnet was nowhere to be found either. Because she got totally lost searching, she didn't even get a single dance that night. She realizes she desperately needs to find someone else to be her partner at the ball. She needs someone with influence, someone she can actually trust. He shouldn't freak out if she vanishes mid-ball. He won't be scared by why she's gone, and he definitely won't make a scene about it. She gets the idea to find a one-day partner through the Levanche Guild. And then it hits her. There's someone who fits all those criteria perfectly. Marquis Haven sits in his study, staring at the letter he just received from Lady Eldorado. He turns it over in his hands, noticing the family seal is missing. The maid, Vedis, delivered it on behalf of the lady and swore she didn't know what was inside, which screams secret message. He examines the envelope from every angle, completely clueless about what it could be about. His assistant admits he doesn't trust Lady Eldorado. She's like a powder keg ready to blow at any second. If the lady finds out what we're really up to, the plan we've been cooking up for the last 5 years will go up in smoke. Not wanting to hear any more of the guy's worries, Haven cuts him off. After all, when it comes to trust between him and Vedis, he's sure she doesn't trust him completely either. The assistant just begs the Marquise to be careful, because they don't know Lady Eldorado's true intentions. Slicing open the envelope, Haven says that sooner or later, they'll figure out what she's after. The letter says this girl wants Khalid to be her partner at the royal ball. The aide jumps up, wanting to see what else it says. She admits she wants to discuss all the details with the Marquis in person, and asks him to send a reply with a date and place that works for him. Khalid realizes he's just not getting what this girl's really thinking. Vedis is sipping tea when a maid bursts into the room with a reply from Levanche. She's surprised her mistress found time to visit such a fancy establishment. But our girl decides to keep it quiet that she wasn't at a cafe, but a secret guild. In his reply, Haven just straight up invites her to visit the Levanche salon tomorrow. Vedis notices that the Marquis's blunt personality shines through even in his letters. Hearing her mistress is going to Levanche, Amelia begs to go with her. She just wants to check the place out while the Madame chats with the Marquise. Right on time, Vedis walks into Levanche Cafe with Amelia by her side. Everything around them seems way too fancy and over the top. A waiter approaches Lady Eldorado and offers to show her to the private room that's been reserved. Amelia gets escorted to the waiting room and wishes her boss good luck. The heroine enters the room where Marquise Haven is already waiting for her. She starts getting nervous, since this is her first time at this high-class joint where everyone works for Khalid. The Marquis points out that usually people come here first and only find out about the Intel Guild later. He suggests they get down to business, and after taking a seat on the couch, admits he was a little thrown by her letter. Before going any further, Vedas wants to clear up a misunderstanding and explain why she's asking him to be her partner. The Marquise flinches, but says he understands and asks her to continue. After a moment, she asks Haven point blank if her disappearing in the middle of the ball would bother him. The Marquis, totally lost, asks her to explain in more detail. It takes quite a while for the girl to explain all her requirements for her escort. Khalid figures it must have been tough finding someone who met all those demands. Hearing that, she immediately assumes he's agreeing to be her partner. But the Marquis cuts her off, calling the idea completely ridiculous. Since this is Miss Eldorado's first official debut, her plan to spend the evening apart from her date could ruin both their reputations. The Marquis says it so calmly that Vedas gets goosebumps. Khalid's worried about how convincing they'll look to everyone else if he doesn't even have to dance with her. He doubts Vedas can avoid the gossip if she doesn't dance with her partner. Hearing all this, the girl's bummed out, because she never had to sweat this stuff in her past life. According to the Marquis, she should just find some pushover, some naive dude, to ditch the ball and sneak back without him noticing. But Vedas is sure her escort could cause some trouble. If she suddenly vanishes, he'll rat her out to her family right away, and then she'll have to explain everything. The Marquis asks if the lady wants to move freely around the ball without any obstacles. 'Cause if she goes with him, she'll have so many eyes on her, she won't have a chance to leave, and that screws up her plans. Vedas imagines them showing up at the ball, and people just won't be able to ignore it. Plus, the Marquis himself doesn't want to draw a ton of attention, so he's backing out of helping her. Grabbing a pillow from the couch, Vedas hugs it, sadly wondering what she's gonna do now. Turning to look at the downcast girl, the Marquis suddenly says he might have some help to offer. Vedas freezes, completely clueless about what he could possibly mean. When Khalid asks if anyone's offered to be her partner, she replies that she did get an invitation. Hearing the name Enoch, the Marquis realizes she's talking about the third son of Count Royfield, the vice-captain of the Royal Knights. He tells her to cough twice if she needs to make a quick escape from the ball. Khalid promises to distract Enoch so she can slip away, and Vedas thanks him for it. As a final thought, the Marquis decides to give the heroine some advice. It'll be better for her if she pretends she and Heaven don't know each other. The Marquis hurries out of the room, and the girl thinks his advice sounds more like a warning. After Levantia, the heroine and Amelia head to a dress shop. The maid's trying to get the mistress's attention, but she's totally lost in thought. Amelia tells her to focus up. The shop girl wants her to try on this dress. Heading to the dressing room, Vedas assures the maid she's got everything figured out back in Lavash. But you solve one problem, and another pops up out of nowhere. Now she's stuck in a never-ending loop. Still lost in her head, Vedas goes into the dressing room, where the clerk helps her with the dress. She can't shake the Marquis's words about pretending they don't know each other. She's made up her mind. She's gonna let his tone slide, but just this once. The heroine remembers him saying he'd use the information he got out of her. He calls it advice, but there's definitely something more to it, and she's gonna find out what. Now dressed, Vedas suddenly hears some kind of noise behind the curtain. Peeking out from the changing room, she asks Amelia what's up, and finds out some lady is causing a scene in the store. Suddenly, this girl spots our hero and is surprised to run into her in a place like this. The hero just stares back, confused, not knowing what's going on. Heading toward the changing room, the girl announces she's a busy person and was just gonna walk on by. But, she figured with her taste, Vedas wouldn't be able to pick out a decent dress, so her feet just dragged her over here. Smiling, the girl says she'd be happy to give her a few pointers on what's hot right now. The hero silently pulls back the curtain and steps out of the changing room. Amelia looks at her mistress in awe, who looks stunning in a dress that seems made just for her. Vedas worries that the dress fabric is too thin, and people might notice the sword hidden underneath. The stranger compliments the hero's outfit, assuming it's all thanks to her maid. Vedas sizes the girl up, about to ask her something. The main character apologizes, admits she doesn't remember her at all. Hearing that, the girl gets so pissed she's practically shaking. The main character whispers to Amelia, asking who that is and why she should remember her. According to the maid, it's her childhood friend, Lady Mattia of the Torque Earldom. Though they weren't actually that close, Vedi starts to recall the Torque Earldom, a famous knightly family, which is basically what connected them. The main character figures Mattia's acting this way because the girl just plain doesn't like her. She doesn't have memories of Vedas's life before the rebirth, but she's still got her habits and emotions. But the main character doesn't feel anything towards Mattia, since she avoided her every time she tried to start something. Offended and flushed, Mattia glares at Vedis, teeth clenched. The heroine plays it off like it was all a joke and says she's happy to see the girl. Turning around, Mitya tells her to never pull a stunt like that again. Amelia politely suggests the girl go back to whatever she was doing before she greeted her mistress. Plopping down on the couch, the girl tells the maid not to worry. She's perfectly happy here. The heroine asks Amelia to leave Mitya alone, saying she's not bothering her at all. If you look closely, Mitya reminds Vedis of a little kid, and she wonders if she's always been like this. Now that they've settled on the first dress, the maid suggests her mistress look at some other options, and the heroine finds herself back in the hands of experienced salespeople who praise one dress after another. Since Vedis's head is already spinning from the variety of outfits, she points to the first dress she sees, but Mitya stops her, declaring that the patterns on those laces were only trendy for a hot minute, and that was last year. Pointing to another dress, she says it's so popular, at least 10 other women will be wearing it to the ball. Vedis thinks to herself that this girl must really know her stuff. Wanting to get this over with and go home, she asks Mattia what design she would recommend. Thrilled that Vedis is trusting her taste, Miss Torque agrees to help her out, because she's sure that if Vedis becomes a laughingstock at the ball, the Eldorado family's honor will be tarnished. Mattia insists she's not exaggerating at all, and just wants to help the girl. As Lady Torque picks out a dress, the heroine realizes that despite her sharp tongue, she doesn't actually hate Mattia. Having finished the selection, the girls say goodbye to the saleswomen, who promise to deliver the dress to the Eldorado estate. The heroine thanks Mattia for her help, saying she was able to find the right outfit thanks to her. Lady Torque hopes that Vedis isn't just going to hang the dresses she picked out in the closet and forget about them. Mitya's mumbling something about taking Vedis out, but the girl doesn't even hear her. She's remembering she's got the Royal Night tryouts after the ball, so she promises to wear a dress next time. Hearing that, Mitya goes off again, not understanding why she'd wear outdated clothes. The girls pissed at knights. All they ever do is swing their swords around. Mitya storms off to her carriage, and her maids apologize to Vedis. Amelia heard the people of Torque County were really nice, so she doesn't get why Lady Mitya's such a jerk. Vedis asks the maid if she thinks Mitya doesn't like her, and she says the girl's behavior kinda speaks for itself. Still, the heroine kinda feels like her and Mitya have something a little different going on. Just like she expected, thanks to Amelia, the heroine looks like a completely different person before the ball. But seeing the maid looking at her all thoughtful, the girl figures something's wrong, and the dress looks bad on her. "Holy crap!" Amelia yells, still holding the comb. "My lady, you look so incredible! It's driving me nuts!" The maid's totally lost. Why would Lady Mitya pick that dress for Vedis, then spread all those rumors about her? Apparently, Torque's been blabbing to everyone that Vedis is rushing to debut, cause she's scared of missing her chance to snag a husband, what with being so into knighthood. And she also said there's no man in the whole country brave enough to handle a woman with such a strong will. Amelia's pissed that Mitya would even think of making up such nasty gossip, even if there wasn't someone that bold. Our girl tells the maid to hold her horses. Someone else could have started those rumors. Amelia doesn't get why Vedis is sticking up for her. Even without proof, she just knows it was Mitya. The maid remembers perfectly how much Lady Mitya used to mess with her. Every single time, she comes up to Vedis pretending to be all sweet and innocent. But then she twists everything around and makes a scene to try and humiliate her. The heroine tried to remember details about Mitya from the past, but all she could recall were their arguments. One day stood out vividly in her memory, though the heroine wasn't even sure which day it was. She was hiding among the bushes in the palace garden when she unexpectedly ran into Mitya. Seeing the girl, the heroine quickly turned around, trying to avoid her, because otherwise things could get really loud. Sitting behind the bushes, the heroine thought about how tired she was, since she couldn't seem to fall asleep at night. Just then, Mitya walked by with her maid, who was trying to convince her that Lady Eldorado didn't look down on her, since they were the same age and their families were very close. Lady Torque was upset that Vedas had turned away without greeting her. The maids begged the girl to calm down and speak quieter, since they were still inside the palace. Sobbing, Mitya admitted that Vedas looked down on her because her family always took her side, unlike Lady Torque's own family. She was furious and said that Vedas wouldn't be able to stay in her little fantasy world for long. It all came flooding back to her now. She was so afraid of messing with the original story that she ignored all the little inconsistencies and problems. Maybe she missed something in her relationship with Mitya, just like when she finally understood her mother's sincerity after going back in time. Grabbing Amelia by the shoulders, she admits she understands her concern. That's why she's planning to ask Mitya about these rumors herself and get to the bottom of it. And so, Vedas heads to the royal ball in a carriage with her partner, Enoch. Learning that she's a little worried, the knight tells her not to sweat it and promises to be there for her. Helping Vedas out of the carriage, he promises to make sure nothing bothers her. And now, Sir Enoch Conrad Royfield and Vedas Adele Eldorado enter the ballroom, arm in arm. She can feel everyone staring, and Enoch suggests they go somewhere a little less crowded. Vedas walked through the hall and spotted Mattia surrounded by other ladies. Mattia saw her, and for some reason, flinched. The heroine smiled and waved at Lady Torque, but she turned away for some reason. The girls definitely made eye contact, but Mattia acted like she didn't know Vedas. Noticing the heroine's confusion, Enoch asked what was wrong. The girl told him to ignore it and follow her. The heroine needs to stay out of trouble. Right now, she should focus on Marquis Bannet. She'll talk to Mattia later. Standing on the balcony, Vedas noticed that Marquis Bannet was already surrounded by his allies. The aristocrats from the right wing are next to him, so he's probably the leader of the rebellion. Approaching the girl, Enoch asked if she was looking for someone. Smiling, the heroine replied that she was checking if she remembered every aristocrat's name. Spotting the Marquis heading somewhere, our girl decides it's go time. She tells Royfield there's someone downstairs she thinks she knows. Before Enoch can even process what's happening, Vedas bolts and takes off. But he's right on her tail, and she realizes this ain't gonna cut it. She's keeping a close eye on Marquis Bannet, trying to figure out where he's going. Just like in her past life, the Marquis is leaving the hall with a few guys. This palace is a freaking maze. Tons of rooms. Vedas has got to catch him or she'll lose him. She remembers Marco Haven's offer, cough twice when she needs to bail. Right now, she desperately needs someone to distract Enoch so she can slip away unnoticed. Looking around, she's like, how's he gonna hear me cough in this racket? The place is packed. Still, the heroine decides to give it a shot and coughs loudly twice. Sir Royfield, worried about her cough, asks the girl if she's feeling all right. While he's figuring out how to help her, some old geezer comes stumbling towards them. One more second and he trips, falling right into Enoch, grabbing his jacket on the way down. The guy apologizes, saying he had a bit too much to drink and lost his balance. Right after him, a woman comes up and starts scolding her husband for drinking so much. Turning to Enoch, the woman points out that a button's come off his suit. The man hands Royfield the button and promises to get a servant to sew it back on quick. Grabbing Enoch by the arm, the old guy pulls him away, telling him to hurry so they don't miss the start of the dancing. The guy reluctantly shuffles after him, not wanting to leave Vedas alone. But he notices that the drunk old guy's wife is already keeping his girl company. Figuring Vedas won't miss her partner, the woman gives her a wink. The heroine realizes Marquis Haven sent these two, and she waves to Enoch, promising to see him soon. Once the men are gone, the woman turns to Vedas and says they need to get straight to business. Rustling around under her skirt, she pulls out a cloak and says the Marquis sent it so the girl could blend into the crowd easier. The woman wishes Vedas good luck. She smiles, thanks her, and takes the cloak. Throwing it over her shoulders, the girl hurries down the hallway in the direction Marquis Bannet went. The heroine manages to catch up to them, and hiding behind a wall, she tries to catch her breath. The Marquis is griping about his companion's clumsiness, saying that's why they got held up. Now, Vedas is sure she'll catch every suspicious detail of their conversation. As the whole crew piles into one of the rooms, our girl makes a beeline for the door next to it. She checks to make sure nobody's in there and breathes a sigh of relief. This room's right next to where the Marquise went. Leaning against the wall, Vedas amps up her hearing with Mana, and now she can clearly hear what's going on next door. Bannock's telling his buddies to keep what he's about to show them on the down low. After getting their promise to keep it a secret, the Marquise reaches into his pocket. A second later, he pulls out an exclusive invention from the Magic Tower, a teleportation artifact. According to him, the artifact needs to be charged up with magical power, and the second piece of the artifact needs to be set up at the intended destination, and then the teleport will work like a charm. Vedas is blown away by what she's hearing, because if she remembers right, mages from Moselberg and sorcerers from the Helvetic Empire created that artifact. The Magic Tower alone doesn't have the juice to create something like that. Even an alchemist couldn't pull this off, unless they had a genius like Rosanna on their side. Marquis Bennet's twirling his mustache, because he knows he's impressed the hell out of these guys. They're convinced that with this artifact, they can finally get one over on that stuck-up Baroness Talaroon. The Marquise thanks the men for investing in the artifact, saying its performance is blowing expectations out of the water. When asked if Bennett has any other projects, he replies that he's cooking up something totally revolutionary. He promises to create something even bigger than Moselberg's greatest masterpiece. The heroine figures they're talking about the kingdom itself, if it's something that huge, but the Marquis says the teleportation artifact still needs work, and the price of refined mana stones keeps going up. One of the guys says they're good to double their investment this quarter, because there can't be any delays, but they want Bennett to spill the beans on all the details of his revolutionary project. Hearing that everyone present is going to triple their investments, the Marquis asks them to hold on and give it some thought. He asks Viscount Jeff if he's done what the Marquis asked him to do. Jeff replies that he installed the second part of the artifact in the garden, just like he asked. In that case, the Marquis suggests a change of scenery and continuing the conversation there, and then instantly vanishes, using the artifact. The heroine is stunned by Bannock's sudden teleportation. She rushes out onto the balcony to figure out which garden they're headed to, and senses a surge of mana coming from the artifact. Glancing down, the girl's sure she'll be fine if she jumps straight from here. So, without wasting a second, she grabs the railing and vaults over it, down below. One floor down, she suddenly locks eyes with Marcus Heaven, standing on the balcony. He can't believe what he's seeing, and walking to the railing, he looks down, trying to make out where the girl jumped in the darkness. Vedish hits the ground, trying to figure out if she imagined seeing Haven on that balcony. But she doesn't have time for any of that. She's got to move before the mana trail vanishes. Kalida's amused by the girl's behavior, considering she said she wanted to be stealthy. He takes a swig of wine and realizes he can't just leave her out there on her own. Following the mana trail, Vedish finds the guys, hoping they won't teleport anywhere else. Bennett now gets why the investors can't even beat a deputy. They're total boneheads. He and Jeff are talking about how smoothly everything went, and how even these morons can be used. Hearing them discuss turning the investors' money into jewels and bribing the Magic Tower Lord, Vedish realizes they're just a bunch of con artists. Jeff asks if they should send the stones to the Magic Tower as usual, but Bennett tells him to watch his mouth and not talk about stuff like that out loud. The guy apologizes to the Marquise, who tells him to hold on a sec. Then, bam! Bennett tears up a magic scroll that'll block anyone from eavesdropping. Vedis is watching all this go down, and realizes the Marquise just shut down all sound. She's wondering how many magical gadgets this dude's carrying around on him. Our girl's thinking it'd suck to come all this way and leave empty-handed. Just touching that barrier would be enough. And Vedas wonders if she can sneak up on them. But just as she takes a step toward the con artists, someone puts a hand on her shoulder. Next thing she knows, she's in a bear hug with Marquis Haven, who decided to shut her plan down. She's like, "What's he doing here? Was Khalid tailing her the whole time?" Haven tells Vedas to stop jabbing him in the chest with her elbow, and lets her go. Meanwhile, the con artists decide to head back to the ballroom. The heroine's bummed, because all her efforts were for nothing, and the guys she was watching are gone. She's pissed at the Marquise, who's convinced Vedas was about to do something reckless. Khalid figured out she was trying to eavesdrop on those two guys' conversation, but he's sure the Viscount would have spotted her before she even got close. Still, Vedas thinks she had a shot, that she might not have been seen in the dark. Getting up off the ground, he even says the girl will get another chance next time. Because trusting something vague like luck is basically just giving up on other possible opportunities. The heroine admits she rushed things, that she was so obsessed with catching the rebels she got too impatient. He even got worried because someone planning to be sneaky suddenly jumped off the third floor, so he followed her. Still, the Marquis is convinced he did the right thing coming here. The heroine says, annoyed, that she made damn sure nobody was around before she jumped. Even now, she had no clue Khalid was so close until he grabbed her. She wonders if it's magic, since she immediately recognized his mana back in Levanche. The Marquis admits he wasn't careful with her then because he doubted her abilities. Vediz decides to tease Haven, asking if he's sure of her skills now. But the Marquis surprised her. He used magic without leaving a trace of mana, which shows maximum precision in his control. Now she's thinking she obviously underestimated him too. Since the ballroom dance has already started, the heroine remembers Enoch and rushes into the hall. Even though she managed to not be late, Vediz can't find her date anywhere. Some ladies noticed and are gossiping about why Miss Eldorado is alone right now. The girls are joking that her partner must have ditched her, ran away from Vediz, and hearing this makes her furious. Just then, Marquis Haven walks into the hall, and the girl realizes she's got no choice. She runs up to him, grabs his sleeve, and begs him to bail her out one more time. At that moment, taking a closer look at the Marquis, the heroine notices a scar across his whole face. The girl rubs her eyes, and looking at him again, sees that the scar has vanished. The Marquis explains it's masking magic, similar to what he used in Levanche, and since Vediz already knows his true identity, the effect fades in front of her on its own. When asked why he hides his face, Haven replies that she's the only one here who knows his real identity. A painstakingly crafted facade, not worth anything or anyone's attention. That's who Marquis Khalid really is. Now that Vediz knows everything, he asks her to stay away from him, because people are watching them. He turns to leave, but Miss Eldorado grabs his jacket and says she doesn't want to let go, even though he's asking her to. Vediz can't believe this is what he meant when he asked them to act like strangers, and that she'll ruin her reputation if she hangs around him. Stopping, the Marquis asks what she thought he meant, and she replies that she took his advice as a threat. Vediz throws the question back at the Marquis, asking what he takes her for. After all, if she cared about her reputation, she wouldn't have picked up a sword in the first place. Haven doesn't say anything, and for a moment, they just stand there, facing each other in total silence. Feeling awkward, she says he shouldn't force himself if he doesn't want to. But the Marquis suddenly grabs her hand. Taking Vediz in his arms, ready to dance, he says he warned her, but he doesn't give a damn what happens next. Enoch is looking for Vediz, trying to figure out where she could have gone. He decides to wait for her in the ballroom, since they might have missed each other while he was wandering around looking for her. As he walks into the hall, he overhears people talking about the dancing man, his dark vibe, and the scar on his face. Looking at the girl, Enoch thinks this has gone way too far. The Marquis tells the girl to relax during the dance, but she cuts him off, saying she's practiced a ton to avoid stepping on his feet. Haven tells Vediz that he knows what Marquis Bennett was talking about in the garden. The girl's surprised, since Khalid was practically glued to her side the whole time. He suggests they talk about it in Levanche, and also clear the air about their intentions, and stop trying to undermine each other. Seeing Vediz dancing with Khalid, the princess gets super anxious. The Marquis proposes they team up, but points out that he's not going to stop helping her regardless. The heroine agrees, happy about his unexpected offer. The dance ends, and Haven asks the girl for permission to take his leave. The heroine's relieved she didn't step on his feet, even though she wasn't watching where she was going. Before she can even catch her breath, the Marquis vanishes again, just like a ghost. Enoch comes up behind her, and Vediz freezes with embarrassment when she hears his voice. Turning to him, she bows and begs for his forgiveness. She explains she went out for some fresh air and got lost on the way back, and when she returned, the dancing had already started. Vediz confesses she couldn't find Enoch, and was so worried that she grabbed the first guy she saw and waltzed with him. Royfield tells her to stand up, saying he couldn't find her either, and she feels even guiltier at his innocent reaction. In her mind, she vows to hunt down all the rebels and save him. Lady Elsa rushes over to them, calling Vediz a pretty bold person. She says the guy she was with looked pretty intimidating, but maybe people who are skilled with a sword really are different. The crowd's starting to whisper, saying Vedis is that girl from the rumors, and they can't figure out how a lady could get mixed up with something this dangerous. Shielding the heroine, Enoch asks Lady Elsa what she's trying to pull with her words. When Vedis asks who that girl is, he whispers that she's the Earl's daughter. Turns out, Vedis's older brother Leos turned her down when she tried to get his attention. Eliza asks Mr. Royfield not to get so defensive, saying she can understand the lady, whose strange hobby is getting a kick out of danger. She decides to give Vedis some ideas for hobbies that might be more her style. Eliza suggests she try taming beasts instead of fencing. In her opinion, that kind of thing would be perfect for her. Vedis guesses that Eliza herself is a pretty experienced tamer, since she figured it out at a glance, and Eliza blushes. The heroine thinks about how people are always finding fault with things that are supposedly okay. Eliza's shaking with rage, and just then, the princess herself walks up. Rosanna announces she came over because she was intrigued by their fascinating conversation. She asks the intimidated Eliza if she thinks Lady Vedis's swordsmanship is just a simple hobby. According to Rosanna, the girl doesn't just like using a sword. She's actually pretty damn skilled with it. She'd call it a talent, not some amateur collection hobby like Lady Eliza seems to have. The girl nervously fidgets with her fan, not knowing what to say to Her Highness. Unable to take the pressure, Eliza covers her face and bolts from the hall as Rosanna expresses her joy at meeting Vedis. The princess says she doesn't want to cause the girl any trouble, so she'd like to clear things up right now. Rosanna has decided to choose a personal bodyguard through the Royal Knight exam happening this year, and she's recommending Vedis for the position. The guys in the crowd don't get why the princess needs a bodyguard when the palace already has guards. Rosanna fires back that she absolutely needs a bodyguard, and there's a damn good reason why. She announces to everyone there that she's an alchemist, and with a flourish of her hand, the whole hall fills with floating flowers, captivating the guests with their beauty. Marquise Bennett facepalms, because the key skill in alchemy is complex mana control, and these flowers are a particularly distinct shape. There's nothing special about being a princess's bodyguard, but everything changes when you're talking about guarding a princess who's an alchemist. The guys in the hall exchange glances, because every single one of them would love to get involved with a princess like that. But Vedis is sure she'll get that position, no matter what it takes. Everyone congratulates the king on having an alchemist in the royal family. Marquis Bennett congratulates Rosanna, and she thanks him for his kind words. Turning to Vedis, he asks her not to misunderstand the princess's words, which were supposedly said out of nervousness. Lady Eldorado, his excuses sound totally bogus. Shrugging, the Marquis says Rosanna was worried if the lady could handle being a royal knight. There's never been a case like this before, and he's sure some jobs are just for guys. Bennett suggests Vedis become a princess's maid and leave the tough knight stuff to her dad and brother. The crowd starts whispering that Lady Eldorado's high status would be perfect as the princess's personal lady-in-waiting. Unexpectedly, Vedis steps forward, head held high, surprising the guys who tried to rattle her. Rosanna grew up hiding her talent because of society's prejudice, but since coming to the Empire, she's been showing her skills in other ways. Looks like the Marquis hoped Vedis would get discouraged by the crowd's judging stares, but he has no idea what she's already been through. So, walking up to Bennett, she says she has no doubt that becoming the princess's personal maid is a great honor. However, if she becomes a lady-in-waiting, there'll be no one left who passed this year's knight exam. Vedis laughs, pointing out there's no way they'd pick a knight weaker than a maid to be a bodyguard. The Marquis is baffled how the princess could choose such a stuck-up girl, but Rosanna tells him to chill, saying she couldn't even get a word in with all the fuss he was making. The princess announces loud and clear that she intends to assemble her personal guard exclusively from women. There's no law in the kingdom saying otherwise, and she has the right to choose people she feels comfortable around. In desperation, the Marquis begs the king not to let Rosanna get away with this nonsense, because women aren't qualified to be knights. The princess insists he's wrong about that, because plenty of women are highly capable. Bennett insists the king has the right to decide on matters like this. According to Rosanna, they'll need to pick 4 people, and if there are any spots left over, they can fill them as they see fit. The men in the crowd snicker at the princess's words, thinking she doesn't know anything about the real world. Security's shooing away the kids. They're getting underfoot while they're swapping out the streetlights. The women are gossiping about how the princess, who's in charge of taxes now, is blowing money replacing perfectly good streetlights. The second woman explains that these new lights are brighter and break down less often than the old ones. Vedis overhears them excitedly talking about the princess's plan to upgrade the alchemy program, which could make their empire richer. The heroine smiles, because the people clearly like these changes. Rosanna worked so hard on this, and now she's seeing the results of her labor. Vedis jumps up, ready to get to work, and hoping the conversation goes well and helps solidify the partnership. As she enters Levanche, Syrian Pabel greets her with a hostile glare. The Marquis tells his assistant to stand down and escort Lady Eldorado to him. Vedis sits on the couch. Syrian pours her tea, and she thanks him. Then Marquis Heaven's personal assistant introduces himself to the heroine. Since she and Vedis decided to work together, Khalid figured he should be more upfront, so he brought Syrian along. He admits that when she first came here, both of his assistants were watching them from another room. Now Vedis wants to know Syrian's opinion of her, since he saw her point a sword at his master. The assistant tells her not to worry, because he doesn't judge the Marquis's decisions based solely on his feelings. Vedis asks Khalid where they should start their conversation, since they have a lot to discuss. He suggests starting with their goals, and once they understand what they're both aiming for, they can discuss the Marquis Bannet issue. Agreeing to his suggestion, Vedis offers to go first. He asks if it's true that Heaven dislikes the royal family, and he replies that he despises them. The heroine tells the Marquis that she and Rosanna are planning to break away from the royal family. Their main goal is to take down the nobles pretending to be all buddy-buddy and save the country. Haven's confused why she's talking like the country's in danger, especially since the kingdom's been stable after all that infighting among the nobles. Vedis tells him there are people out there who want to upset the balance and are planning a revolt. Syrian jumps up, pissed, saying how dangerous unfounded rumors can be, even if people are just gossiping about the royal family being weak. According to Khalid, regular folks aren't plotting rebellions, and the first thing that comes to mind are the four great houses. Syrian doesn't get why those families would risk their fortunes, enough to last them 4 generations, just for a revolt. Vedis says they don't like sharing, so they're looking for a way to grab everything for themselves. It's only been 5 years since Marquis Haven died. The guy who, with the royal family's backing, crushed the nobles and consolidated his own power. Khalid's furious that they'd pull something like this after the House of Haven was weakened as a warning to others. Vedis is lost by what he's saying and wants to know what he means by a warning. Syrian facepalms as Khalid decides to spill the beans to the girl about their mission. The Marquis's hatred for the royal family, keeping his identity secret, and why he went after Vedis, who was tailing Bannet, is because he wants to take him down. Khalid suspects the 4 leading aristocratic families offed his parents. 5 years back, when he turned 18, he was taking a stroll with his dad. Rosanna, who was 11 at the time, called out to Khalid, running after him with a bouquet of flowers. The girl handed him the flowers and wished him a happy birthday. Marquis Heaven told Rosanna she looked lovely, as always, and she thanked her uncle for the compliment. Since his dad had to get to work, Khalid went off to play with his cousin. The guy could come and go from the castle as he pleased, since the Marquis was discussing important state matters with His Majesty. Khalid patted Rosanna on the head and thanked her for thinking of him. Stepping into the gazebo, he asked the girl how her aunt was feeling. According to her, Mom was worried about her unruly son, wishing he could be a little more like Khalid, since they're the same age. The guy figured then that his cousin must have been boiling at that comparison, since he didn't exactly like him. Once Marquis Haven's house earned His Majesty's complete trust, the royal power and treasury, which had been failing under previous rulers, started to bounce back. And even though the nobles didn't like it, they didn't have a choice. If things had kept going that way, the prince would have inherited a stable throne. But the nobility feared the power of Marquis Haven's family, not the royal family, and the prince distanced himself from Khalid, just so his house couldn't use him. The guy watched Rosanna munching on pastries, amused, and thought about all of this. Khalid never had those intentions. He's not so far gone that he'd steal the glory from his little cousin. That evening, he sat by the window, watching the rain pour down outside. and thought about how long it had been since he'd come to this house. Khalid told Syrian his dark feelings about this place. He decided to postpone meeting the master of the magic tower until next time and asked Jeff to pass on the message. Khalid knew it wasn't good to turn down an invitation from the magic tower, but traveling on a washed-out road was dangerous. It seemed strange to him that he'd been invited there along with his father. Syrian guessed that the tower wanted to side with the House of Haven. The master of the magic tower took gold from both their family and Marquis Bannet, draining both houses. The assistant suggested that maybe he preferred the future Marquis Haven to a mediocre magician like Bannet. Khalid thanked Syrian for the compliment, but still thought he was wrong. If the Havens brought the magic tower under their control, the nobles' discontent would only increase, but mutual support would quell their indignation. Syrian understood his master's point, which the tower master himself obviously realized. Khalid told the kid that if he wanted to stay his assistant, he needed to get way better at understanding politics. Suddenly, a maid knocked on the door, and the young master told her to come in. The maid informed Khalid that Lord Haven had announced an urgent return to the royal palace. The kid bolted down the stairs to find out what was going on from his parents. According to his father, His Majesty had urgently summoned them, so they had to leave. Count Nolam brought an important report from the borders about monster attacks, so this couldn't wait. Marquis Haven knew that if he didn't keep all the great houses in check at the meeting, the whole thing would descend into utter pandemonium. His parents promised to return as soon as everything was sorted out. Syrian was worried that the monster war might kick off again. Khalid was sure it was serious if the Count himself brought the report, but guessing wouldn't help, so he decided to take action. He told Syrian to tell Marcus's assistant, Baron Pabel, everything, and to ask him about the Haven family's finances. This war could bankrupt the family, and that thought consumed Khalid as he watched the rain pouring outside. He opened the window, not understanding why he felt so uneasy. Suddenly, Jeff and Baron Pabel burst into the mansion, soaking wet and out of breath. Jeff ran to Khalid and begged him to listen to them calmly. They informed the young master that his parents' carriage had gone over a cliff, and they were both gone. Khalid was ready to head there immediately to see it for himself. Baron Pabel insisted that the young man must stay at the mansion as the only surviving pillar of these lands. He feared things would get even worse if the young Marquise went out there and something went wrong. Once the initial shock wore off, Jeff told Khalid how he'd stumbled upon the accident site on his way back from the magic tower. The lords' bodies were moved to his wagon, and their carriage was left under guard. "We need to get wagons here ASAP to move it." Khalid had to take control. If rumors spread, all hell would break loose. The title of Marquis Haven, and all his lands, now rightfully belonged to the only surviving member of the family. Baron Pabel and Jeff dropped to their knees, ready to carry out their master's orders. Without a moment's hesitation, Khalid ordered Jeff to take trustworthy men and move his parents' carriage to the mansion. He instructed Baron Pabel to summon the chamberlain and make sure the servants stayed in their rooms. He himself would take on the task of moving his parents' bodies to their bedroom and contacting his aunt at the royal castle. He had to tread carefully, so locking himself in his study, Khalid pulled out a communication sphere. When he contacted his aunt, at first she mistook him for Marquis Haven. The queen stated that she was in a bind because she and her sister hadn't shown up for their meeting. Khalid explained to her that it was him, not his father, who contacted her, and told her what happened to his parents. His aunt couldn't believe that they had died on the way to the palace. She couldn't understand how something like that could happen, and her voice dropped to a whisper. She found the nobles' confident behavior at the meeting strange, like they were counting on something. Hearing this, the guy started shaking with anger, but his aunt, stating that she needed to report everything to His Majesty, hung up. It seemed weird to Khalid that the great houses chose the very day his parents died to change tactics. The Earl's unexpected visit and the urgent meeting forced his parents to travel in bad weather, as if the whole tragedy had been planned in advance. Khalid decided it didn't seem like a simple coincidence, but more like a deliberately set trap. When the carriage was brought to the mansion, the young Marquis immediately went to investigate it. However, the rain had washed away all the traces, and without evidence, the situation was getting complicated, since the Haven family's enemies were powerful nobles. Suddenly, an idea popped into Khalid's head, and he asked Sirion where his pleasure carriage was. According to the assistant, it was still in the next carriage house over, since you decided to postpone your trip to the Magic Tower. Hearing that, the young Marquis immediately bolted for the neighboring carriage house. Jeff and Sirion took off after him, clueless about what Khalid was trying to check. Leaning down to the carriage wheel, the guy confirmed his hunch. A demolition seal was attached to the front axle. Jeff said the master's carriage was missing those exact wheels, and they never found the supports. If Khalid had actually gone to the Magic Tower, he would have met the same fate as his parents. The Marquis ordered the stable master and coachman to find out who'd been in the stables since last night and lock them in the mansion's basement. Then, he asked them to get him a working carriage so he could immediately head to the royal castle and request an investigation into his parents' deaths. Khalid had to get there before the great houses left the royal road, and this trip couldn't wait. Leaving his mansion in Baron Pavel's care, the young Marquis rode off to the royal castle. On the way, it finally hit him. He was completely alone. Khalid swore to find those responsible for his parents' deaths and make them pay, confident the royal family would help him. Reaching the palace, he demanded an explanation for what was going on. Khalid couldn't understand why the king and queen refused to launch an investigation. They had a lead, but despite that, the king and queen sat before him, heads bowed in silence. According to His Majesty, they couldn't be certain that those nobles were responsible for the carriage incident. He didn't think there was enough evidence to prove a noble set the explosive seal. Shaking, Khalid begged the queen to say something, because he was sure the aristocrats were the criminals. He reminded his aunt that her younger sister had died, but she just wept silently. She remembered how, upon hearing the news, she told the king, and he was certain the nobles would be the prime suspects. The king wasn't sure the Haven family could stand against them right now. After all, the nobles had already crossed a line, and there was no telling what they might do next. Grabbing his wife by the shoulders, he begged her to think of the children. If they dug deeper and still couldn't find the culprit, the whole royal family could pay the price. Recalling that whole conversation, the aunt, a mess of tears, just sat silently before Khalid, her body shaking with nerves. Her nephew knelt before her, pleading with her to say something, anything, and help him. The queen rose from her throne, and telling Khalid how sorry she was, fainted dead away. Catching her, the king declared the audience over and threw the young Marquis out of the palace. Clenching his fists, Khalid warned His Majesty he might come to regret his decision. Declaring they had no right to treat him that way, the guy stormed out of the royal palace. He's telling Vedas how he tried to protect his house after that, any way he could. But people connected to his family started having accidents and vanishing, one after another. Scared stiff, his business partners cut ties, and his vassals and servants bailed, lured away by promises from the big-shot lords. Khalid couldn't figure out who he could trust, so he figured the best move was to disappear and lay low, just like his enemies wanted. Totally resigned to the situation, the Marquis scarred his own face, pretending to be a liar, all to lower everyone else's guard so he could strike when he was ready. Vedas, that's rough to hear all the crap Khalid had to go through. Still, he admits he was expecting a bigger reaction from the knight. And that's when she lets loose, blowing up about how those nobles dared to do that, and how the royal family could turn their backs on their own. But seeing her go off like that, Khalid says maybe that's exactly the kind of reaction he didn't want to see. According to her, blood ties don't guarantee loyalty or anyone having your back. You can put up with indifference and blame for a long time, afraid to lose even that kind of attention. Landing in a loving family, Vedas hit the jackpot, no doubt. She tells Khalid he doesn't have to believe her, but she totally gets the pain of losing family. And this girl ain't about to forgive the creeps who took her family away either. The Marquis is all, "What's your problem? Your family's fine," doesn't get it. But he does get that they're after the same thing. Whether it's murder or a full-blown revolt, the same bastards are behind it all. Vedas, a little hesitant, asks the Marquis if they can clear something up before going further. She wants to know if it's even possible that someone in her family could be a suspect. But Khalid's convinced Count Eldorado's clean. He was the only one who didn't profit when the heavens went down. Still, he's curious. What would she do if her own family came under suspicion? Vedas would prove they're innocent, because she's damn sure her family isn't capable of something like that. The girl wants to know what he's implying with all this talk about family secrets. Vediz wants Khalid to know she trusts him, maybe just a little less than Roseanne. Khalid's satisfied with her honest answer. It's better than trusting everyone blindly. Watching all this unfold, Sirion's trying to figure out what the heck these two are up to. Suddenly lost in thought, the Marquis asks Vedis to just call him by his first name, no formalities. That surprises not just Sirion, but the girl herself, who's curious about why he's suddenly suggesting that. Khalid, totally straight-faced, wonders if they haven't already passed the polite stage, considering she even calls the princess by her first name. The heroine realizes with a jolt that she did just call her Highness Roseanne. Khalid knew all along they weren't using titles with each other. The word princess always sounds forced coming from Vedis. Face-palming, the heroine asks if she can at least call the Marquis Sir Khalid. He's smirking, says that sounds way better. Seeing that weird look on his face, the girl thinks the Marquis has totally lost it. Sirion's just standing there, completely clueless about what's going on. He rushes over to the master, begging him to cut the crap and get back to the main point. He was about to spill the tea about Marquis Bennett's secret convo at the royal ball. Remembering that, Vedis asks Heaven to spill the details. According to him, it was about a teleportation artifact the Marquis is using to scam investors. But he didn't make it himself. He got it from someone else. The supplier's coming to Bennett next month to finalize the deal, so he was pushing for them to be prepared. Vedis wants to know who this supplier is, and suggests grabbing him and squeezing him for every last secret. Khalid would love to go along, but figures it would make working together later on a real pain. Once she becomes Rosanna's personal knight, it'll be super hard to leave. Plus, Heaven's planning on heading back to his territory. When she asked when he was leaving, Khalid said he's heading to the estate tomorrow. He's wrapped up his business in the kingdom, and his presence here is just rubbing some people the wrong way. Hearing he won't be back until next New Year's, and convinced he'll be pushing up daisies by then, and the country will fall apart, Vedis decides to tell him Rosanna's got something special planned for him. Khalid figures, in that case, he could stick around for another 3 days. Vedis hesitantly suggests he stay for at least a week, and he agrees. The girl thanks him and thinks that she and Rosanna need to head to the capital tomorrow and take care of business. Beat after a long, rough day, the heroine heads home, box in hand. She bumps into Amelia in the hallway and asks what the maid's doing in the drawing room at this hour. Rushing up to her, the girl begs Vedis to do something about Lady Mitya. Lady Torque showed up right after the mistress left, and she's still waiting for her, even though Amelia asked her to come back another time. After finding out she'd been waiting in the living room for 8 hours, the heroine asks the maid to take a box to her room, then heads to the living room herself. Entering the room, she apologizes to Mitya for the long wait, explaining that she had some things come up and got held back. But turning away, the girl replies that Vedis doesn't need to explain herself to her. The heroine wants to know why Mitya's visiting, since it seems like it's something pretty important. Hesitating for a moment, Mitya steels herself and asks for forgiveness for pretending they didn't know each other at the ball. Even though Vedis might not believe her, she insists that she didn't spread any rumors about her. Mitya doesn't deny that she told everyone Vedis would be at the ball, but that's it, and she didn't say anything bad. With tears in her eyes, she says the rumors spread super fast and ended up turning into nasty, twisted gossip. The heroine says she believes the girl and thanks her for admitting it. After all, Mitya put in so much effort picking out a dress for her, and in that moment, Vedis felt like they were true friends. She hands the girl a handkerchief, reminding her they've been friends since they were kids. Mitya takes the handkerchief, blushing a little, and smiles, happy that Vedis considers them friends. Then she asks if she's thinking about giving up on her dream of becoming a royal knight. Mitya's heard people making fun of Vedis for it, so she suggests she quit while she's ahead. She's worried about her friend, and that's why she decided to bring it up. But Vedis doesn't get why she's saying this, since she doesn't give a damn about the rumors and gossip. Mitya thinks it'll be tough for her to live in the world of aristocrats with that kind of reputation, and she might regret it. But Vedis asks her to talk about something else, because she's had a rough day. She insists she can handle her own problems for now, and Mitya flinches at those words. It reminds her of when her brother used to say the same thing when she was little. So Mitya starts yelling that she's worried about her friend, figuring she thinks she's pathetic. Vedis explains that's not what she meant at all, She just thinks it's not a great idea to get hung up on what other people think. Mitya shouts that's what people who have everything always say. No matter what Vedas does, she always has someone who believes in her, so she's confident and not afraid of anything. Watching her as a kid, Mitya thought she could try to be like her friend too. The girl wanted to learn how to sword fight, hoping it would bring them closer. But her attempts only made her dad furious. He couldn't understand what his daughter was thinking, picking up a weapon. Little Mitya, covered in cuts and bruises, was shaking with tears, listening to her father's yelling. He blamed everything on his wife too, saying she couldn't even watch their kid, and the girl just quietly apologized. Her father drilled into her head that a lady should be modest, and a woman's happiness comes from living an ordinary life and being like everyone else. And now, Mitya's telling Vedis that she's gonna suffer for her choice, that she'll only get scorn and judgment from everyone else. Sobbing, she admits she never wanted any of this for her friend, that she just wanted her to live a peaceful life. Vedis finally gets what Mitya's been thinking all along, because the girls from Moselberg don't know anything but being forced to do things. All they can do is dream about changing the way things are. She asks Mitya if she really believes that a woman's role in society is that insignificant. Vedis knows that feeling, because fighting against rules that are forced on you is always tough. So she offers to have Mitya teach her that they can do anything their hearts desire. Gripping her hand tightly, Vedis begs her to come to the royal knighting ceremony so she can see the other paths that are out there. Vedis is warming up before her knighting exam and overhears Rosanna saying she expects the judges to be fair. Before the exam, they met with the princess, and our girl told her why Khalid can only stay in the kingdom for a week. Vedis apologized for what she had to say to the marquise. Rosanna suggested she go with Heaven, using her orders as cover. That way, she could learn about Bannet and protect Khalid. Vedis threw her arms around her neck, because the princess had saved her, like always. But right now, the heroine doesn't have time to worry about all that, since she needs to focus on the tournament. She scans the stands, trying to see if Mattia came, like she promised she would. Spotting the girl, the heroine starts waving her hand like crazy. With all the attention on her, Mattia gets flustered and blushes, which Vedis thinks is super cute. The prestigious Royal Knights tournament is officially open, and the participants are ordered to step forward. Vedis is dead set on turning this whole thing on its head today. Every competitor takes part in 3 rounds of one-on-one combat. When Gina steps up to fight, she initially feels like she's outmatched by her opponent, but she convinces herself she can't lose, jumps to her feet, and freezes her opponent by pressing her sword to his throat. After claiming victory, she heads over to see what's happening in the next hall. This is where Vedis is fiercely fighting for her title of honorary knight. She doesn't get why her opponent is hoarding mana and not using it. The judges are impressed by Vedis's skillful use of mana at such a young age, since controlling speed gives her explosive power. They're sure she could be assigned to any squad right now, even though the girl's opponent is the promising son of the Robel family. Vedis is undoubtedly declared the winner of this battle. Gina and Olivia think the heroine is amazing, but while the first one enthusiastically says so, the second keeps her emotions to herself. Gina's stoked to be on a team with Vedis, since she beat the guy that Gina lost to in the first round. After hearing her, Olivia, for some reason, turns around and quickly runs off. Vedis, who's never lost a fight, turns around and recognizes her Royal Guard colleagues from before her reincarnation. First up, Jenna Volnan Prasia, a 2-time tournament champ with 1 loss under her belt. Second, the scowling Olivia Milla Polona, undefeated in all 3 of her one-on-one competitions. Rishi Baloa Sadanel, a 2-time winner with 1 match ending in a draw. Vedis is relieved they all made it through okay, though she shouldn't have worried. These girls always kick ass. They were all amazing people, but the heroine always thought of herself as a terrible commander. Vedis was thinking she needed to change and head out to Levanche. Suddenly, her attention was grabbed by some kind of squabble at the gates between the guys and the girls. The knights were accusing the girls of getting rewarded for favors with the princess, while they were busting their asses. Rishi reminded the guys that they wouldn't even give them space to train. The girl was saying it's their job to protect the princess, and unlike those guys, they actually take it seriously. The dude kept accusing them of holding the same position as them, but not lifting a finger. Olivia grabbed her sword, saying he should have joined a street gang if all he cares about is the cash. She told him to settle it like a knight and draw his sword, but Vedas stepped in and stopped her. The heroine demanded someone explain to her what the heck was going on. But before Olivia could answer, Vedas started chewing everyone out for arguing instead of standing guard. Looking at the guys, she told them to get ready to face the music for slander and dereliction of duty, because this is going straight to the top brass of the Royal Guard. Recognizing Vedas as the commander's daughter, the knights freaked out, worried he might take it as a personal insult. So they all hauled ass out of there, not wanting to push their luck any further. Olivia thanked the captain for taking care of them. The girl told her to ignore the garbage those idiots were spouting and just forget about it. When Rish asked how long Vedas had been listening to their argument, she said she'd heard it since their voices started getting loud. Lady Satinel admitted that stuff like this happens all the time, but they kept quiet so the captain wouldn't worry. The heroine realized with a pang that she'd never paid enough attention to these girls, even though she was the closest thing to family they had. Remembering she had to hurry, Vedas promised to hear the details later and ordered the girls to take their posts. Even though she felt bad for them, the original story seemed more important, because she didn't know when it might start. Back then, the heroine's only priority was survival. Back then, she didn't have what it took to be a captain, and she couldn't protect anyone. But now everything's different. Because she's not alone, she's got Khalid and Rosanna by her side. The next contestants asked to step forward are James and Marin. Vedas stares at the girl, and she looks incredibly familiar. Even though she can't place where she's seen her before, the heroine is somehow certain she's gonna bomb this exam. The first round's over, and they're announcing the rules for round 2. A group battle against a monster. They yank the cover off the cage, and everyone sees this huge, horned beast, kinda like a dog, but 100 times bigger. They've got a half-hour break to team up and come up with a strategy. The guys think it'll be a piece of cake to take down one monster together, but Gina can't see squat from the back. The crowd's saying it'll be tough to rack up personal points if you don't stand out, and it's more of a free-for-all than teamwork. Vedas notices how the judge reacts to those words and realizes you can't pass the second exam without helping each other. She's worried everyone's gonna fall for this trap, because she almost did herself. Jaina walks up to Vedas, eyes sparkling, and says it'd be an honor to be on the same team as her. All right, the whole team's finally gathered around Miss Eldorado. Vedas tells Gina to call her by her first name, and Gina's all surprised that she even knows it. Without missing a beat, Vedas says she overheard someone calling her that during the first round. Turning to the other team members, she rattles off all their names. When she says Olivia's name, Gina recognizes her as the one who ditched her after the first tournament. Rishi is wondering why it's only girls in their group. Marin figures they got sorted by skills, so they'll bond while tackling this challenge. Rishi doesn't buy that it's all for their own good, and Vedas asks her what she's getting at. This girl's convinced a lot of people are hoping they fail, and Miss Eldorado's gotta know that. Rishi thinks there's a chance this is a setup to take them all out at once. Olivia thinks these worries are trivial, since all they gotta do is bag this monster during the tour. She's sure that she and Vedas are enough to handle a creature of this caliber. Olivia tells Risha she'd be better off worrying about getting kicked out for not having enough personal points. Gina jumps to the girl's defense, saying that was too harsh, but the girl agrees with Olivia. Mila Polona feels uneasy around this chatty chick. The judge asks Gina Priscia and Maureen Rarus to come forward, since there are some things in their applications that need clarifying. Vedas, hearing the girl's last name, starts to remember something. Since she's never heard of the Rarus family, and Maureen uses a shield and crude one-handed sword fighting, she's more likely a mercenary than a knight. The heroine remembers that this is the very girl who'll become famous in the Empire as a mercenary, a descendant of the Blue Lion. Even though the Emperor, interested in Maureen's skills, offered her a title, she turned it down, deciding to remain a free mercenary. Vedas got her help before, but Rarus was just a commoner back then, so they didn't click right away. Now, realizing Maran's from Mauselberg, she understands she became a commoner because her country fell. Still, she can't figure how someone like that applied to be a royal knight of Rosanna and failed at it. The judge asks Maureen and Gina to wait while he grabs their applications. Gina's seeing this huge beast in person for the first time, and Maureen tells her not to get too close to the cage. It's dangerous. The judge who called them in smirks and opens a vial of potion. The monster can smell it. The animal starts acting crazy, totally rabid, and smashes the cage, breaking free. Gina's too scared to move, and Marin rushes to help her. She grabs the girl by the scruff of her neck, worried she's too late to draw her sword. Just then, Vedas and Olivia jump in front of the monster, distracting it. Rich is shaking with fear, not understanding how the monster managed to jump out of the cage so fast. Vedas tells Olivia to take care of Jean and Marin, then uses her mana to attack the beast herself. Another second, and the monster's lying on the ground with its throat slashed, blood gushing out. While the crowd's buzzing about how she took down that thing with one hit, Vedas is staring down the scared knight who put the girls in danger. Looking where he's looking, Vedas spots the head of the night guard standing on the balcony and realizes he's behind this whole mess. The heroine thinks he could have fought her himself, instead of using dangerous monsters to wipe out the candidates. He was aiming above Jean and Marine on purpose, because no matter what happened to them, he'd avoid serious trouble. Realizing just how low he's stooped, the heroine decides her top priority is getting this guy out of the kingdom. Count Eldorado rushes to the scene, trying to figure out what happened and why the monster broke free. They're asking the head of the night guard what he was doing the whole time the other judges were checking out the other contestants. He says he got the princess to safety first, figured that was his top priority. They start arguing, trying to figure out how a monster that was supposed to be contained suddenly broke loose, but Earl Eldorado shuts it down. He asks Gina if she's all right and if she can continue the exam, and she begs him for another shot. She insists that thanks to Vedas's quick thinking, she didn't get hurt at all. The Earl looks at the beast and is amazed by how precise the killing blow was. He even thought the head of the guard did it. Eldorado smiles at his daughter, marveling at how quickly she's grown up. The Earl suggests putting the rescued girls last in the second stage so they can rest up, and they thank him for his consideration. Gina thanks Vedas and Olivia for their help, feeling that she and Marin owe them their lives. The heroine says they don't need to thank them, and instead asks Marin not to teach Gina any bad habits. Standing a little ways off and blushing, Olivia insists they don't need to thank her. Her sword skills couldn't even slow that monster down, but Vedas took it down solo. But Jenna's insisting Olivia help them out, saying she gave it her all in that fight, so she thinks she's super brave and awesome. Pelin figures she's just doing it for herself, because if the girls get knocked out with injuries, the guard's gonna be short-handed. Marin's asking Olivia how old she is and why she's being so formal with everyone. Clearly not wanting to answer that, the girl admits she's only 17. Everyone's pretty shocked by that, since they didn't expect Olivia to be the youngest of the bunch. The girl snaps, saying it's only a year difference, and orders everyone to get their butts off the ground. Jenna and Marine listen to her, but they call her a shrimp and giggle about it. When Jenna gets up, her leg suddenly starts shaking, and she almost falls over. She's worried if she can even move properly in the second stage, if she has to face another monster. Vedas notices that after the monster attack, the tension from the exam has increased, and the girls are feeling down. But Gina and Rishi have a real reason why they absolutely gotta become royal knights. So our girl walks up to Lady Precia and tells her to chill, promising that nothing bad's gonna happen to her. The knight dudes who made it to the second round are surprised by the kind of monster they're up against. It's this little fluffy critter, kinda like a bat, with a tiny horn on its forehead. At first, the knights can't figure out why they're fighting something like that. But this monster turns out to be so freaking fast that none of them can catch it. The test is over, but Gina's still in shock at how easily they handled it. Vedas told her to lure the monster towards the clock tower, while she and Olivia targeted its wings and attacked. Gina even thought for a second that she knew exactly how it was gonna go down. But our girl just laughs it off. Lady Precia wants her to spill the beans, because according to the deputy, she used deduction, and basically, she's the best. Rishi walks up and says that because of the monster investigation, the final exam's been pushed back to tomorrow. Since everyone's already leaving and the carriages are waiting for the girls, they say their goodbyes till tomorrow. Marin's about to head out too, but the heroine asks her to stick around for a sec. She tells the girl that if she keeps acting like this, she's gonna fail the night exam. Marin's trying to figure out what all this means, and Vedas tells her to keep it down, suggesting they talk somewhere else. The girls head outside the capital fortress and find a secluded spot. Marin asks Miss Eldorado to explain what she meant. According to Vedas, she was watching her during the exam. Her attacks are super harsh and rough, but she moves without thinking. Ryrus is surprised, because Vetus is literally repeating her teacher's words about trusting your gut, but not relying only on instinct. Word is, Marin made it this far because the Royal Guard and the Knights Order are running this exam together. But unlike the other contestants, they only have a spot in the Royal Guard for her. And now she gets what's going on. Now Ryrus understands how she managed to get to the second stage. She's dying to tell the girl that she can help her out. If she offers and the girl accepts, she'll pass the exam, no problem. If Vetus focuses on the head of the mercenaries, that could really help her. But she's not sure if that's the right call, or if it's better to just let things play out like last time. Vetis is worried that her meddling will mess up Marin's future, because if the changes to her destiny don't affect the overall outcome, then she, like everyone else, is gonna be toast. Noticing the worry on her face, Marin asks if she's all right. Vetis decides not to dwell on the negative, and instead of suffering, asks the girl directly about it. So, she asks Marine why she wants to join the Royal Guard. The girl admits the first reason is the money, since the Royal Knights get paid pretty well. Marin comes from a regular family, a pretty poor one at that. Her parents work as servants, so it's hard to feed the younger kids. Vetis thinks the girl's desire to become a knight for her family is a pretty solid reason. But then, getting flustered, she admits that's not the main reason. And she even feels a little ashamed. She's been wanting this for a long time, because the idea of becoming a royal knight really calls to her. Marin secretly applied without her mentor knowing, and now admits she obviously didn't prepare well enough. If she screws up and fails, she'll take the punishment from her teacher, because she doesn't have time to wait for a second chance. She'll have to become a mercenary or find some other job. So, Marin asks Vetus, apologizing in advance, to look out for her. The heroine's all ears, but she's heard this before. Back in her past life, when Marine was chilling by the tents at night, the heroine came over to chat. She thanked the girl for helping Roseanne and smoothing things over, but Marine told her not to bother. Looks like everything's playing out just like it's supposed to, and this convo's hitting all the same beats. Back then, Vetus asked Marine why she was helping Roseanne. The girl confessed she didn't want things to end for them in a dump like this. She smiled and asked Vetus to look out for her, and others like her. The heroine standing there, stunned, totally frozen in place. Now it clicks. This girl, who's nothing like Vetus, was backing her all along, not Roseanne. The heroine may have forgotten Marin, but Marine always remembered Vetus, because she wasn't just some merc, but a girl who never gave up on her dreams. The heroine tells Lady Rarus she has to decline her request, and with a laugh, Rarus admits it was a bit much to ask. But Vetus cuts her off, saying Marine can handle herself. Now that the girl understands the problem, she can turn things around. Vetis promises to help her and stick with her to the very end. Saying she'll have something to brag about, a stunned Marine shakes Lady Eldorado's hand. The princess knights Vetis and demands a vow of unwavering loyalty to Roseanne, the kingdom's treasure. Lady Eldorado announces that all 5 blades swear allegiance to their princess. Royal Guard Captain Gerald reports through the comm sphere that their plan went sideways. He spilled the frenzy-inducing serum on the monster, and while they took out some targets, he didn't think Eldorado would deal with it so easily. His contact heard she used a mana blade and remarks that the Eldorado family is a real thorn in his side. Harold says even though Vetus is a knight now, she's still green. If they cut her off from the kingdom, she won't be a problem. That hard-ass commander of the Eldorado Knights has no clue, so this should be a piece of cake. Harold's contact tells him not to screw this up, and if he doesn't, he won't have to leave the north. The head of the Royal Guard promises Commander Nolam he won't let him down. Gina's stoked they passed the exam and are finally Royal Knights. Marin can't believe she actually made it. She thanks Vetus, saying she couldn't have done it without her. But Vetus says Marin's own hard work is what got her there. Our girl congratulates everyone on passing and asks them to take care of her. Gina tells Lady Eldorado to ditch the formalities, since she's their commander now. Marin suggests they throw a little party to get to know each other better. Ever since Vetus put this uniform back on, she's been hit with a whole new wave of feelings. This is the exact uniform she wore to Rosanna's wedding, and the Imperial Palace tailor made it from a copy. But the original is 100 times better, and Vetus feels absolutely amazing. Jenna invites Lady Eldorado to celebrate with them, and she agrees, promising to treat the girls. When Vedas gets home, she's greeted with a blast of party poppers. Her brothers tell her they never doubted she could pull it off. Handing his sister a bouquet of flowers, Leos and Valen comment on how good she looks in the uniform, and Vedas thanks them. Leo says he wanted to pick out a gift for his sister, and she's confused. Couldn't he decide what to get her? But according to her brother, they decided their mom should give her the first gift. Turning around, she notices the Countess sitting on the couch and goes over to her. The Earl of El Dorado requests his wife present their daughter with the gift, as they've waited so long for this day. The Countess asks Vedas to come closer, pointing to the box on the table and suggesting she open it. To her surprise, the heroine discovers a sword inside the box. She thought her father would give her something like this, but she never expected it from her mother. According to the Earl, this sword is his wife's precious dowry. She knew she was marrying the best swordsman in the entire kingdom and declared her intention to bring this weapon with her. The Earl laughs, remembering how scary and cute his wife was at that moment, but she tells him to stop it. The Countess tells her daughter she never used the sword in battle and without hesitation gives it to her, telling Vedas to at least look a little happy instead of standing there like a statue. The heroine can't believe the sword she took that day belonged to her mother. She regretted not taking a single thing from her family when she ran away, and all this time, the sword was right there in her hands. According to the Countess, she's been looking after the sword's condition this whole time. Vowing to her mother to be careful, Vedas, choked up with tears, promises to treasure the gift. Amelia brings the lady some ice, since her eyes are swollen from crying again. The maid doesn't get why she's crying. She was at a family celebration. She should be happy. The heroine admits with a laugh that it was the best day of her life. Leaving her bedroom, Amelia reminds Vedas about all the gifts that were sent to her. Seeing a whole mountain of boxes, the girl can't figure out when they managed to bring them all. First off, she decides to open the gifts from acquaintances and finds a package from Enoch. Opening the box, she discovers a gorgeous necklace and earrings inside. In the attached note, Enoch wholeheartedly congratulates her on her dedication and says he's thrilled he'll get to see her in the capital. He's asking her to accept a small gift, but Vedas thinks it's way too expensive. When she opens the box from Mitya, the heroine finds handkerchiefs. In the greeting card, the girl wrote that Vedas looked awesome and she's going to take her advice and go after what she wants too. Suddenly, the heroine notices a huge box in the corner, tied with a blue ribbon. She checks it out from all sides, because there's no sender's name anywhere and no family seal. Opening the lid, the girl finds another box inside, and this one has a note. In it, the sender asks if she's forgotten anything, and on the back of the note, he guesses she's forgotten about him. Marquis Haven's sitting at his desk, and suddenly Vedas's voice comes from his communication sphere. The furious girl demands he explain what the hell this is all about. Khalid reminds her of their meeting in Levanche, when he gave her the communication sphere, but she never contacted him, so he got worried. But now the Marquise is sure everything's cool, and Vedas apologizes for totally spacing on the ball. Glancing at what's inside the box, a collar and a whip, she's like, "What the heck? How dare you send me this?" Khalid says he remembered talk at the royal ball about Vedas having a real knack for taming wild beasts. She made him wait so long, so he figured it must actually be true. She tells him to knock it off, and Heaven laughs, saying it's just a gag, and tells her to take the bottom out of the box. She pulls it out, and Vedas finds another compartment, from which she pulls out a belt. Khalid explains it's a belt holster made from monster hide. Super light, so it won't restrict her movement. The Marquis says there's a packet at the bottom with intel from a secret investigation into some aristocrats he's working with. Khalid asks her to keep in mind that he won't be in contact anymore, and he's already taken care of the essentials. Taking off her own belt, Vedas first thinks about telling him that they're heading to the estate together, but then she rethinks it, figuring it might scare him off, and she gets a killer idea for revenge. Vedis suggests meeting Khalid before he leaves, saying she wants to thank him for the gift. According to the Marquise, he's leaving the day after tomorrow, and she asks if they can't meet, since she really wanted to see him. Only silence answers her, and Vedas thinks she might have gone too far. But then Khalid suddenly breaks the silence and promises to see her tomorrow, saying he'd hate to leave without seeing her. The Marquise hangs up and sits down in front of the orb, not understanding what's going on. The next day, Vedis arrives at the agreed-upon place and looks around for Khalid. Syrian runs up to her and asks her to follow him. She recognizes him as the Marcus, but he asks her to call him by his assistant's name, since he's under a magic disguise. He admits that he sometimes uses his servants' names for cover. Meanwhile, Syrian and Joel are sitting nearby, pretending to read a newspaper. Joel doesn't get why they're tailing the Marcus, and Syrian replies that he's watching Lady Eldorado, not the boss. According to him, the Marquis has changed a lot since meeting that girl. The boss, who's always been a creature of habit, changed his tie 5 times getting ready for this walk. Syrian doesn't understand why the Marquis is wasting time on such trivial things, and Joel figures he wants to look good for the lady. But the guy can't wrap his head around how Khalid could change his attitude towards people so quickly. Syrian is seething with anger, mentally promising Lady Eldorado she'll regret it if she tries anything with the Marquise. Lost in their conversation, the assistant doesn't notice Khalid and Vedis leaving the fountain. Joel saw it, but he kept quiet. Vedis says Rosanna asked them to buy some alchemy supplies, so she and Khalid are heading into the magic shop. But the real reason she's here is for an artifact hidden inside this store. In the original story, when Roseanne got a hankering for him, the royal alchemist who bought the artifact just gifted it to her. So now, Vedis is digging through the shelves, trying to find something that looks like a medallion. Bending down to the bottom shelf, she spots what she's looking for in a box. But just as she reaches for the artifact, another hand tries to grab it too. At first, she laughs at the awkwardness, but then she looks up and freezes in shock. She can't figure out what this guy's doing here, and if the future's already starting to change. Vedis decides to get out of here ASAP, but the man asks her to stop. He says with a smile that he'd like to take a look at what she picked up and asks to borrow it for a sec. The thought that he knows about the artifact sends a shiver down her spine. Standing before her is Deloys O'Sharby, heir to one of the Empire's 3 biggest merchant guilds, who snatches up anything valuable, whether it's an object or a person. The Marquis steps between them, shielding the girl. "What's going on here?" he asks. Deloys explains, "I was just admiring the, item the lady selected. I just wanted to take a quick look and give it right back." Khalid looks at the girl, but she shakes her head, clutching the artifact tightly. The Marquis tells the guy, "We're buying this. There's no point in you looking at it." After paying, Vedis grabs Khalid's arm, pulling him away. "Let's get out of here before something happens." The Marquis asks, "Do you know that guy?" Vedis replies, "His face is familiar, but I don't think he knows me." Khalid explains his question. "That stranger is heading our way." Vedis wonders, "How long is O'Sharby going to keep tailing us?" She guesses, "It's gotta be about the artifact, right? It's super valuable after all." The Marquis is getting seriously ticked off. He offers, "Want me to take care of him?" But she pleads, "Please, no violence." Vedis is pissed. Wherever Deloys shows up, trouble's sure to follow. She wants nothing to do with him, but turns around to see him grinning like a damn fool. Not wanting to waste any time with this guy, and figuring she'll just get rid of him quick, she spins around, demanding he stop following them. Deloys laughs, stoked that he's finally gotten her attention. Vedis shouts that she wouldn't sell him that thing for $1 million, and threatens to call the cops. But O'Sharby nervously admits he just wanted to chat and begs her to stop. Since he knows her name, Vedis figures he's also jumped back in time like her and Rosanna, so she stops. Deloys introduces himself, says there's been a misunderstanding, and that he's in charge of supplies from the Della Trade Guild. He wasn't planning on buying that thing from her anyway. It didn't really grab his interest in the first place. In that case, Vedis doesn't get why he asked to see it and why he's been tailing them. Deloys smiles, saying he just wanted to get closer to Lady Eldorado. He admits it was out of line to follow them, so he wants to make amends and visit her estate. But Vedis shuts him down hard. Since she doesn't want anything to do with him, Deloys decides to switch tactics. He says there's no point in talking to her anyway, since the young dude beside her is totally not feeling him. Turning away, O'Sharby mutters that Lady Eldorado is the first person he's ever failed to impress. Hearing that, she realizes he doesn't actually know the future, and this was just a random encounter. Vedis asks Deloys again, where does he know her from? He says it's simple. His guild makes magical gadgets and alchemy supplies, and a good salesman has to know his clients. because Lady Eldorado is the head of the knights serving Her Highness Roseanne. So Vedas realizes she came to the kingdom to make a deal with the princess, and Osharbi confirms her suspicions. Deloise immediately knew this was a pretty sweet deal, but it's super hard for small-time foreign traders to even get in front of the princess. Vedis asks if he's hoping she can help him set up a meeting with Rosanna. Osharbi suggests she and her companion should head to some chill spot first, grab some tea. Turning and glancing at the gloomy marquise, Vedis shivers from the heavy vibe. Of course, Khalid's pissed. She set up a meeting with him, but if she can smooth things over with Deloise, it'll be a huge help down the road. But Haven said he's tight on time and only free today, so Vedis is trying to figure out what to do. Looking at her, Khalid smirks, not understanding why he's going so soft when it comes to this girl. Turning to Deloise, he says he knows a great place and suggests they all go together. The heroine's surprised by his move, and he explains he got that she wanted to go, but thinks she shouldn't be alone with this guy. Khalid wants Vedis to stick around after the meeting with Deloise, catch up on lost time. Settling into the cafe, she's drafting a document stating that Osharbe is helping smaller guilds get a leg up in the merchant world. Deloise tells her to remember his name, but she totally blows him off like, duh, she already knows it. She's not sure how the guild was doing before all this went down, but by the time they met in the previous timeline, Osharbe was killing it. He'll gain recognition even faster than before, if everything goes according to plan, and he seals the deal with Rosanna. They'll be getting goods shipped to Moselberg that are super hard to come by around there, so it's a win-win for everyone. Vedis hands him the document that'll get Deloise a meeting with the Princess ASAP. Stashing the permit in his pocket, the guy thanks Lady Eldorado, and she wishes him good luck. Grinning, Osharb says she seems a little more relaxed and figures they're finally on the same page. She didn't even realize she was getting close to him again, just like before she reset everything. When she asks if Deloise will return home after meeting the princess, he replies that he'll stick around for a bit to check out the local market. Plus, he's planning on dropping by the Magic Tower at the Bannet Estate in 5 days. Khalid and Vetus realize that's the exact day the guy in charge of supplying that artifact is visiting Marchioness Bannet. That can't be a simple coincidence, and Deloise is obviously connected to all this somehow. After that realization, the atmosphere in the cafe gets super tense. Deloise, showing up in this kingdom looking for something, is a new element that's popped up because the original story's changing. And even if he's doing all this for the cash, he still isn't exactly ripping people off for profit. Whatever's going on, he wouldn't stoop to letting artifacts made by the royal court get stolen. The heroine needs to figure out how Deloise is connected to Marchioness Bannet, and she hopes the plot doesn't change too much. She asks if he scheduled the Magic Tower visit specifically for that day, but Osharbi says it's not like that at all. He claims their merchants have no business in the Magic Tower, unlike the mages who are all over the trading scene. Knowing Delouse's prickly personality, that must have taken some serious effort on his part. He told them he wasn't happy about it, but they offered a discount to make up for the messed-up schedule. Besides sightseeing, Delouse is planning to see if there are any deals to be made, though he's not thrilled about doing it without a fun partner. The Marquise finds it weird that mages from the Empire are looking for the Magic Tower in the kingdom, since it's usually the other way around. According to Delouse, the Empire's got a really well-established international education system for foreigners. That's all thanks to the Emperor, who's pushing hard to cultivate talent and especially throwing money at alchemy. Osharb is wondering if the princess has any plans to study abroad, which cracks Vedis up, since Roseanne should be teaching there, not learning. Even though our girl's trying to change the future for the sake of the kingdom, she still thinks the princess misses Eventine. An idea pops into her head. Get them to meet up under the guise of training after saving the kingdom. So bottom line, these guys hunting for the Bannet estate are hired mages, and chances are they're scammers working with the Marquis. This is an early prototype, and even though the girl doesn't know how they got their hands on the artifact, they're definitely not your average mages. Things would be easier if Vedis could fully involve Deloise in this thing and get him to cooperate. But the biggest problem is Marquis Haven sitting right there, looking like a thundercloud. So the girl suggests Khalid talk outside, and they head out the door. When she asks if he's suspicious of Lord Deloise, Haven says he just can't trust him. Vedis says she thinks he doesn't know anything and is using Bannet to cover his tracks. But Haven doesn't rule out that he might be faking it. She doubts he'd be running shady operations in a foreign country, especially while making a deal with the royal family. Khalid doesn't get why she's taking Deloise's side. 'Cause even if that's true, he's still a little sus. It's driving her nuts that she can't vouch for a guy she's actually known for 7 years to the Marquise. She's begging him to listen, saying that having someone involved right in front of them is a stroke of luck they gotta use. Vedi suggests infiltrating the Bannett estate, disguised as a member of the Merchant Guild. That way, Khalid could keep an eye on the mages from the inside and tail them immediately. Vedis proposes not using Deloise, but asking for his cooperation instead, figuring he'd help them after they explain things. The teleportation artifact was made by the Imperial alchemists, and nobody wants to be caught stealing the Emperor's stuff. Khalid thinks Vedis is acting strangely overconfident. Anyone can guess the Empire was the source of the magic artifact, but because of the royal court, it'll be tough to say it outright. He says she's got intel on stuff like the Mana Stone mine, but she doesn't seem to know the finer details. He finds it suspicious that she's so sure about the information she has, even though it has nothing to do with the Empire. Vedis is shaking because she could end up taking the fall, trying to steer Khalid's suspicion away from Deloise. But then, Haven admits he's actually finding it pretty entertaining, seeing how clumsy and reckless she is. Getting closer, he whispers in Vedis's ear that he thinks things will go exactly the way she's predicting. Their faces are so close, Lady Eldorado blushes and quickly pulls away from the Marquise. When he asks what's wrong with her face, she yells that he startled her and starts swinging at him. Blushing, Vedis insists that Khalid just doesn't know when to quit and that he's pretty damn reckless. Putting on an innocent face, Haven asks if she didn't like it, and she gets flustered. He suggests they go back inside and do whatever Vedis wants, promising to prepare some countermeasures. After settling everything with Deloise, they leave the cafe and say goodbye. Thanks to O'Sharp's quick thinking, everything went smoothly, and now they just have to wait. Glancing at his watch, the Marquis says it's too early for lunch and asks if Vedis wants to go somewhere. Truth is, she was dying to bolt out of there. Being around Haven was just too awkward. Vedis wipes her face, wondering if he messes with everyone's head the way he does with hers. Since she still hadn't answered him, Khalid asks if she's all right. Just then, Syrian bursts around the corner, yelling that he's finally found his master. Joel clamps his hand over Syrian's mouth, trying to keep him from spilling the beans to the Marquis about them tailing him. Taking advantage of Haven being distracted by Syrian's outburst, Vedis, not knowing what else to do, just decides to bail. Sitting in the carriage, Khalid's bummed that they had to split like that because of those two knuckleheads. He just doesn't get why Vedis suddenly decided to run off. He remembers whispering in her ear that she was clumsy and reckless. The Marquise recalls how their faces ended up so close after that, and how awkward they both froze in that moment. Just when he finally pieces together what's going on, Syrian suddenly hears a loud bang against the carriage wall. The Marquis is worried he went too far yesterday. Vedis hasn't even looked him in the eye since. At some point, he'd gotten so comfortable around her, and he felt this weird sense of peace. Khalid thought he was used to being cautious and wary of strangers, but he'd never met anyone like Lady Vedis before, charming and not looking for an angle when dealing with people. Whenever she was around, Heaven felt so off balance. He decides to leave it at that, because after all this, he and the lady are going to end up on opposite sides. Suddenly, Syrian notices someone racing after their carriage on horseback. He knocks on the Marquise's window and tells him there's a carriage and a knight gaining on them fast. Peeking out, Khalid orders his assistant to be vigilant and clear the road ahead, to let them pass. Pulling up beside them, Vedi stops, and with a smile, suggests the Marquis ride along, since they're headed the same way. Entering the girl's room, Khalid tells her she should rest up, and he'll let her know what time they're leaving tomorrow. He slams the door shut, and the heroine is left alone in the room. When she caught up to his carriage, she handed him the princess's decree to survey the underdeveloped regions of Haven in order to popularize magical tools within the kingdom. The heroine smiled and asked if she surprised him, since she intends to accompany him. Now sitting on the bed, the girl wonders why the Marquis suddenly got so serious back then. His reaction wasn't like surprise, but more like he didn't have a choice. And if that's the case, now she doesn't know how to react, because she rushed to catch up to him, since he could have ended up in a very bad situation. The heroine doesn't get it. Is he really that annoyed to travel with her after he was all over her whenever he felt like it? Even sitting in the carriage, he was still trying to convince Vedius to turn back. But he did insist on a village inn instead of sleeping out in the open. Suddenly, the girl bolts out of bed, figuring Heaven's gonna ditch her here at dawn and sneak off. No way she's letting the Marcus pull that crap, so she's planning to keep her eyes glued on him. Stepping out of the bath, Khalid's stressing about Lady Vetus's actions. The kingdom's got too much going on, and she's chasing after him. He's at a loss, because no matter how much he pleads, the girl just won't listen. The Marquis carries the weight of avenging his parents, rebuilding the family name, and protecting those who still believe in him. To make sure everything goes smooth, nobody can know a damn thing, because the fate of the Heaven lineage and the people of these lands rests solely on his shoulders. The high-roller aristocrats keep flexing on their family, and he's constantly running into that kind of trouble. The Heaven lands are all he's got left, and being back in his hometown gives him a sense of peace. The only thing that sucks is that this is where His Majesty ships off all the people he wants to get rid of. Khalid's worried about how he can bring a lady to a dump like this. He's terrified of repeating the same mistake that could make Vetus a target. Bright and early, the second the Marquis gets dressed, Miss Eldorado bursts into his room, wearing nothing but a nightgown. She yells that he's been caught red-handed, and she won't let him leave alone. Ignoring Khalid's surprised face, he just wanted a walk. Vetus keeps accusing him of secretly planning to ditch the hotel solo. After thinking for a sec, Haven invites her to come along for the walk. Strolling around the area, the girl realizes it really was just a walk. Noticing Khalid's coldness, Vetus tries to figure out what he's thinking about and asks if he always wakes up this early. He says not usually, but he just couldn't sleep today. When he asks if she slept well, she says she only dozed a little. But she's used to it, so it's all good. Vetus asks the Marquis to tell her about Haven, since she doesn't know anything about what's outside the capital. Khalid's thinking hard, and the girl's practically vibrating, waiting to hear his story. But instead of what she expects, he says Haven's located below the county of Nolam and near Marquis Bannett's territory. Vadis cuts him off, wanting to know about the climate, what they produce, and what's interesting about the region. According to the Marquis, the climate's pretty warm, because the northern mountains in Nolam block the wind. The area's famous for its cherries, especially this rare white-eye variety. Desserts made from them are the hottest thing in the kingdom. Hyped up by his story, Vadis begs him to tell her something else. Out of nowhere, the Marquis says it's dangerous there, and he hasn't changed his mind about sending her back to the capital. Haven's surrounded by enemies, and you never know when or where someone's watching you. For the sake of the servants who stuck with him through all the crap, swallowing insults and shame, Khalid can't screw this up. He can't look weak, because they're all looking to him. Vetus tells the Marquis that's exactly why she wants to help him. But he insists that she can help if she just goes back where she came from. Everyone knows she's close to Rosanna now, and if she stays in Haven, the nobles will tear this place apart. The heroine argues that she and the princess can handle the nobles, and she'll make sure he doesn't have to worry. But the Marquis is sure he'll still worry, and Vetus realizes he's not listening to a word she says. Grabbing Khalid's hand, she asks if he really thinks she's that untrustworthy. Thinking to himself that he's the only untrustworthy one here, the Marquis yanks his hand away, annoyed by her stubbornness. He wants to know if she has even one good reason to be around him. Since Vetus can't say out loud that she knows he's going to be assassinated, she just says she cares about him. Khalid thinks she's the one who doesn't trust people because she has absolutely no reason to be concerned. He tells her straight up that she's just getting in his way. Since she'd catch heat if they came back from this recon mission empty-handed, he promises to fill her in on everything. He insists she head back to the capital after that and asks her as the Lord of Haven. Heading back to the inn, he suggests Vetus travel separately in different carriages from now on. Khalid clenches his fists, filled with regret, because even though he's hurting her, they need to be apart. She's in danger. With everything prepped for departure, Syrian orders the drivers to move out. Vetus sits in the carriage, head down, thinking about how she couldn't even say anything back to Khalid. Her decision to stay in Haven is messing with his plans to protect his territory. But right now, it's not clear if he'll even make it out alive, and she wonders if she really is a hindrance. And even though the future's already changed, she's not sure he'll come out of this unscathed. The heroine can't just leave things unattended, not when he could get iced any second now. She's freaking out that the future hasn't changed at all, and she's got no clue what to do if that's the case. She can't just give up and lose someone else, not after getting a shot at a do-over. Vedis doesn't want to relive everything that happened to her and all the crap that came after. The servants are all bowing and scraping, welcoming Marquis Haven back to his lands. When he asks if there were any problems while he was gone, Baron Pabble says he left a detailed report in his office. Suddenly, he notices this unfamiliar girl stepping out of the second carriage, head down. The Marquis explains that this is Lady Eldorado, who's here on the princess's orders to scout the area. He tells them to get the silver suite ready for her and make sure she has everything she needs, then heads to his office. After telling Veronica to look after the guest, Pabble takes off after Khalid. Feeling like a burden, the heroine decides not to give up. And just then, the headmaid approaches her. Veronica introduces her and offers to take her to her chambers, since his lordship has been called away on urgent business. Vedis smiles and thanks the headmaid for her consideration. From the outside, Marquis Haven's mansion looks huge, but quiet and gloomy. Even though everything's in good shape, it doesn't feel like anyone actually lives here. And Khalid's stuck in this atmosphere all the time. Veronica tells Vedis that she's been given the silver suite. Stepping into the room, the girl freezes, amazed that she's been given such a beautiful room. In response to her surprise, the maid explains that his lordship ordered it. The heroine just doesn't get this guy, who was just telling her to get back where she came from, and now he's being so nice. Veronica says to let her know if the young lady needs anything at all, and asks if she should assign a servant since she arrived without an escort. The heroine thanks her and says not to worry about it, since she prefers to get around on her own. Vedis says she wants to unpack and check out the house, and asks how far Khalid's study is from this room. When the maid looks surprised that she's calling him by his first name, she explains that he asked her to. Veronica apologizes to the young lady and explains that she was just taken aback. The woman remarks that it's unusual and mutters under her breath that now she understands why he ordered the silver suite. The heroine asks, confused, what exactly she means by that. But Veronica replies that she's just rambling and decides to change the subject. The maid suggests that the young lady tour the house after dinner, which will be ready soon. She promises to come back for her and asks her to ring the bell if she needs anything. Baron Pabble asks the heroine if she enjoyed the dinner. The girl replies that it was delicious, except for the fact she ate it all alone. When Syrian tries to express his happiness about that, the Baron yanks his ear and explains to the girl that the Marquis couldn't make it because he was swamped with work. Seeing this gesture, the heroine realizes that these two must be related. Baron Pabble explains to the girl that Syrian is his son, and she remarks that they look very alike. When Vedis asks if they only approached her to pass on Khalid's words, the Baron replies that he heard the lady wanted to see the house. That's why he suggests Syrian show Lady Eldorado around. At first, the guy was about to protest, but under his father's stern gaze, he agreed to carry out the order. Left alone with him, the girl smirks and remarks on how obedient he is to his father. Syrian asks Lady Eldorado where she wants to go, and she replies that there's no particular place. She'd just like to get her bearings. Truth is, the girl needs to be ready for anything, and that means scoping out the place. Syrian doesn't get why she's trying to get comfortable here if she's supposed to be checking out the territory. Walking down the hall, Vedis is looking around and notices something weird. She asks Syrian why there aren't any portraits in the house. According to the assistant, there's a whole gallery for that, with portraits of every generation of marquises and family members. But since his lordship had to lay low right after inheriting the title, he never actually got his own portrait done as marquise. Syrian tells her the only painting they have of him is from when he was a kid. Since Vedis is dying to see this portrait, she asks him to show her the room. The assistant agrees and says it's on the top floor. After heading up to the portrait room, he shows the girl a painting of little Khalid. Vedis is touched, while the assistant emphasizes that the Marquis's nobility has been consistent since childhood. Looking at the portrait, the heroine thinks that Khalid was handsome since he was a kid, and it's a sin to be just a side character with a face like that. Suddenly, she notices a large portrait. The eyes of the person in it are bright yellow, like a golden sunset, The girl doesn't understand why a portrait of a member of the ruling house is hanging among the ancestors of the Heaven family, since those eyes are a hallmark of the Moselberg royal family. Syrian explains that this is the founder of the Marquisate Heaven, the first head of the family. When asked if the Heaven family are descendants of the royal family, the assistant replies that it's a distant relation, but yes, it's true. The reason for these marriage alliances is to get closer to the royal family and secure the positions of their relatives. Vetis is shocked by what she hears, because an amazing idea dawns on her. The previous ruler had no siblings, and the current king's brother died without leaving any heirs. So, if there's no direct heir, and the members of the royal family are, shall we say, removed from the picture, then it opens up the possibility for Master Khalid, as their relative, to claim the throne. So, the heroine finally gets why the Marquis was offed. His existence was a problem during the uprising. She's dead sure this has to happen before the main stuff kicks off. Vetis decides she needs to spill the beans to Rosanna, ASAP. But hold up. She pauses, wondering if the princess has already thought about this, knowing her cousin's family is related to her own. There are a lot of moving parts here, right? They seem close, but why doesn't Rosanna know how he died? It's only been a few months since she became Rosanna's knight, and everything started and ended so damn fast. Sir Khalid's got a serious sense of duty, and who knows what else is lurking under the surface. This girl thought she knew Rosanna, the main lady, but now she's pumping the brakes and gonna think this through. Clearly, this isn't a repeat of the past. It's a whole new ball game. Vetis asks Enoch if he'll look after her buddies while she's gone. The guy was hoping to see her a lot in the capital, and she's already leaving town. Not only that, but she's heading off to the Haven territories. Enoch found out that the guy who danced with Vetis at the ball was Marquis Haven. He's wondering if it's fate, if the princess herself gave that order, and Lady Eldorado says it was a misunderstanding. Enoch is so stressed, he smacks himself in the forehead. Just then, Gina Priscilla and Marin Raris walk up to him. The girls greet Enoch. Their commander already gave them the heads up about him. When Royfield asks if they're heading to training, Gina says they already worked out and are going to relieve their colleagues. Enoch asks how the girls are doing in the Royal Guard and if they're getting used to it. According to Marin, the princess really looks out for them, so they settled right in. Plus, Vetis warned them about something. She says the Royal Knights won't ditch her team, because they want to look good for Her Highness. The girls don't need to get all cozy with them. Gotta keep their distance. Now, the royal family's knight order. I'd like to be friends with them, but they might be hostile. Marin realized then that everyone's scared of pissing off the princess, so they can't let it get them down. Gina's calling her out, saying she totally twisted everything. She's apologizing to Enoch, because he's in the knight order too. The guy's telling her to chill, it's all good, and to let him know if anyone from the order gives her lip. He says the beef between the knight order and the royal guard goes way back. And even though the girls are different from regular knights, the bad blood runs deep. It'll take a real shakeup to get rid of those prejudices. It won't happen overnight. Marin's wondering why Enoch's being so friendly, considering he's a knight of the order himself. According to him, the current guard doesn't deserve to be called knights of the royal family. They're leaking sensitive intel to get in good with noble factions, forgetting about protecting the family they swore loyalty to. Enoch's advising the girls to absolutely shut them down if any of the royal guard try to get close. Marin tells him not to sweat it and promises to rearrange the face of anyone who tries anything. Enoch's amused by the girl's feistiness and how her friend's trying to shut her up. He points out it was a seriously smart move by the princess to find such excellent knights, despite the nobility's objections. Marin and Gina, escorted by Enoch, arrive to relieve Richer and Olivia. The princess is in her room and has ordered that no one be allowed in. Rishi looks at Enoch, totally confused about why he's there. She's asking the knight if he has business with Her Highness. The girls are swarming him from all sides, remembering he was headed this way in the first place. But Enoch's quick to set them straight, and, looking embarrassed, asks if there's any news from Vetis. Olivia says the commander's talking to the princess through the comm orb right now. Rosanna flipped Vetis's image onto the mirror so they could see her better. She's freaking out about Khalid maybe getting iced after the power grab. Vetis asks why the girl didn't tell her right away if she knew about it. Rosanna says she didn't know. She just pieced it together from stuff she remembers from when she was a kid. She figured it was better for Vedis to judge what's going on without that knowledge, without using shaky intel. Eldorado thinks being cautious is good, but the princess is way too insecure, and that's just not like her. Rosanna says she's still the same person they went through so much with, and she often lacked confidence, even as a kid. Back then, she was just a princess who existed, you know? One time, she asked her ladies-in-waiting why Khalid hadn't been around lately. The girls flinched and exchanged glances, not knowing how to answer Rosanna's question. Only Noma found something to say, telling her that Marquis Haven was super busy and couldn't visit. The princess clarified that she wasn't asking about Uncle Haven, but about her cousin, Khalid. That's when they explained to the girl that Khalid himself was now the Marquis. That's how Rosanna found out about the recent deaths of her aunt and uncle. The princess started crying and begging them to let her go to Khalid, not understanding why they'd kept such news from her. The queen and prince rushed into the room, and the prince told his sister to shut her mouth, because that's exactly why they hadn't told her what happened. Rosanna, tears streaming down her face, begged her mom to let her go to her cousin, who was completely alone. Wiping away her daughter's tears, the queen asked her to hear her out. She explained that Khalid wouldn't want them showing up. When the girl looked confused, her mother tried to explain that she and the king were in the wrong with their nephew. Embracing Rosanna with trembling hands, the queen began apologizing for their greed. Eventon was pissed at his mother for apologizing and told his sister it wasn't the time to worry about outsiders. The girl didn't understand how he could say that, since Khalid wasn't a stranger to them. All this really ticked off the prince. He leaned against the wall in anger and started punching it. Rosanna couldn't calm down, worried about how Khalid was doing now. The next day, when Noma brought flowers to the princess's room, she noticed that she was limping. The girl told Rosanna not to worry, saying she just took a tumble in the garden. Noma went to change the water in the vase and asked the princess what she'd like for a snack. The ladies-in-waiting waiting outside the door anxiously asked if Rosanna had been asking about anything again today. They were really worried about Noma, because rumor had it, others had been punished and sent back home. According to her, Rosanna's doing even worse now, because she was attached to Heaven, and now they've been separated. The girls think Noma needs to think about herself too, because even after getting chewed out by the queen, she's still worried about others. From now on, the topic of Khalid and the Heaven family was off limits in front of the princess, and everyone was ordered to watch their tongues. Noma said it was better for Rosanna not to know about this tragedy. And that's how the princess got used to being protected, staying within the fenced-in area. She never worried about what was happening outside, and everything there seemed peaceful. Our parents were suffering because the kingdom was collapsing, but they shielded me from the harsh truth, wanting me to grow up without a care in the world. Not facing hardship stunts a person's growth. But my parents either didn't realize that, or they figured I didn't need it. 2 years later, when I was 13, the royal family held a reception for the new year. Among the guests, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure and recognized him as Khalid. I rushed over to him and grabbed his hand, confessing how much I had missed him. My cousin turned to me, and I saw a massive scar across his face. I screamed in fright and recoiled from him. Noma rushed to my side to calm me down. I was shaking like a leaf. Promising to take me to the drawing room, the maid called out to have some calming tea prepared for the princess. Still trembling, with a cup of hot tea in my hands, I asked Noma if that was really Khalid, because I couldn't have been mistaken. The princess couldn't figure out what could have happened to him, especially since the maid said he'd become a marquise. All the court ladies stood before Rosanna in complete silence, not daring to utter a single word. After crying a bit more, the princess suddenly jumped up and declared she had to see him. Despite her ladies-in-waiting's protests, Rosanna didn't care what he looked like now, because he was still Khalid, and he was probably upset when she screamed. Noma confidently volunteered to accompany the princess, even though the others thought she'd lost her mind. Rosanna ordered everyone except Noma to go to her room and find the red bunny brooch. The princess refused to go back to the ball until they changed her brooch, so they shouldn't come back without it. The ladies-in-waiting understood the girl's plan, even though she didn't have such a brooch, but they had no choice but to obey. When Noma asked where they should look for Marquis Heaven, the princess had a few ideas. Khalid stood on one of the towers he used to walk on with his father, gazing down thoughtfully. Roseanne finally tracked him down, with Noma barely able to catch her breath. When the Marquis saw the girl, he turned to leave, but the princess begged him to stop. Apologizing, she ran after Khalid, but almost fell when a shimmering mana shield appeared beneath her feet. Haven snapped his fingers, and Roseanne regained her balance. He couldn't figure out why the girl, who was scared of him, had come back again, and assumed the king had sent her. Figuring they were forcing a kid to apologize for their own misdeeds, Haven asked what she was apologizing for. Roseanne was so terrified by his menacing glare that she couldn't say a word, and her eyes filled with tears. Composing herself, the princess, sobbing, apologized for not being there when he was all alone. She dropped to her knees before Khalid, bursting into bitter tears and begging him not to hate her. Approaching her, the Marquis reached out a trembling hand to the girl's head and, stroking it, said she had nothing to apologize for. What could a kid like her even do? And he was too ashamed to face Roseanne after avoiding her like that. With a smile, Khalid apologized to the girl for scaring her. Kneeling in front of the still crying Roseanne, the Marquis tried to calm his cousin down. From then on, a couple of times a year, Khalid would come to the holiday receptions, and he and Roseanne would meet in secret. That's when she found out the scar was just a magical disguise. One day, Noma, returning from an unexpected leave, tearfully told the princess that Marquis Haven had perished. The girl fell to her knees, confessing that she wanted to tell her right away, but then she received orders to leave the palace. The embroidery frame, on which Roseanne had been carefree stitching a handkerchief before she arrived, slipped from her hands. Her whole body began to tremble, and she couldn't believe what she was hearing. The king entered the room, angered by Noma's excessive chatter. After all, he'd gotten her out of the way so the girl would keep her mouth shut. When asked if Noma thought the royal decree was a joke, the maid answered that she deserved to die. Clutching her heart, Rosanna asked her father how he could do this, how he could treat her like this. The family hid her aunt and uncle's death from her, making sure the maids didn't tell her about Khalid. Rosanna genuinely didn't understand how she could find out about her cousin's death this way. Grabbing the king's robes, she remembered her family's words about trying to protect her. And because they're family, Rosanna tried to understand them, but she just couldn't figure out why they constantly treated her like a fool. According to the king, even if they had told her, nothing would have changed, and it would only have fueled his daughter's hatred for them. He's not the bad guy here, and he didn't want her to resent him, but the king had no other choice. He just wanted to keep his daughter safe. He claimed it was all for Rosanna, whom he was protecting from Khalid. The princess didn't understand what her father was talking about, or why she needed to be protected from her cousin. Noma was the only one who knew she and Khalid had been meeting in secret every year. Rosanna blamed her parents for not letting her say goodbye to heaven at his funeral. The king said if he'd gone himself, he would have taken her to lay flowers on his grave. But he couldn't. The Marquis shut the royal family out, and even the queen, a heaven by birth, couldn't attend the funeral. It was a tragic accident, and Khalid didn't even leave a will. But since he wanted it this way, they honored his wishes. The king said he didn't want to hide the truth from his daughter, and it was tearing him up inside. They used to be so close, but as sad as it is, those warm feelings are in the past now. So the king asked Rosanna not to be so sad and to just forget it, because what good does it do to argue with the living over someone who's gone? The princess thought she was special to Khalid, different from the rest of the family, and she wondered if she was wrong to think that. She couldn't believe she was wrong about his sincerity, and that he had really changed that much. Standing before her father, she asked if it was true that her sadness and anger wouldn't bring Khalid back. The king thought hopefully that Rosanna was finally getting where he was coming from, but she pushed him away, saying she didn't understand him, because he was holding out on her, and you can't understand anything when you're kept in the dark. Turning away from her father, the princess said she wouldn't blame him or her mother, because like they said, if she'd known the truth, she would have hated them, and that's why they kept everything quiet. Rosanna had lost Khalid, and if she turned her back on her parents too, it would just be too much to bear. Finally, the princess asked them not to punish Noma, because she wanted her to stay on as her maid. And that was the end of Rosanna's conversation with the king. After that, the princess didn't leave the royal palace until it burned to the ground. According to her, for someone who grew up never wanting for anything, it was an unbearable burden and a cowardly cop-out. but she's got zero intel on why Khalid kicked the bucket so suddenly. It's freaky to imagine Marquis Heaven's funeral at his mansion, draped in black cloth and white flowers. Suddenly, she wonders what happened to the people who stayed at the estate after the funeral and asks the princess about it. Rosanna says she was looking for them, to offer her condolences, even though it was late. But right after the funeral, both the allies and the servants vanished without a trace, and she couldn't find them. The princess heard from Noma that even those who tried to investigate this case out of curiosity couldn't find a single person. They disappeared like they never existed, like someone hid them away. Vedis realizes that only one person could have orchestrated this, Joel, who probably hid everyone to protect them. Even after she became a royal knight, he remained the head of the Levant Guild. When Vedis asks why she didn't hear any rumors about this, Rosanna replies that her family and the nobility did everything they could to cover it up, and the Eldorado family also supported the royal family's wishes. Vedis said, knowing his old man, he'd jump on board even if it meant spreading some nasty rumors about someone kicking the bucket. So, before we got reborn, after Khalid bit the dust, Vedis was picked to be Rosanna's personal knight. But since our girl got promoted to guard knight way faster, we've still got 2 or 3 months left. Those 7-year-old memories gave the girls a splitting headache, but at least things are starting to click. Vedis is stoked there are 2 of them now, but it's time for him to bounce. Rosanna asks her to stick around and say hi to the guard squad before she leaves. It's changing of the guard right now, so they're probably already lined up outside. Vedis agrees, and the princess gleefully bolts for the door to call the knights in. Rosanna throws open the door, greets the squad with a smile, and praises them for their service. According to Rishi, all the guard units are waiting for the changeover report. Before starting their shift, the princess suggested the knights say hello to Vedis, who she'd already finished talking to. As the girls shoved each other, heading into Roseanne's room, she suddenly noticed a guy standing in the hallway. He greeted the princess sheepishly, and she recognized him as Vedis's dance partner at the ball. After a short pause, Rosanne invited him to come in too, and he happily accepted. Seeing Enoch, Vedis waved to him excitedly, wondering what he was doing there. The knight was surprised, because it was the first time he'd seen a magical communication device used like that, through a mirror. According to Vedis, the princess had improved it, which was awesome, because now you could actually see the person you were talking to. The girl confirmed to Enoch that she was currently in heaven. He asked if she was doing okay there, and if the Marquise had been a good host. She said they'd had a bit of a disagreement, so they hadn't seen much of each other. But everyone else was really nice to her. So Rosanna's all surprised we had a fight, right? Well, Vedis is saying Khalid got bent out of shape because she decided to ride with him. The princess thinks that's messed up, and Enoch's just over here breathing a sigh of relief. But then it hits him. He feels like dirt for feeling good about it, because Vedis is having a rough time and he's happy. She's just hoping her squad's doing okay, busting their butts training and keeping their chins up. Olivia and Rishi are saying, yeah, it's a grind, but they're leveling up their skills, getting better all the time. Marin's telling the commander to chill, not worry about them, just nail the mission and get back safe. Enoch's saying, this is a big deal. Vedis can lean on him, just focus on the job, you know? She feels bad asking him for that, but she promises to make it up to Royfield when she gets back. Getting that crazy support from everyone, Vedis says her goodbyes and heads off to work, totally pumped. Marquis Haven's at his desk in his office, shuffling papers, when there's a knock at the door. With Khalid's permission, Syrian opens the door, and in walks Vedis. The girl approaches the desk, and the Marquis asks her if something's up. Our girl's planning to scope out the area, and first she wants to stroll through the crowded streets. Khalid remembers she was supposed to be researching alchemy in this region. Vedis probably should have done a better job pretending that's why she came here. Syrian suggests going down the road that leads to the magic tower, since that route's pretty different from the others. Khalid agrees and tells his assistant to show Miss Eldorado around. He figures a researcher who came by royal decree can't just wander around here alone. Haven's thinking of assigning a couple of knights to escort them too. But if the knights don't listen to her, 'cause she's a girl, that could be a pain, so Vedis shoots down that idea. The Marquis figures maybe he should have gone with them, but he scraps that idea. He decided to keep his distance from the girl. Vedis has his assistant with her, and besides, it's not that far. Nothing bad's gonna happen. The heroine and Syrian are walking down a road that leads to a magic tower, surrounded by forest. According to their escort, this area borders the Bannet lands, and Haven thrived back when the tower was in use. But when the tower's master started sponging off Marcus Bannet, they built a new tower on his lands, and things here went to pot. Vedis notices that a lot of shops are shut down, and it doesn't look like anyone's keeping things in order. Syrian says they're just putting on a show of being broke. No need for others to know they're doing well. While he's trying to convince the girl they're actually rich, Vedis hears a kid's voice behind her. Turning around, the heroine sees a little girl offering to sell her some pretty flowers. Syrian says the kids in this area sell wildflowers. He's about to give the girl some cash and send her home, but Vedis tells him to hold up. Checking out the flowers, she asks the kid where she picked them, and she says she found them on the mountain near the forest. Vedis tells the clueless guy to take a closer look, because these are flowers with magical power. Syrian's surprised, because he thought they were supposed to be white. Plus, magical flowers are supposed to grow in places where the ground is soaked in magical energy. Vedis says that's right, but if you're artificially generating magical power, it changes the color to red. If you cut off the energy flow, that land will start sucking the life out of everything around it, draining them dry. Because the planted land is packed with mana, it doesn't look drained right now. But if they've been running magical experiments for years, the results would be a real spectacle. Something like that wouldn't go unnoticed. So Vedis wants to know who's growing these flowers artificially in the mountains. She tells a stunned Syrian that it's not just about that. This red magic is going to drain the land, and then the power imbalance will hit the breaking point, which in turn will create a rift, and monsters will pour through. Hearing this, the little girl gets so freaked out she drops her basket. Her friend just went there to pick flowers. Vedis tells her to show her where those flowers are. Now, the girl agrees, and our heroine takes off after her, with Syrian barely keeping up. Vedis hopes it's not too late. She felt that magic energy back at the foot of the mountain, and monsters could already be here. After a while, they finally reached the place the girl pointed out. Seeing the field covered in flowers, Syrian's like, "Who the heck did this?" Vedis says it's real bad. Judging by all these flowers, the rift's already open. She's telling Syrian to head back to the estate and gather anyone who can help find the crack and wipe out the magic. We're gonna need a ton of people, 'cause we gotta pluck these flowers one by one and neutralize the magic in each spot separately. As for our girl here, she's gonna go look for this kid's friend. Syrian's worried about leaving her alone, but she says it's best if he gets help here ASAP. If the monsters find the city at the foot of the mountain, all hell's gonna break loose, so Vedis wants the girl taken somewhere safe. Syrian needs to bring back armed folks while she stays here and buys them some time. Suddenly, the girl hears her friend scream, and our hero tells her and Pablo to get out of here, quick! Scooping the little one up, Syrian tells Vedis to be careful and bolts toward the city. Monsters, look like wild boars, are tearing through the forest. They've picked up the scent of prey. The girl's hauling ass, trying to get away from those things, screaming for anyone to help her. Out of nowhere, one of the beasts catches up and slams into her, full speed. She goes flying off the cliff, hitting the ground hard. It's agony, and she's sobbing, scared she's about to die. She's got no clue where these monsters came from, crying and begging for help, over and over, when suddenly someone's walking towards her. Vedis smiles, reaches out her hand to the girl, and tells her that she's here to get her. Seeing the kids hurt, she asks if she can walk. Vedis tells her to chill for a sec, try to get it together, 'cause they gotta hold out here for a while. Khalid raced to the mountain the second he heard what happened, and immediately ordered everyone to spread out and start searching. He tells the soldiers to set up a defensive line, keep those monsters from getting off the mountain, wipe them out, and find the breach. Marquis Haven himself is setting out to find Vedis. With all that magical power, Khalid can't get a lock on her presence. He's kicking himself for sending her off without guards, even though he was the one who said it was dangerous here. Haven thought Vedis would be safer away from him, never expecting something like this could happen so close to town. He's wondering how she knows so much, since she knew about the magic stone mine, the artifact, and now this red magic power. But none of that matters now. Haven needs to find Vedis, and he's searching, obliterating monsters along the way. In his mind, he's praying she's still alive. Suddenly, he spots Vedis's blood-stained cloak snagged on a branch of one of the trees. Khalid picks up the piece of fabric with trembling hands and kneeling under the tree, cries, constantly repeating the girl's name. Suddenly, from behind, the heroine's head dangles from the crown of a neighboring tree, asking with a laugh if he was calling her. Vedi's holed up in a tree with the kid until backup arrived. She jumps down from the branch, surprised they got here so fast. But before she can even land, Khalid rushes in to hug her. He squeezes her tight, thanking God he didn't lose her. Vedis is surprised to feel the Marquise's whole body shaking. He says he was wrong to push her away and almost ruined their last memories. When Khalid finally lets go of Vedis, she asks him to hold her a little longer. And so they stand there for a while, wrapped in each other's arms under the tree. The soldiers finally manage to find the rift, and now the Marquise is using his mana to close it. Once that's done, he hears Vedis telling them to carefully pull out the flowers so they don't damage the roots. Catching up to the girl, he tells her the issue with the rift is resolved. The Marquis suggests digging up all the flowers with the soil, 'cause otherwise they'll be plucking them forever. But the girl's got a reason, see? 'Cause in the future, these flowers are going to be outlawed due to some nasty side effects. But people will still grow and sell them on the black market, since their energy gives mages a crazy power boost. So these flowers are priceless to mages, which is why they gotta be collected and given to Roseanne. After thinking for a second, the Marquis starts untying his cloak. Khalid drapes it over the shoulders of the surprised heroine. He says the sun's already down, so it's getting chilly, and he doesn't want Vedis to freeze. The Marquis suggests having the soldiers gather the flowers while they head back to the estate. The girl agrees and blushes, 'cause she thought he was gonna try and hug her again. 4 days later, the Marquise and Vedis head out to the courtyard to greet the guests arriving at the estate. The gates swing open, and she spots Leos and Enoch leading the way. The heroine rushes over to her brothers, who are eager to make sure Vedis is okay and hasn't been hurt. She assures them that everything's fine, figuring they already know the whole story. Leos couldn't help but worry about his sister, protecting a kid and fighting a monster all alone up in the mountains. According to Enoch, Vedis needs to really take care of herself, since that magic can really mess you up. The Marquis welcomes the esteemed gentleman from the Royal Knights Guard. He introduces himself to the Eldorado brothers as the owner of this estate, Heaven Khalid. Leos shakes his hand and introduces himself as the leader of the Monster Subjugation Squad. Then, he introduces his second-in-command, Enoch Royfield. Up close, the Marquis seems totally different to Enoch, and way less gloomy. Haven suggests they head to the parlor, all prepped and ready, to tell everyone about the rift that popped up a few days ago. Vedis and her brothers head on ahead, with Khalid and Enoch trailing behind. Suddenly, the knight asks Haven for a quick word, turning down his offer to chat in the parlor. Enoch's got some thoughts on the whole situation, and Khalid's all ears. Royfield says they got lucky this time, 'cause Vedis can handle herself in a fight. But it was still a close call. He figures the Marquis is having trouble running things if he couldn't spot a threat like that. Vedis, who just got here, was the first to stumble on that dead zone, and Haven himself pointed her that way. Enoch remarks with a touch of sarcasm how that's one heck of a coincidence. The Marquis, arms crossed, snarls, asking what exactly he's implying. The knight remembers how Khalid was unhappy about the girl being on his lands, flying off the handle at the accusation that he deliberately sent Vedis into danger. The Marquis grabs Enoch by the cloak. But the knight doesn't care if it was on purpose or not, because either way, it was Heaven's mistake. Sitting in the living room, the heroine overhears him saying he won't leave her where she's in danger again. Pushing Heaven's hand away, Enoch declares that they're taking Vedis and heading back. The Marquis clenches his teeth in anger when he says he's said all he wanted to say. Turning around, he heads to the living room, where everyone's already waiting for them. Khalid himself told Vedis to go back to the capital, but now he doesn't understand why it hurts so much that Enoch wants to take her, and what he even wants. When the knight walks into the living room, Vedis asks why they were gone so long, and he just apologizes with a smile. "Khalid, come on in and have a seat with us," she said, seeing him walk in behind her. Enoch didn't like that she was calling the Marquis by his first name, especially since Haven was doing the same thing with her. But he shook off the thought. After all, Lord Leos was an Eldorado too, and calling them by their last name could get confusing. Khalid explained how they closed the rift, and the little girl who was hurt was now completely healed with no signs of magical energy damage. The Marquis showed everyone the cause of the rift, a red magical energy. Leos was surprised that this type could actually create a rift, even with all that energy packed into it. But this isn't just any type. It's an artificially grown magical force, and the magic's balance where the rift happened is seriously messed up. They've already investigated the mountains, and these flowers are the only weird thing they found. In Enoch's opinion, this is a damn good reason to dig deep and confirm the rift formation theory. He asked if they had any idea who was growing these flowers at the foot of the mountain. Just then, there's a knock at the living room door, someone apologizing for interrupting. The people gathered in the room are told about a suspicious character up on the mountain near the rift. Vedis smiles, pleased with the news, because the perp always returns to the scene of the crime. 2 detainees are brought into the room and forced to their knees. Turns out they're both mages, and according to our source, they've been hanging around the magic tower a lot. When asked how they ended up in a restricted area, one of them says they wandered in by mistake, looking for research materials. Vedis picks up one of the magic flowers from the table and walks over to the detainees. The second mage looks at the girl, terrified, and tells his buddy to check her out. Approaching Enoch, Vedis smiles and suggests they test out what this flower can do. Noticing how freaked out the mages are, the Marquis asks, "What are you guys staring at?" These guys are trying to play it cool, but their reactions are giving them away. Haven's pushing them to admit they were the ones growing those flowers with the red magic power. Since the Marquis promised to let the first one who confesses live, one of them immediately spills the beans, saying they did it. The other guy decides to fess up too, and says it's part of the magic tower's top-secret experiments. With a snap of Haven's fingers, the magic searing circles above the mages start closing in, and they're freaking out. According to them, these flowers create the perfect environment for replenishing magical energy, speeding up their research. The Tower Master, Marquis Bennett, ordered them to work on the flowers and promised they'd succeed in this experiment, no matter what. The prisoners are begging Haven not to kill them, saying they've told him everything they know. The Marquis orders them to take away the one sitting on the right of his buddy. As he's dragged away, Haven drops the magic circle, and everyone swarms the remaining guy to keep the interrogation going. Leos is grilling the mage. Why plant the flowers on Haven land if the magic tower's running the experiments? Turns out, only a few seeds sprouted in the lab at first, but the research took off, and they figured they could cash in. Marquis Bennett supplied these red flowers to the mages, so they decided it wasn't a good idea to plant them on his property. Vedis is thinking hard. This same guy's mixed up in both the teleportation artifact, So, and these flowers. The teleportation artifact the royal family was studying ended up in Marquis Bennett's hands in my past life. But this time, he's also clued in on the red flower's properties, which definitely wasn't part of the story back then. So the future's changed. We can't forget that Bennett knows about these flowers. The heroine's got this bad feeling she can't shake, but she's hoping she's wrong. Khalid walks up to her, asking if something's bothering her. Vedis doesn't believe Bennett figured out how to use the red flowers on his own, and Haven agrees. They're saying there's a real good chance the Marquis and the guy who gave him that artifact are connected somehow. Looking at the Marquis and Vedis, Enoch's wondering if they've always been this chummy. Deciding the guy's not gonna cough up anything else, Haven orders them to take him away and dump him where they found his buddy. Everyone heads back to their spots as the mage screams, begging them not to off him. Leos thinks they need to shut down the research at the magic tower, but nobody's gonna listen to him, probably. Khalid's saying Marcus Bennett can't use magic, so he's probably got a massive inferiority complex. As heir to the magic world, he's just out to get what he wants, and won't give a damn about the side effects of these experiments as long as he gets a breakthrough. Enoch suggests they head back to the capital and try to prove their theory, but Vedis reminds him that everything that's happened here needs to stay under wraps. If the wrong people find out these flowers can be used to study magical power, rumors will fly and things could spiral out of control. Leos agreed to launch a secret investigation and bring in trusted scientists and researchers from the enforcement squad. Vedis thinks Rosanna, since she's in the loop, could send some really sharp investigators our way. With that settled, Enoch wants to move on and discuss the Vedis situation. The knight suggests she head back to the capital with him. Enoch says he can't just leave her here. Anything could happen. The day the rift appeared, they were talking on comms right before Vidis went outside the estate. She was super eager to check out the area, but when Enoch got word she was in danger, it felt like the world was crashing down on him. She's surprised she made the knight worry that much. Looking at her, Enoch realizes she has no freaking clue how much she means to him. He's saying if we get his guys involved in the recon, things will move fast, and this whole thing will be over quick. Enoch's asking Leos if he agrees, and Leos says he's on board. It'd be best if they all went back together. Vedis glances at the brooding Marquise, who's turned away, and figures he's just as eager to ship her off to the capital. She figures he's probably happy that things are working out this way. Meanwhile, Khalid's thinking he has no right to keep Vedis here, especially when even her own family's pushing for her return. Royfield was right, he figures. He put her in danger and couldn't protect her. If Vedis wasn't here, her life wouldn't be at risk, so she needs to leave, and there's nothing he can do about it. Out of nowhere, she announces she doesn't want to leave and she's staying. Khalid looks at her, surprised, his heart skipping a beat. Vedis explains she's still recovering from the monster fight, and she feels bad for the princess who sent her here. Enoch tries to argue with the girl, but Marquis Haven cuts him off. He gets up from his chair, saying that, as he understood it, the lady said she doesn't want to leave. Suddenly, everyone present is shocked to notice that the scar on his face is gone. Responding to their confusion, Khalid explains that his appearance was altered using magic. The heroine doesn't understand what he's even thinking and why he dropped the disguise. Leos wants to know why the Marquis suddenly decided to show them his real face. The truth is, Haven did it because Vedis is always the first to come to the rescue. She never abandons anyone in trouble, and he decided he'd do the same. But out loud, he says he did it because Lady Eldorado wants to stay. Turning to Enoch, Khalid says he wanted to take Vedis away from here because he doesn't trust him. This knight saying the Marquis hiding his face all this time makes him look even shadier. Vedis is telling Enoch to chill out with Khalid and tells Khalid to explain himself already. The knight's asking the girl if she's known about this for a while. She admits she found out even before the royal ball. Enoch's totally thrown by this, and he's remembering Vedis dancing with Haven at the ball. The Marquis suggests they all sit down and talk this through calmly. While walking around the yard, Vedis asks Enoch if he's really okay. He's thought it all through and made the call to stay here with her at the estate. Just before this, they all heard Khalid's story, and Leos thought it was unbelievable. But on the other hand, it involved a hit on the royal family. Vedis started trying to convince her brother that they're telling the truth. He wasn't saying he didn't believe them, just that he couldn't see how he could help. My brother was confused. Did Vedis know all along and say nothing? She admitted it, saying only the Marquise and the princess, whose influence is limited, are on her side. If they tried to make accusations publicly, without proof, they'd get slammed by everyone, so they decided to keep others out of it. Haven apologized to Vedis for not giving her a heads up about revealing his appearance. She told him he had nothing to apologize for. The heroine, blushing, confessed that she was actually happy he decided to show himself, because if he hadn't, she probably never would have gotten the courage to confess herself. To stop the uprising, they're definitely going to need the royal knight's help. And sooner or later, Vedis would have to tell her family everything. She'll never forget their figures in the flames of the rebellion, and her jaw clenches up every time she remembers it. But Enoch didn't get how their plan to infiltrate Bannet explained why she needed to stay at Haven's estate. He suggested we head back to the capital for now, and then, if necessary, return with the Delo Guild merchants. Even though she seemed flustered, Khalid answered for her, saying that Vedis needed to stay, so it would be easier for them to coordinate the infiltration. Enoch frowned, and even though the conversation was a bit tricky, he understood everything and thanked them for their honesty. And even though he can't openly cooperate, for him, a royal knight, it would be a real dereliction of duty to just stand by. So, Enoch asked Leos to let him stay at the Haven estate with Vedis. The captain paused to consider, because if the vice-captain was out of the picture, it would affect the monster-slaying team's performance. However, there was no one else he trusted with this mission, so Leos didn't object. Vedis was, of course, happy that more and more people were joining the effort to save Khalid's life. But she was worried about what he himself would say about it. Nevertheless, the Marquise wasn't against the proposal. Smiling sarcastically, He emphasized that Enoch was practically obligated to be useful to them, considering how confident he was. So, the knight asks if he can get some private quarters, preferably next to Lady Vetus. Khalid, giving him the stink eye, says that's a no-go, since there ain't no guest rooms next to her. The heroine's surprised to hear that, 'cause she thought she was crashing in a guest room herself. Saying it doesn't matter, Marquis Haven turns away. Thinking back on it, Vetus wonders whose room she actually took over. Enoch figures the girl and the Marquise don't get along, 'cause she mentioned their fight when they talked on comms. The knight brings up how Khalid didn't want her visiting the estate and gave her a real cold welcome. Vetus admits that's true, but she and the Marquise aren't enemies, and he's actually a decent guy once you get to know him. Still, Haven gives Enoch the creeps, 'cause he's a mage, which means he's probably got some skeletons in his closet. Noticing the knight's getting all worked up again, the heroine asks what's bugging him. Enoch, all flustered and red-faced, admits he's worried about Vetus. She's surprised he's so concerned, since she's all grown up, though she gets that he still sees her as a little sister. The way she sees it, Enoch doesn't need to protect her from everything. Suddenly, the knight stops and confesses that she's not just like a little sister to him. He asks if she remembers what she told him when they were kids, because that's when she became special to him. Once, when Valen Eldorado was 15, holding a big stuffed bunny, he told his friend he was getting tired of all this. Enoch confessed that he himself never had any fun, and he didn't understand why Valen wanted all those kids' prizes. Valen said he was winning them all for his little brother and sister. The guy teased his friend that he didn't have any siblings, so he wouldn't understand why he was doing it. Besides, for Valen, anything was more fun than training, and he was sure Enoch only came along to skip practice. His buddy just snorted, all pissed off, and turned away. Valen asked him why Enoch never came to hang out at their estate. I mean, Leos is always bugging him to train, and having a friend to spar with would really help him out. Enoch thought about it for a sec and agreed, 'cause honestly, it was easier for him to train at the Eldorado estate. So they get to the training field and see someone's already there. Enoch was super surprised to see Valen's little sister on the field. He didn't even know she was learning to sword fight, 'cause his friend totally forgot to mention that little secret. Actually, Vetus asked him to keep it on the down low, so people wouldn't be all up in her business. Valen called out to his sister, and that's when she noticed they'd showed up. When she asked why he was there, he told her this is my training spot, remember? Thing is, Val hardly ever showed up, so Vetus kind of forgot all about him. Her brother told her he'd invited a buddy over for a practice duel. Enoch gave Vetus a sheepish, "Hey!" Kids always made him feel awkward. Glancing at the target, the guy noticed it was all chopped up and wondered how long she'd been wailing on it. Vetus was stoked about the upcoming match between her brother and Enoch. She really wanted to watch and begged to stay, promising to be quiet as a mouse. Val was gonna say no, but she gave him that look, so he caved, especially since Enoch didn't mind. Vetus got so excited she started bouncing around. She was so pumped. She was stoked to finally see a real Royfield fight with her own two eyes. Hearing that, Enoch remembered when her grandpa visited the school and grilled the teacher about his grandkids' progress. The teacher said Enoch was the most gifted of all the kids, but his temperament wasn't quite right for the Royfield style, so he struggled. Grandpa got pissed when the teacher suggested maybe Enoch should train somewhere else. He was outraged the teacher even thought of suggesting anything other than the Royfield school, and ordered Enoch to get a new instructor. Grandpa told his grandson he wouldn't hear any arguments, because the Royfield sword style was their strength and their pride. Seeing his friend was tense, Valen put a hand on his shoulder and told him to chill out. But all he got back was a warning to grip his sword tighter and remember all his tricks. Enoch was determined to prove he was strong, just in his own way, and he took Valen down right from the start. He yelled at his friend that he'd warned him to hold his sword right. Flat on his back, Valen said he was tired and wasn't competing anymore. Even though the fight helped Enoch blow off some steam, it wasn't enough, so he kept pushing his friend to get up. With Val still sprawled out on the ground, he walked over to Vetus to ask how she liked the fight. The girl didn't answer at first, and Enoch figured she was too young to understand anything. But when he asked her to be honest about what she thought, Vetus asked why he was swinging the sword like that. She said Enoch's movements weren't flowing with the weapon, and it definitely wasn't just inexperience. The girl guessed he might have just been taught wrong. Just then, Val came up to him and suggested calling it a day, since he didn't want to eat dirt anymore. As they were leaving the training area, Enoch asked his friend how long his little sister had been holding a sword. Turns out, Vedas had been training since she was 8, and had already been solidifying her fundamentals for 4 years. Because according to their father, Count Eldorado, the basic skills need to be locked in for the first 5 years. Enoch was blown away by how that girl could pinpoint his problem with just one look. The guy was baffled. Was his swordsmanship really so bush league that even a newbie could trash it? A couple years went by, and Enoch was, still, getting yelled at in training to hold his sword right, 'cause it was all over the place. The master told him to stop attacking, just block and get a better grip on the damn thing. He was tired of telling the kid to stop waving the sword around like a maniac, and suggested Enoch chill out and talk. The teacher explained that if he made screwing around with his weapon a habit, it would be a real pain to fix later. Plus, Enoch's been having mana issues lately, which is a seriously bad sign. The coach told him to get his act together, and it pissed him off so much he was burning up inside. He suddenly chucked his sword on the ground and said he was done. Before the teacher could even figure out what was going on, Enoch collapsed, out cold. According to the doctor, it was due to a mana backflow. The energies circulating all messed up inside him. That's why his blood vessels were so messed up. Enoch's banned from using mana until he's fully healed. Grandpa asked the doc how long the treatment would take, but he said potions wouldn't do the trick. We just gotta wait for it to heal naturally, which usually takes about 2 weeks. The doc was blown away that the young master could handle the insane pain he was in when he used mana. When Enoch's dad asked what could have messed up the flow, the doc couldn't give a straight answer. But he figured the problem might be from the young master's fencing practice. His dad went over to Enoch, all worried, asking what happened and why he didn't say anything sooner. The kid confessed he couldn't do anything about it, 'cause Grandpa wouldn't even listen. The old man got pissed when he found out his own father knew about it. But the head of the Royfield family reminded his son that Enoch was born with a way too powerful mana flow. There were whispers that people with this special ability were blessed. Knowing this, Royfield couldn't figure out how someone like his son, who could use mana, could produce such a rarity. Their family's swordsmanship is based on a solid reserve of mana, like a giant tree growing from strong roots. Enoch's mana is like a hurricane, and with that kind of power inside him, it was natural his blood vessels got damaged. The guy was stunned that his father, knowing all this, still insisted his grandson learn their family's swordsmanship. But Royfield insisted that Enoch, on the contrary, absolutely had to do it. By cultivating that hurricane inside him, thanks to their family's swordsmanship, Enoch would gain devastating power. According to him, that's the secret condition to mastering the style. Now, the Royfields are the last of the third-generation feudal families of Moselberg, but it wasn't always like that. They used to be at the top. It's not because their swordsmanship style is lacking anything, and after a lot of research, the reason was found. The Royfield ancestor who invented this style had the same trait as Enoch. This style revealed the true potential of someone born with this ability. Grandpa thought it was a sign of destiny, and that it was time for our family to reclaim what was rightfully ours. Since something similar had happened in the family before, he was sure Enoch would master it. The head of the family asked the doctor if medication and meditation could boost blood flow, but he couldn't promise any improvements. Enoch's father jumped to his son's defense, worried the boy's body couldn't handle it, because to him, his son was way more important than some fighting style or family honor. He suggested Enoch not bother with it, saying it's not the only style out there. But those words enraged Grandpa, accusing his son of trying to ruin the boy's future. He forbade someone who knows absolutely nothing about swordsmanship from making decisions on the matter. Enoch, finally cracking under their yelling, blurted out he was done with this whole thing. Grandpa, who was in the middle of going off on his son, froze, totally stunned. Royfield Sr., completely stressed out, passed out cold, and when he came to, he ordered them to bring his grandson home. But his dad decided to leave Enoch with Count Eldorado for the time being, which is where he'd sent him after their fight. After wrapping up the conversation, the kid headed over to the Countess to give her his dad's message. Enoch thanked the woman for taking him in. The Countess told him to make himself at home and stay as long as he liked. Enoch was really touched by the kindness of the El Dorado couple. Still, as he walked around the courtyard, he couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't belong. Spotting his buddy wandering around alone, Valen ran up to him. He was trying everything to cheer Enoch up, but nothing he said even got a rise out of him. Valen even tried burying his friend in a mountain of pets, 'cause he heard playing with animals chills people out. But Enoch just found his persistence super annoying. He knew his buddy wasn't a bad guy. He just had zero clue how to actually show he cared. After ditching Valen, Enoch went for another walk, and that's when Veda spotted him. She said hey and asked if he was there to train. And that's when Enoch realized he'd wandered all the way to the training grounds without even noticing. Scratching the back of his head, he told Vedas he was just lost. Then it hit him. The training grounds were the perfect place to hide from clingy Valen. Figuring he could kill some time there, he asked Vedas if it was cool for him to hang out for a bit. The kid thought he was going to train with her. That's when Enoch told her he was done with fencing for good. Vedas was totally blindsided by that and wanted to know why. So, the guy explained he was tired of fighting what he really wanted. The girl got all thoughtful, and he told her to forget about it, admitting he was just feeling a little down. Vedas grabbed Enoch's sleeve and offered to show him her way of shaking off the blues. Before they knew it, they were running the last lap around the training field. Then Vedas, who thought the best way to beat boredom was to get stronger, made Enoch do push-ups. After the workout, the girl asked if he was feeling any clearer. 'Cause when your head's all jammed up with thoughts, you gotta move, and that'll clear your head. When you're swinging a sword alone in a quiet place, everything else just fades away, and you get this feeling like you can do anything. Right then, Enoch realized that feeling was super familiar. Those moments when it's dead silent, except for the sound of your blade slicing through the air. The kid admitted he digs that feeling of being cut off from the rest of the world. Vedas was stoked that he could put into words what she'd always felt herself. Looking at her, Enoch remembered a time when he genuinely loved the sword too. But ever since he started seriously training with the Royfield sword, that spark died out. The mana that coolly envelops your body when you run wild and cut loose. The feeling of not even being able to feel your own teeth was a real gut punch. It was all unknown and terrifying to Enoch. All Grandpa cared about was how good he was with a ball. Enoch was scared to screw up, so they called him a lazy bum. But secretly, he was still trying, even though things kept going south. That's why Enoch stopped seeing the point of even swinging the thing. He admitted to Vedas that he used to enjoy it, but he'd lost something along the way. The girl listened to his story, totally surprised, and was dying to know what he'd lost. She promised to help him find it, and if she did, he had to promise to spar with her. Since he kept refusing, saying he quit fencing, Vedas suggested they do it on the down low and promised not to tell anyone. Enoch wondered why she was so into swords. Vedas replied, super hyped, that she thought swordsmanship was totally badass. Her dad always said a sword wasn't for killing, it's for defense. To protect yourself, your loved ones, and also to guard your mind and your spirit. She didn't really get the whole mind and spirit part, but the idea of protecting someone else fired her up. Showing off her calloused hands, she said she'd work her butt off, 'cause she wanted to protect everyone she cared about. 'Cause if she had to do it, she'd need to be seriously strong. Enoch was blown away by the way this girl thought. Vedas had said he looked pretty awesome too, when he was fighting. Enoch told her to just call him by his name. He'd never had any younger siblings, and it kinda bugged him. Enoch suddenly got flustered, thinking about what Vedas said about someone who can protect others being cool. He asked her what she'd do if she gave it everything she had, but still kept falling short. Enoch was trying to figure out what to do when you pour your heart and soul into something, but it just backfires. The girl asked him if he was saying that nothing he tried was working out. She thought that if that was the case, maybe he should check if he was the one screwing things up. I mean, it's not impossible, right? If you're doing everything you can and it's still not working, you might be making a mistake somewhere. Enoch remembered his grandpa talking about forging the Royfield sword and how his grandson would be able to wield it too. He couldn't figure out why things had changed so much, especially if the sword wasn't the missing piece. And then it finally clicked for Enoch, and after thanking Vedas, he got ready to head home. He realized the sword was originally made for a specific mana type, and regular people couldn't use it properly, which meant regular folks couldn't pass down the knowledge of how to wield the sword either. Nobody else could understand the pain Enoch felt all over his body when he used the Royfield sword. Grandpa stood grim-faced at the estate entrance and asked his grandson if he'd come to his senses and changed his mind. But Enoch declared he wouldn't take up the Royfield sword that Grandpa had passed down. Hearing that, Grandpa was furious, thinking his grandson was deliberately trying to get under his skin. But the guy understood that he'd only been forced to study the sword art because of his concern for the family line. Enoch felt like he couldn't live up to those expectations, but that was about to change. The guy refused to wear clothes that didn't fit because he wasn't holding the sword to meet anyone else's expectations. He decided to forge his own path and master his own sword art, one that would eventually become the Royfield sword. Now he's telling Vetus that he only became this way because of her. Like she said, he spent day and night thinking about how he wanted to protect others. The heroine thinks it's awesome that he changed because of her. But there's another thing Enoch needs to tell her about. Taking her hand, he admits that the person he wants to protect is actually Vetus. He promises he'll never let her be in danger. And even knowing he's just a friend to her, Enoch asks her to see him for who he really is. After hearing the night out, the heroine doesn't know what to do now. She's not the Vetus that Enoch actually likes, so she doesn't know how she should respond to him. After all, she's not the girl who should be answering this guy's confession. Vetus lowers her head, hesitating and not knowing what to say. Enoch suggests she doesn't answer right now, and promises he'll do everything he can. Smiling, he thanks her for listening and says goodbye for now. Not knowing what else to do, she heads towards the estate. The old her is gone, and she has no complaints about this new life in Vetus's body. All she knows is that she has to live as Vetus now. But she's not the person Enoch actually likes. She's a completely different woman. For Enoch's sake, she should probably just turn him down. She doesn't get why she ended up in Vetus' body, or what she would have done in that situation herself. She wasn't planning on sticking to the original story, but this happened before she even got here, so she needs to think this through. Staring at her reflection in the fountain, she wonders if she's the reason the Vetus that Enoch liked disappeared. Plus, she had a family, and they're all going to be crushed when they find out she's not the real deal. Crouching down, she cries, because she doesn't want this, and she doesn't know why she became Vetus in the first place. The only thing she can do for this girl, now that she's stuck in her body, is save her loved ones from the disasters to come. Deciding to focus only on that, she gets up and wipes the tears from her eyes. De Leo Sharba's carriage is being checked at the checkpoint near the Bannett estate. Finished with the inspection, he quickly gets back into the carriage. Suddenly, Vetus pops out from the bushes, flanked by two guys, and greets De Leo Sharba through the open carriage door. He helps Lady Eldorado climb inside, and she asks if he got along well with Her Highness. O'Sharby thanks Vetus for the help, saying the princess was a real sweetheart, and he got exclusive rights to sell new magic tool formulas. Next, two guys De Leo Sharba doesn't recognize climb into the carriage, dusting themselves off. O'Sharby says that as soon as he starts selling, even the princess's licensing fee will pay for itself many times over. Vetus thinks that's awesome news and is super happy to hear it. If Rosanna gets her own capital, she'll be able to play a more aggressive game. Finishing his explanation, Delois turns his attention to the guys sitting across from him. He remembered there was only one other person on the team besides them, and he didn't recognize these two. The guy on the right turned out to be Marquis Haven, who'd changed his appearance with some kind of magical disguise. Finally, Delois gets introduced to Enoch Royfield, a knight from the Royal Guard. Turning to Halid, he realizes this is the same amazing wizard he met last time. Haven refused to show Delois his real face, but he figures it's normal. All mages are a little quirky. O'Sharby opens a sack and offers everyone communicators, made by his brand and the princess. He advises everyone to blend in with the porters when leaving to get through security. You gotta hook the communicator behind your ear to stay in contact with each other. Vetus reminds Delos that he has something else to give her. O'Sharby smiles and opens another bag, where he'd set the item aside. The heroine thanks him and excitedly opens the box he hands her. Inside is the artifact she asked Rosanna to repair before leaving the castle. Enoch looks at the box, surprised, and asks Vetus what it is. She dodges the question and asks Delos to hold on to it until the operation is over. And he agrees. Khalid wanted to get a look at the hired mages' faces, but he can't spot them anywhere. Peeking out the window through a lowered curtain, O'Sharby points out two men and a woman in robes. Everyone in the carriage scrutinizes the mages, and suddenly Enoch recognizes them. According to him, these people stole an artifact from the Helvetian palace and handed it over to Marquis Bannet. Not only did they swipe that thing from the Imperial Palace, but they're shipping it out of the country. Deloise is going to make them regret this. Khalid's reminding him they need the actual culprits to make an arrest. O'Sharby remembers their deal. They share all info, and in return, they get the stolen artifact back. Vetty says they're definitely holding up their end of the bargain. Cracking their knuckles before the sop, they're planning to dig deep and figure out what Marquis Bannet's up to. A hooded figure approaches Bannet's estate gates and announces their arrival. The Marquis gives a warm welcome to his contact, who's surprisingly young this time around. The guy tells him to skip the small talk and wants to know how things are progressing. Bannet says everything's going smoothly, just like the guy wanted. The guest didn't expect any other answer from the Marquis, and now wants to hear the next order. Bennett tells Jeff to stop standing around like a dummy and get the thing they need from the room. The kid scrambles to do what he's told, leaving the Marquis alone with their guest. Vades, popping open a floor hatch, sneaks into the mansion and tells the others the infiltration was a success. The girl lights a lantern and, walking over to the cabinet, starts checking out what's inside. No matter where she looks, the heroine can't find any proof of the planned uprising. She asks Enoch, who's perched in a tree, what the situation is like outside. According to him, nothing out of the ordinary has been spotted in the courtyard, and nobody's in sight. Tasking him with continuing to keep watch, Vedas starts opening drawers one after another. The girl's worried about Khalid, hoping he's okay, since the Marquis took on the riskiest part of the mission. Suddenly, the heroine finds a whole stack of letters in one of the drawers. Judging by the envelopes, the sender is Commander Nolan. And even though there are a ton of letters, none of them are what we need. Looks like they discuss the important stuff face to face. Suddenly, Vedas notices a different handwriting on the last letter. And even though there's no sender's name or signature on the envelope, the handwriting seems really familiar to her. Suddenly, our girl hears footsteps approaching, and the sound of someone throwing open every door. Stashing the letter in her bag, she wonders who it could be. The servants were told to stay out of sight while the guy who delivered the artifact is here. Arming herself with a stick she grabbed and hoping she won't be seen, Vedas hides behind a dresser. When Jeff returns to the room with the box, the guest tells Bannet that's everything the guy who sent him wanted to pass along. According to the middleman, they don't give a damn what the Marquis does with the artifact he stole from the palace, as long as it doesn't screw up the plan. Bannet tells him to leave it to him and praises the method of growing the red magic flowers that the previous middleman told him about. Just being near those things boosts your magic power, and if you make them into a potion, you're talking serious strength. Bannet wants to know if there's any more intel on this. Rubbing his chin, the broker says there's news, but then clams up. Realizing he's rushing things, the Marquis calls over Viscount Jeff. Since the broker came all this way, Bannet's got a little something for him. Grinning, the guest happily accepts such a generous gift. Bannet laughs and tells him to take it, since they're on the same wavelength. The broker totally wasn't expecting this kind of generosity, so he decides to squeeze the Marquis a little more. He reminds him about that magic scroll you can use from a distance. Not sure why he's bringing that up now. Bannet glances at Jeff, but figures it's cool to talk about it in front of him. The Marquis said the explosion was insane, but bribing the Haven family's staff and attaching the scroll to the carriage was a real pain in the ass. This guy thinks if magic scrolls were too easy to use, mages wouldn't be able to make a decent living. He's wondering why the Marquis is complaining, since he got magic artifacts and a chance to actually do something useful. Bannet's fuming and shaking, but he's forcing himself to swallow the insults. This guy's the go-between for that man, after all. Forcing a smile, he asks what difference it makes. How? It went down. As long as the Haven couple ended up dead. Because that's how they managed to get Nolan on their side. His condition was destroying either the El Dorado or the Haven family. The middleman says even though the commander joined them, he's still stubborn. It'd be better if he was as obedient as Bannet. Finishing up, the guest's leaving and tells him not to bother seeing him out. The Marquis's cologne is seriously offensive. As soon as the door slams shut, Bannet's pissed at that arrogant jerk who didn't even give him the info he needed. Turning to Jeff, he tells him to order a maid to bring him a drink. With a strained smile plastered on his face, the assistant walks out of the room. Once he's through the door, Khalid drops the whole act, and now he knows for damn sure who's responsible for his parents' deaths. He gets in touch with Vedis and tells her the mage has left the building. Even though she's relieved Havina wasn't exposed, she's bummed she didn't get the intel she needed. She's about to mention Jeff standing next to her, but he smiles and signals her to stay quiet. Khalid cuts the connection for now, because they need to catch that mage. He asks Royfield to tail the guy, and Royfield promises he won't lose him. Vedis tells Khalid and Enoch to be careful out there. Jeff asks the girl if she was talking to Khalid, and she says yeah, but she doesn't get why he didn't let her tell the Marquise about him. So, since Jeff became a spy for Bannet, he hasn't seen anyone from Haven. Vedis is asking if he wants to send them a message. The guy says that before Khalid stole his face, he managed to catch a glimpse of it, and that's enough. Right now, he needs to focus on what's more important. Haven tried to talk Jeff out of coming here, but he didn't listen. Now he doesn't want to interfere, and he's glad he succeeded. Now he's advising Lady Eldorado to get out of here as fast as possible, and he shows her the way through the fence. As she leaves, Vedis apologizes for almost attacking Jeff, saying she panicked, thinking she'd been discovered. She thanks the guy, who tells her to be careful out there. Just then, Khalid, remembering something important, gets back in touch. Vedis relays Bannet's order to Jeff. Have the maid bring him a drink. Since the Marquise has a terrible temper, the order needs to be carried out ASAP. Jeff smiles, even though he thinks it's weird that Haven decided to mention this now. He thanks Lady Eldorado and asks her to take care of Mr. Halide. Vedis says goodbye and promises to meet up in the Havenlands later. The mage staggers down the dark street, thinking the booze in this little village ain't half bad. Just as he's thinking about another drink, now that he's got some cash, Vedis and Enoch jump him from behind. The guy doesn't even have time to defend himself, and Royfield slices him in the shoulder. The mage is shocked by the attacker's insane power. They smashed his shield in just 2 hits. Sensing danger, he decides to create some distance and makes a run for it. But then he realizes there's also a mage with these guys, who wraps his legs in some seriously strong magic chains. Haven appears in front of the mage and asks him where he thinks he's going. Even though it'll cause a huge mess, the enemy decides to use explosive magic. But he can't pull it off, because while Vedis distracts him, Khalid completely wraps the mage in chains. After taking the prisoner back to the estate, Haven throws him back on the floor and pins him with his foot. He orders the mage to spill the beans about what Bannet and Nolam are plotting. Haven says it's in his best interest to cooperate, since no one's coming to rescue him anyway. The guy insists they've got the wrong man, and he's just a hired mage from the guild. But according to Khalid, a regular mage wouldn't personally meet with Bannet for secret talks. Secretly surprised by how much these guys know, the mage shouts that he was just following orders from the guild leader. He claims that Deloys, who hired him, can verify his identity. O'Sharby, who suddenly appears, is shocked at how easily he's throwing his own people under the bus. He points out that usually the family doesn't get involved in guild matters during conflicts between successors, but he won't stand by while they're using members of the Shaloid Duchy. The mage is thrown because he was told Deloys was the perfect cover for them. Enoch's confused why Deloys is talking about the Shaloid dukedom, since he's a Sharby, and Vedis explains it to him. The Osharbi family runs a huge guild that's connected to the Shaloid dukedom. To fairly pick the guild leader based on real talent, all the candidates use the same last name and signature. Still pinning the mage down, Haven remembers how he kept bringing up some guy in their chats. They already know most of his accomplices, and they're all gonna pay the price, so the mage just needs to name the mastermind. But the mage yells that Shaloid is making a huge mistake, and his dukedom will face a terrible fate because of it. But for Deloys, there's nothing worse than suspecting a direct relative of the dukedom of being a spy. The mage keeps sticking to his story, begging them to believe him, not people from another kingdom. Deloys offers to talk privately if he's worried about eavesdroppers, and then he'll decide if the dukedom suffers. This mage is freaking out, keeps saying he can't tell us what's going on, no matter what. O'Sharp's bummed the mage blew his chance, and now he needs to figure out who he's dealing with. Deloys tells Vedis he's done, and now they can question this guy however they want. He's not asking any more questions himself, because you gotta at least understand what's happening. When Enoch asks if he should call him Lord Shaloid now, Delois says he doesn't dig that title. The guild leader's pleased to hear Vedis is worried about whether he might actually get hurt. Still, he's sure he won't get off scot-free, and there are probably people who could mess with his family. Vedis is pissed at Bannet for, as a marquise, colluding with another country for his own gain. She's trying to figure out what the person behind all this is trying to achieve. Khalid chains up the mage again, even gagging him this time. It hits Vedis that Bannet, with his connections to another country, could have leaked intel about the rebellion. Think about it. The Helvetian Empire attacked Moselberg at just the right time after the uprising started. Even with a super-fast magic train, it's tough to get there that quick if you only decide to start a war after. The royal family gets attacked. The royal castle was taken by the rebels pretty damn fast. Vedis wonders how that's even possible if Marquis Benet and Commander Nolam are on the same side. Maybe the commander betrayed the Marquis and started the rebellion himself. Or Bannet planned a counterattack behind Nolam's back, working with another country. If that's how it went down, then whoever's pulling the strings here is too much for even the Duchy of Shaloid to handle. That family managed to get an audience with the king immediately after the rebellion broke out. Guess we can rule out the Crown Prince's faction, since Aventian was the last to hear about the war and was against it anyway. Enoch, suddenly remembering the letter, suggests Vedis show it to Delois. He reminds her about that weird letter she found in Nolam's stack of mail. If the sender's someone important, maybe Master Asharbi will recognize the handwriting. Taking the offered paper, Delois peers intensely at the text. The guild leader's expression suddenly shifts, and Vedis realizes he seems to know the handwriting. Delois smirks and turns towards the mage tied up on the floor. Now he finally gets what the guy meant about the terrible fate awaiting the Duchy of Shaloid. Out of the blue, Delois announces that it's the Emperor's handwriting. Everyone freezes in shock, because we're talking about the Emperor of the Helvetian Empire. Vedis snatches the letter from Delois's hands to see what it says. The heroine remembers Rosanna, overjoyed, showing her the Emperor's letter. Back then, the princess was thrilled that His Majesty was going to open the historical hall for her wedding with Aventin. Vedis already knew it would happen, but either way, it was the Emperor's own handwriting. However, there was nothing special about the letter she now held in her hands. The only question is, why would the Emperor send Marquis Benet a letter of support? He even grabs the mage by his cloak, demanding to know if it's true the Emperor is behind all this. Are they really using magical devices to sway Nolam to Benet's side? The mage laughs, saying he warned them they were making a huge mistake. Suddenly, a spark flashes on his forehead, and the mage starts choking. Vedis and Enoch rush over to them, wanting to know what's going on. After letting go of the mage and turning to them, Khalid announces that he's dead. Enoch doesn't get it. How did that happen? They blocked his magic and made sure he wasn't poisoned. Heaven figures, 'cause he felt a quick surge of mana for a sec. It's gotta be because the mage was bound. If they weren't pressed so close together, the magic wouldn't have worked. Clearly, the Emperor's behind all this. Golden artifact magic? That's his signature move. This uprising flared up at the worst possible time for the Empire. Could be a trick to grab Moselberg, unless he wanted something else. Maybe this was aggression disguised as a rebellion. Enoch asks Delois what his next move is going to be. Sharby'd love to say he's clueless, but now the spy accusation's looking pretty legit. Vedis apologizes to the guild leader for how things turned out. Since Delois stirred this whole mess up, he figures he might as well use it to his advantage. Khalid threatens him, if he even thinks, about ratting to the Emperor, and Vedis steps right between them. Delois laughs, saying he couldn't do that even if he wanted to, 'cause he's gotta make a whole lot of dough in Moselberg first. Enoch walks up, pulls Osharbi's hand off Vedis' shoulder, and tells him to step aside for a sec. The heroine asks Delois how he plans to use this intel. The guild leader promises that once they hear him out, they'll understand this messed-up conspiracy and be grateful it was him who found out, not someone else. Settling down at the table, Delois asks everyone what they know about the Crown Prince. Vedis plays dumb, pretending he's clueless, while Khalid says the prince is anti-war and pretty sharp for his age. Delois agrees, pointing out that the prince is the one who stopped the constant Helvetian raids. Enoch asks how that's possible, since the raids ended 4 years ago, and the prince is only 20. Osharbi says the Emperor's been pushing for these attacks, So he basically handed the keys to the kingdom to the prince a long time ago. He's been running the country with the ministers since he was like 13. All this crap made the crown prince absolutely despise war. That's why he's been doing everything he can to stop the emperor's aggression, fighting him tooth and nail for over 4 years. He's been pushing for peace the whole time, and if he finds out about this attack being planned behind his back, all hell's gonna break loose. So Deloy is gonna spill the beans to the prince, then hide behind him and watch the fireworks. Listening to the guild leader brag about being tight with the prince, Vedas smirks, thinking about how they'll be rivals down the road. Deloy promises to try and stay off the emperor's radar before he meets with the prince. According to Enoch, if that's the way it is, then he doesn't need anything else. After telling them everything, Deloy asks what they're planning to do themselves. Vedas, lost in thought, says they need to head back to the kingdom now. And once they're back, they gotta discuss everything they learned with the princess. Deloy knows they need to hurry, but rushing will look suspicious, so he suggests they stay here another day. Vedas is thinking about how to tell Roseanne that the emperor destroyed Moselberg, because that could seriously jeopardize their relationship with Aventon. Enoch asks Vedas if she's tired and suggests she get some rest in her room. The girl agrees, and watching her, Khalid thinks about what a blow this information must have been for her. It's gotta be tough for her to process that the emperor is mixed up in all this. The Nolam assassin squad wasn't just targeting the Heaven family, but also El Dorado, and the Marquise wonders if he should tell her that. He doesn't know how to break it to Vedas that she could have lost her whole family. Sensing Heaven's gaze on her, she asks if he has something he wants to say. But the Marquis doesn't want to bother her and tells her to go get some rest. Suddenly, Deloy stops her, because he's got something he wants to say. He rushes up to Vedas and asks if she's free to go out with him tomorrow. Khalid and Enoch just stare at him, jaws dropped and eyes bugging out in shock. Vedas blushes and asks what makes him think they should go on a date. She's annoyed that Deloy is asking if she's free, especially with everything going on. Osharbi wants to know what she's planning on doing all day then. After thinking for a moment, she says she needs to sort through everything that's happened. Osharbi says she needs to talk to the princess first, and she shouldn't try to handle this alone. If you let an impossible situation get out of hand, you'll get hit hard, and then your head will just explode from it all. Even if there's no time, you still gotta chill, so Deloy is suggesting they go blow off some steam together. Khalid and Enoch are like, in unison, why should Lady Eldorado need to unwind with him specifically? He's like, who else is she gonna do it with? We're gonna be in deep trouble if someone spots us in Bannett's territory. Khalid says they could just magically change their appearances. Enoch thinks Vedas should hide her identity too, but it's not worth putting her in danger just for a walk. Deloy is sure that he and Heaven are just pretending to be smart, but they're actually just jealous of him. The heroine already has no idea what to do with Khalid and Enoch, and now Osharbi's shown up too. He's got Rosanna, so why is he trying to play the field here? Walking up to her, Deloy suddenly says that's not what he meant at all. He gets real close to the girl and whispers something in her ear. For a moment, she just stands there, head down, in the dead silence of the room. Then, snapping out of it, she orders Khalid and Enoch to absolutely not follow her tomorrow, no matter what. The next day, Delaos, all dressed up, comes to pick up Vedas. She's dressed to kill, just how Osharbi likes it, and ready to go. But, despite her warning, Khalid and Enoch are tailing them anyway. Vedas asks Delaos if he really thinks they'll listen and not follow her. But the guild leader just laughs at her naive idea. Of course they're gonna be on their tail. The girl looks around, worried she won't recognize Khalid and Enoch if they decide to disguise themselves. Delaos is baffled. How could she think guys who are into her wouldn't follow her when she's going on a date with another dude? I mean, according to him, only an idiot wouldn't have seen that coming. The heroine can't wrap her head around how he could know that and still ask her out. Truth is, they're here to wrap the artifact as a gift, which Deloy whispered to Vedas yesterday. He asked if the thing she entrusted to him was a gift and offered to wrap it up nice. Deloy thinks there's nothing better than two people doing something secret, but she doesn't consider it secret if they're being followed. Entering the shop, Vedas still thanks Osharbi for the idea, one she wouldn't have thought of herself. The heroine decided to give Khalid the item originally meant for Roseanne, since he needs it more. Vedas is thinking about how this is the first time she's ever going to give the Marquis a gift. While she's pondering what ribbon to use for the box, Khalid and Enoch are watching them from outside the shop window. The knight's pissed, figuring Delois is trying to win Vetus over with presents. He's racking his brain, trying to figure out what he whispered to that girl yesterday that made her change her mind so fast. Khalid's telling Enoch to chill out, because it's already a pain in the butt, keeping them both under wraps. The knight's surprised how quickly the Marquise dropped the formalities with him, but honestly, he'd rather not talk to him at all. Haven calls Enoch dead weight, but Enoch's not exactly thrilled to be stuck here with him either. They're both pissed, and after saying all that, they turn away from each other. Leaning against the wall, Khalid tells the knight to shut his trap. But then, out of nowhere, Enoch asks the Marquise if he likes Vetis. Caught off guard, Haven asks why he should even answer that. And that's when Enoch spills the beans about confessing to her recently. He says he laid his feelings out there, and he plans to keep doing it. So, Enoch's gonna keep at it until she finally notices him. That's why he's asking Khalid again if he's got a thing for Vetis. Picturing the girl clearly in his mind, Khalid answers with a yes. I mean, how could he not like someone with eyes that shine like that? When Khalid's with her, it's like the darkness itself just fades away, and he wants to be by her side all the time. He tells Enoch that Vetis is irreplaceable to him, and she's someone he wants to protect. The knight admits he wanted to get everything sorted out before they headed back. Enoch warns him he's not letting his guard down for a second, but Khalid wasn't planning on letting him relax anyway. Vetis is going back to the kingdom, and the Marquis can't keep her here just because of his own selfish reasons, so he decides to go with her too. Meanwhile, Enoch spots the girl and Delois coming out of the store. He even only stuck around to protect the people he had left. But now he's got a new purpose, and it's time to make a move. The movers, missing their families, are stoked to head back to the Empire soon. Enoch's helping them out, hauling a bunch of boxes at once. The guys are blown away by his insane strength, which means they'll finish the job faster. It's not even time to leave yet, and they're already done. The guys are all talking about what their boss could be talking about with those mages. One of the guys mentions that one of the mages they used to see around has vanished. Nobody knows why he disappeared, but he was doing everything he could to get to this province. After wrapping up the chat, Delois walks over to Khalid, and when he asks how they reacted, he says the mages were totally thrown. The mage they caught seemed like their leader, but he actually just hired them, so there wasn't any real connection between them. Security's tighter now, but no one's really digging into why he vanished. Delois suggested they split the missing guy's cash, and if they don't want to trash their rep, they'll keep their mouths shut. Khalid calls Asharbe a super cautious guy, especially since his job puts him face to face with a ton of clueless folks who don't think before they speak. Delois needs to have one last word with the guild's vice master and tells the others to hop in his carriage when they're ready. As he walks away, Khalid hears someone whispering his name from behind. He turns around and sees Vetis waving him over from around the corner, asking him to come closer. The girl's got something hidden in her hand, and the Marquis asks why she called him to the back of the residence. Suddenly, she holds out a beautifully wrapped box and asks him to accept it. Khalid eyes her, surprised, and asks if he's right in assuming it's a gift. Vetis reminds the Marquis about their trip to the magic shop, where she picked it up. She says it's a powerful protection artifact, and it could save his life, so he needs to keep it on him at all times. Haven wonders if Vetis knew what kind of artifact it was before she bought it. Or did she just grab something for him, and then find out what it did? Khalid also wonders why she decided to give it to him, specifically. Does she care about him as much as he cares about her? He has so many questions, but right now, the Marquis doesn't want to ask any of them. He just thanks Vetis and says that since it's a gift from her, he'll keep it with him always. The princess finally finishes writing the last letter and sighs in relief. Noma's surprised by how many letters Roseanne gets from nobles every day. Answering them must be a real chore. The princess says if she hadn't been such a screw-up before, she'd be crushing this right now. Noma's begging her not to put herself down, but Rosanna just laughs, saying that's the old her, and she's gone for good. Looking at the princess, remembering her as a kid, the maid can't believe how much she's changed. Not even realizing when she grew up so fast, Noma starts bawling. Rosanna's done with the letters, so it's time to get ready for this meeting. A knock at the door, and they announce Baroness Talaroon's arrived. Nobles are lining up to see the princess, But this woman's at the palace more than anyone else, which is super Seuss. Rosanna can't just blow her off, since the Baroness is a busy woman, so she must have a darn good reason for pushing so hard for a meeting. The princess needs to figure out what Talaroon's after before Vadis gets back. Rosanna tells them to take the guest to the garden, 'cause the weather's amazing today. The princess arrives for the meeting, flanked by her knights, Gina and Risha. The Baroness rises, greeting Her Highness, and calling the girl the treasure of the Moselberg kingdom. Rosanna admits she figured the Baroness was tired of the drawing rooms, so she decided to meet her in the garden. It's hard for the princess to read the woman's emotions with her face hidden behind that veil, so figuring out her intentions right away is gonna be tough. Rosanna even feels a little uneasy because of it. After the maid spills tea and leaves the gazebo, the Baroness asks if she's taking up too much of the princess's valuable time. Rosanna says she enjoys their meetings every time, and she's worried it'll be awkward when they run out of things to talk about. According to the Baroness, when the small talk's over, it's time to get down to business. Talaroon emphasizes that you shouldn't talk about irrelevant stuff at times like these. Rosanna, still feeling a little awkward, smiles sheepishly. The Baroness isn't sure a chat with a widow, who barely got to enjoy a marriage worth bragging about at social gatherings, would be of interest. When Rosanna asks why she's still wearing her mourning veil after so much time has passed since her husband's death, Talaroon replies that it's her favorite thing, a gift from him. Leaning forward slightly, the Baroness asks if the rumors about the princess's upcoming marriage are true. Rosanna confirms the rumors, nervously rubbing her hands under the table. The Baroness thinks the king and queen don't want to let their daughter go, and asks what Rosanna herself thinks about it. According to the girl, she refuses to marry for convenience and will choose her own husband. Talaroon asks if the princess really thinks she can just do whatever she wants. After all, for example, Sir Persea's younger sister almost married a rich, middle-aged guy because they don't have any sons in their family. And they picked out a fiancé for Madame Sidinel super early, when she didn't even know what marriage was, and they were really pushing for the wedding so their family would thrive. Rosanna jumps up, outraged that the Baroness is flaunting her knowledge of her knights' personal lives. She tells the woman to watch her mouth next time. The Baroness stands up too, suggesting the princess take a little walk. The woman heads forward, followed by Rosanna and her knights. The Baroness asks if the princess remembers that just 10 years ago, the Talaroon family was ordinary, and her wedding was as simple as it gets. She only saw her future husband 3 times in a place her father picked, but she had no complaints. And even though her husband was a bit older, he was a good man. While they were together, they were always close, and she even got used to being called Talaroon's wife instead of her name. But she just couldn't have a son. The princess asks why the Baroness is suddenly sharing her life story after rudely prying into her knight's personal affairs. Lady Talaroon asks her to take it as a story about personal experience from someone who's been around the block. She says it would be good if both of her knights listened to this story too. The princess wants the Baroness to keep going, even though she thinks she's just changing the subject. According to her, it happened 5 years after the wedding, when she finally had a son. Talaroon was happy she'd finally escaped her fate, but unfortunately, her husband got sick and passed away. His brothers came to take their family, trying to win the Baroness over, even threatening her. One of them even offered, out of the goodness of his heart, to take her as a second wife. The Baroness asks the girls if she could have refused them in that situation and become the head of the Talaroon family instead of her husband. Rosanna wonders if the woman used her family name to avoid being exiled. But the Baroness smiles and says no, it all worked out because of her son, who was only 100 days old at the time. She'd given birth to a legitimate heir, so she could stay in the family until he grew up and got the title. Lady Talaroon couldn't stop thinking about what would have happened if her husband had died sooner, or if her 4th child had been another girl, because in that case, they'd just kick her to the curb like some poor widow. Rosanna's starting to get what that woman went through. Back then, she wasn't a baroness. She had no money, just a little education and some manners. Unable to hold back, Knight Gina asks how she managed to become so successful. She admits she became a knight and got her younger sister out of that house, but now she doesn't know what the future holds for the girl. Captain Vadis helped Gina get her sister settled in with her and told her to reach out if she needed anything. The Baroness points out that the girl has a lot to worry about, and that's why she decided to share the secret to her success, which was just wanting to survive. Before all this, she had nothing to do with her current business and didn't know anything about accounting or investments. The Baroness asks Rosanna if she understands what she's talking about, and the princess, of course, knows all this. Jaina thanks the woman for sharing her experience. The Baroness smiles, remarking how lucky the girl's sister is to have her. The knight's a little flustered, saying she wouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly. Rosanna points out the Baroness's knack for salesmanship, clearly knowing how to win people over. She must have been playing it rough at first, testing the princess's reaction. Or maybe this whole conversation's a test. Rosanna says she enjoyed hearing the story and is impressed with how willingly the Baroness responded to Jenna's worries. But that doesn't mean the princess has forgotten her earlier remarks about knights. So, she tells the woman not to change the subject, or their meeting's over. Talaroon apologizes to the knights for rudely bringing up their private lives and promises not to do it again. The girls accept her apology, and the Baroness begs forgiveness from Her Highness for her rudeness. Ignoring the bow, Rosanna walks past, saying she can test her all she wants, but if she messes with her people, she'll regret it. Talaron apologized to the knights, and the princess suggests we call it a day. Rosanna stops dead, because she hears the Baroness laughing behind her. Looking right at the princess, the woman announces that the investigation's turned up something. Then she admits she's here with one specific request. Out of left field, the Baroness asks Rosanna to take the throne. The princess is totally thrown by this. She doesn't get why Talaroon would say something like that. According to the Baroness, she's made her request, and this is the best way to see it through. If Rosanna becomes queen, she won't have to marry some dude for political reasons. The Baroness says she's putting everything on the line by saying this right now. Then, the woman raises a hand and pulls off her veil so the princess can see her face. The kingdom's law says a woman can't inherit a title, but this Baroness wants the same rights as any man. If Rosanna promises to take the throne and change the law, her family will back the princess all the way. But Rosanna's confident that even without the throne, she can convince His Majesty to change the law. According to the Baroness, that won't fly. Too many nobles don't want to see her head the Talaron house and give a woman more power, especially since in 5 years, when her son comes of age, she'll just be his second in command. Rosanna's the only one who can help her. If the queen takes her side, the nobles won't dare criticize her. Rosanna doesn't get how she's supposed to take the throne when she has a brother. The Baroness says there's already been a queen in Moselberg's history, but the princess thinks the situation's totally different now, and she can't just snatch her brother's spot. Lady Talaron says if the crown prince takes the throne, the nobles will seize power, and Rosanna's family will never get it back. She said it's gonna happen no matter what, before the ruler changes. Rosanna freezes, staring at the woman in disbelief, demanding she repeat herself. The Baroness insists that only Her Highness can change Moselberg. This country, these people, it all belongs to Rosanna, so she needs to think about it and decide. The princess is floored. She can't wrap her head around how she could end up on the throne. Finally, the knights are returning to the capital, riding into the city. Vedi smiles, thinking about how her family is doing. As our hero approaches the estate, the Countess, Valen, and Amelia come out to greet her, happy she's home. Dismounting her horse, Vedis asks if everything's all right. According to Valen, everything's normal, except for her being gone. Hey, Countess, how's my dad doing with Leo's? Are they still at the palace? Ever since I found out about the Emperor's plan to snatch up Moselberg, I can't exactly keep things on the down low anymore. If I keep playing it coy, this whole rebellion could blow up into a full-on war. I gotta tell the head of the royal guard, my dad, everything and beg him for help. The Empire's way too strong. It's scary to think what could happen if we're not careful. This time, I'm not going to let anything happen to my family, and that gives me the strength to do what needs to be done. Since Dad and my brother are at the palace, I'm heading there too, even if Valen's bummed that I'm leaving so soon after arriving. Ugh, it sucks how everyone in this family is a workaholic. It gets so lonely around here. Quit your whining. Ear pinch. Don't listen to him, honey. You go take care of business. Take a nice warm lunch with you, and come back tonight with Gunther and Leos, okay? After reaching the palace, the heroine learns from Gina that the princess canceled all her plans and locked herself in her room. The girl wants to know what happened, but none of the knights can say why. According to Marin, the princess looks very serious and says she needs to think about something really important. Olivia says she started acting this way after meeting Baroness Talaran, and Gina and Rishi were with her as guards. Vedis looks at the girls who seem worried about something. She asks Olivia why she's talking so strangely. According to the girl, she's trying to speak respectfully, although Marine doesn't think she's succeeding. Vedis tries to find out if Gina and Rishi know what's going on with the princess. Prisia says they're not allowed to talk about it, and the commander has to find out everything from the princess herself. The heroine asks if the Baroness did anything awful, and after getting a negative answer, decides to wait for the princess to explain. Vedish wraps up talking to the knights and heads into Roseanne's room. She's sitting on the floor, surrounded by chests, bottles, and books scattered everywhere. Looking around at the crazy number of flasks lying around, Vedish asks the princess how long she's been in here. The heroine admits she was talking to her knights, and now she wants to know what went down between Roseanne and the Baroness. According to the princess, she's met with the woman more than once while Vedish was gone, and the Baroness has been super attentive. After a pause, looking a little flustered, Roseanne tells her that the Baroness wants to make her queen. Vedish was so not expecting to hear something like that, she cries out in surprise. Roseanne says that if she takes the throne, women will officially be allowed to inherit titles. Talaran wants to make it so women can hold power too, and Vedish realizes this situation is complicated. Roseanne was at the meeting with Rish and Gina, which is obviously why she's so lost in thought, since she's worried about her younger sister. If Rosanna takes the throne, even her bodyguard could snag a hereditary knighthood, easy. The princess admits she doesn't want to be queen. She and Vedis already lost their families once, and she ain't fighting her brother for the crown. Plus, Rosanna's never cared about running the country, and if she suddenly takes the throne, everyone will think she's just Baroness Talaran's puppet. Vedis doesn't get why Rosanna can't just turn down the offer. She doesn't have to say yes. At first, the princess thought so too, but then she realized that's not the only issue. The uprising that happened before she even got back left some deep scars on her soul. Even if she decides to defend the country, the conflict won't just disappear after the rebellion's crushed. It'll take a long time to fix this country that's gone to hell, and if Moselberg survives, Rosanna's still going to be part of the royal family. But when she left the country to meet Eventine, the princess totally forgot about all that, and now she feels awful. Vedis puts his arm around her shoulders, trying to calm her down. Roseanne's bummed that all this crap landed on her the second she got back from a mission, especially since she's probably dead tired. The princess says she needs more time to think. Her head's a total mess right now. Roseanne wants a full report on the Khalid and Marquis Bennett situation by tomorrow. They agree to meet tomorrow. The princess tells her to get some rest, and she heads out. Now, all this talk about seizing Moselberg is really starting to freak her out. Upset, Vedis runs into the court alchemist, Frendel, in the hallway. He greets her and introduces himself. The alchemist came to see the princess, but his timing sucks, 'cause she's still in a foul mood. Vedis tells him he's better off coming back later. He's bummed to hear that, 'cause he wanted the princess's opinion on some new elixirs. Frandel says the princess usually helps him out, since he's still learning the ropes. He's kinda embarrassed to admit that, even as an alchemist, he's still got a lot to learn. But thanks to this incredible princess, he feels like he's back in school and totally energized. If the Moselberg kingdom wasn't a wasteland for alchemy, this dude wouldn't have gotten this undeserved spot at court. Vedis is worried about the reaction to Rosanna, this genius, showing up in the kingdom, and she asks Frandel where he studied. She knows the alchemy school in the country shut down, so she figures he trained at the Magic Tower. Frandel says he used to be full of youthful energy and went to the Magic Tower to revive the School of Alchemy. But he had a falling out with the Tower Master, got no research support, and eventually got kicked out for sucking at it. And even though it was a long time ago, he still doesn't get along with the Magic Towers. Vedis apologizes for rubbing it in, though she's secretly stoked this guy didn't fall under Marquis Benet's influence. Frandel asks her if she found the red flowers with magical mana that Lord Leos brought. The alchemist says he just helped trim the flowers a bit, but he thinks they made an awesome potion. The heroine's shocked to find out they already finished the job, and the potion's been handed over to Leos. Vedis is stoked to hear the mana-boosting elixir is ready to go. The alchemist says goodbye to the girl, heading back to the lab to keep honing his skills. Vedis tells Frandl to knock him dead with his research. After seeing him off, the heroine decides she needs to hit up her older brother, and then her dad, ASAP. Hearing about this magic elixir, Marin wants to know if they can get their hands on it. Olivia figures they can pay it back with the results they get from their amped-up power. Vedis tells the girls not to sweat it, to drink every last drop, and to get the elixir to Jean and Rish, who are on duty. Hunting for Leos and Enoch, the heroine heads into the hall where the royal guard usually hangs out. But she walks in on the knights having a major beef. Vedis is trying to figure out what's going on, while Marine's pumped for a fight to break out. One of the guys arguing is pissed, saying, "When did the guards start taking in lowlifes who only know how to cheat?" It's an insult to the art of swordsmanship. His opponent yells that their commander doesn't allow injustice, and calls the guys across from him shameless aristocratic dogs. According to them, it would be suspicious if they were in their position. They grew up hiding behind their families, and as soon as they got knighted, they went on a mission without any training. These guys think they used mana blades, and the monsters escaping the training grounds was just a setup. Vedis thinks these knights are talking about her. It's pretty clear they're focused on her, since they don't like that she got the princess's bodyguard gig. Marin and Olivia are getting ready to rumble, joking that they haven't heard the sound of steel on flesh in a while. The heroine rushes to stop them and forbids any violence. The knights down there spot the girls, and one of them says the redhead is the commander's daughter. Specs over here chimes in, all sarcastic. "Well, look who decided to grace us with her presence." The guy he was arguing with heads up to Vedis, asks what brings them here. She says she needs to see Sir Leos. Guy's all surprised. "Seriously? You didn't know all the higher-ups got called to a meeting?" But nobody warned Vedis or her knights about any meeting. Smartmouth asks if they should just leave now, even though the meeting's probably already wrapped up. This guy's starting to get on her nerves, acting like he's in charge of the guard or something. Ever since she got back, they've all been acting like a bunch of overgrown kids around here. Vedis wants to know why these knights are goofing off, starting fights while the guard commanders are in a meeting. The guy says they came to grab some weapons for training, then mutters under his breath that you couldn't take down a monster with this stuff. Then another knight took it personally and went at him in a rage, but the guy's saying that's not how it went down. The dude adjusting his glasses, telling him to chill, was actually the one who started it. Turning to Vedis, he asks if she'd even be a knight if she wasn't the commander-in-chief's daughter and the captain's little sister. This knight tells everyone to think about who's really disrespecting the commander-in-chief. Marin, losing it, shouts, "What the heck is with everyone listening to this garbage? What is this nonsense?" During the exam, a monster broke loose. They were in danger, and she's not crazy enough to follow someone who risks other people's lives. The guy tells Rhaeris to prove it if she's so sure. Marin asks Vedis if they still need to hold back, 'cause she's seriously ticked off and just needs the captain's okay. Giving the knight a death glare, she asks him if that's the official position of the royal guard. She tells him to think real hard before he answers, and the guy feels like he's under a ton of pressure. But standing right behind him is the commander of the royal guard. And maybe the knight figures he can snag the princess's bodyguard gig by making her look incompetent. That way, he weakens the Eldorado family's power. And then, maybe, they'll forgive his past screw-ups. Guts building, he declares the royal guard can't accept them into their ranks. Vedis replies that's just great, and at first he agrees, then suddenly realizes what she said. Throwing off her cloak, the heroine announces she hates the royal guard with every fiber of her being. She orders the knights to grab their weapons and sets up a meet at the training grounds. The heroine plans to give him the proof of her skills he's been begging for. Next on the agenda for this meeting is the defense of the national borders. Count Eldorado calls for the meeting to stop because he's hearing some weird noises. Leos glances around, totally confused about what sounds his dad's talking about. One of the guys says there's nothing weird, it's just the knights yelling from the training grounds. But Gunther doesn't think those non-stop screams have anything to do with training. He suggests they all go check out what the heck's going on. Stepping onto the training field, the commanders can't believe what they're seeing. Royal Guard knights are sprawled all over the place, beat to hell and begging for help. The guard commander is getting grilled for answers about this mess. He turns around and sees Vedis standing in the middle of the field with a sword in her hand. He rushes over to her, asking if she's the one who trashed all these knights. She says she just taught a lesson to those who doubted her skills. If you doubt your teammate, they're not really on your side. Vedis thinks their dedication is a joke, maybe even a complete fabrication. Only the princess and the captain might distrust her, but the knights aren't allowed to talk smack about her. According to her, it was a lesson, and she just gave the knights a little schooling. The top brass are wondering what the commanders are doing if the knights' skills have dropped so low that one person could beat them. The head of the Night Guard, Gerald, is furious at Vedis, calling her a disgrace to the Eldorado family. Looking at him, she sticks her tongue out at him, and the commander is outraged by her manners. One of the guys there suddenly asks Gerald why he told everyone Lady Vedis was tired after returning and couldn't make the meeting. Because she doesn't exactly look worn out right now. The heroine jumps into the conversation, pointing out that the commander insisted she rest, and apologizing for distracting everyone from important matters. Gerald, smiling, says through gritted teeth that Vedis should have been more careful. People are starting to notice he's got a serious soft spot for Miss Eldorado. Look, I get what Vedis is going for, but this is way too much. The knights can't even do their jobs now. The heroine promises to tone it down next time. All this is giving Count Eldorado a massive headache. At least his guys didn't break out into a full-on brawl. He calls it a day, says he'll talk to Vedis later. The knight with the glasses, barely able to stand, begs the guard captain to wait up. He stops and stares down at his subordinate, the same one he gave a second chance to after he screwed up. Looking down his nose at the guy, Gerald calls him a waste of space. From afar, Vedis watches the knight chase after his commander, begging for another shot. Watching Gerald walk away, Leos points out that he left without giving any orders. Count Eldorado wants Vedis and Leos to come to his study. Once the three of them were in the room, her father asked the girl what really happened. According to her, she was just trying to whip the guard into shape, but the count tells her not to lie. He knows one of the knights attacked Vedis, and it wasn't her fault. Besides, her relationship with the guard is already pretty damn strained. The count wants to know what she plans to do next, because whether she likes it or not, their squad is involved. Before answering her father's question, Vedis wants to tell him something. She asks the count if it's true that he opposed the knightly order of the Helvetian Empire. When the emperor's offensive was in full swing, he set his sights on Moselberg. Their squad was called the Black Shield, but the count was strong and came out on top in the fight, and the enemy turned their army around and retreated. Vedis is asking what they'll do if the Helvetic Empire decides to attack Moselberg again. The count wants to know if she's saying the Empire is planning an attack. Even though he beat that opponent before, Eldorado doesn't know if he can win again. Since the enemy would be the Empire itself, it could be a tough one. Last time, the Black Knight's goal wasn't actually attacking Moselberg. Considering the losses from that battle, it probably wouldn't have been worth it. The commander they sent last time was pretty strong, and he's not the only one like that in the Empire. When asked what the Empire's attack has to do with the Royal Guard, Vedis says it's directly related. According to her, they can't even identify the enemy within their own ranks. The count's really surprised that his daughter is saying there are traitors in the Royal Guard. She's dead set on disbanding the Guard and rebuilding it from the ground up. According to the Earl, even though they turned their backs on the throne and kissed up to the nobles' power is still tied to the crown. When the kingdom's in danger, everyone needs to be on the same side, and the Earl can't believe there are enemies in their ranks. Leos wants to reform the Royal Guard too, but it's not as simple as it sounds. Because while they're recruiting and training new knights, there'll be a lot of gaps that'll cause problems. Vedis knows that, but she's still pushing to get the guard commander fired. She's convinced that if they don't, he'll wreck everything from the inside. Before the heroine got back, a rebel squad managed to slip past the city guard unnoticed. The back gates of the castle were barely guarded, and the rebels walked right through. They moved with such confidence, like they knew where the royal family was, and Vedis is sure Gerald had a hand in it. Leo's thinking, 'cause if we're talking about the guard commander, someone's gotta be helping them out. The count gets it too, and cuts his son off, dropping the name McGrath Nolan. He needs to know why, out of all the nobles, Vedis is pointing the finger at him. The girl spills the beans about a secret investigation Princess Rosanna ordered. According to the investigation, Bannet and Nolan have thrown in with the Helvetian Empire and are trying to wreck Moselberg from the inside. Vedis says she found out when she saw Marquis Bannet meeting with the Emperor's ambassador. Since he was under a curse, he kicked the bucket right after spilling the secret, and his body's stashed at Marcus Haven's mansion. To prove her point, she hands her dad the letters between Bannet and Nolan. Glancing at the letter, Count Eldorado recognizes the McGrath's handwriting. And even though the main evidence is the Emperor's letter to Bannet, Vetis can't show it right now. There's no way the heroine can explain how she knows the Emperor's handwriting. And if she says Delois confirmed the handwriting, that'll just make things worse. He could get accused of treason. So, she decides to just not mention his name at all. It's enough that Bannet and Nolan are acting suspicious, and she can prove it. Leos praises his sister for pulling off the infiltration of the Marquise's estate. When the Count asks if he knew about the plan, he says he heard something about it while he was at Heaven's estate. The Count figured something big was up since they decided to keep Enoch around, but he didn't realize it was this serious. Vetis warns his father that Moselberg is in deep trouble, and the royal sword needs to step up, like yesterday, to stop it. Vetis is wondering how the guard ended up splitting into two sides. She's asking her dad to explain how the knights fell under the noble's thumb. The Eldorado family is the face of the royal family in public, but she doesn't get why the Count wasn't holding political meetings with other families. Vetis is like, did her dad seriously not see the signs of a rebellion brewing? Hanging his head, the Count asks who else knows about this. She lists herself, Enoch, Marquis Haven, and his people. According to her, nobody in the royal circle knows this except for the princess. Count Eldorado tells his daughter to keep this on the down low. Finally, he wants to know why the Empire, which stopped fighting a couple of years ago, is now setting its sights on Moselberg. She admits she has no clue. In that case, the Count himself is going to handle this personally. Vetis and Leos leave their father's study, leaving him sitting at his desk, deep in thought. He can't wrap his head around how Nolan, who was known as the King's Sword and Shield alongside him, could just up and betray them. Nolan gets word that the Emperor's ambassador wasn't spotted at the border post on the squad's return. The commander couldn't care less about that, because in his opinion, the guy was a total waste of space, a zero. Nolan doesn't give a damn what happened to the Emperor's people. He's got enough on his own plate. The time to make a decision is almost here. Nolan's not about to leave the kingdom to weaklings. Those at the top need to be strong. The current royal family, in his opinion, isn't worthy of the throne. Nolan plans to get rid of both Eldorado, who refuses to see the truth, and the king, who's only surviving because of the Count's reputation. The commander's planning to turn the Emperor himself into his own personal puppet for this. Veronica, the maid, brings tea into Marquis Haven's office. Without looking up from his work, Khalid thanks her and asks her to pour Sirion a cup first. The assistant's just slumped in his chair, totally wiped out. Veronica pours Sirion a strong cup of tea to help him get back on his feet. The maid leaves the room and tells them to call her if they need anything else. Khalid orders his assistant to snap out of it and get back to work. Sirion complains that they've been working around the clock, and it'd be easier if they had more manpower. Heaven tells him to hang in there a little longer and promises they'll rest after Jeff gets back. Sirion's stunned by the news of the Viscount's return and asks when that'll be. Khalid says Jeff will be back after they deal with Bannet, and until then, he's staying undercover. Sirion knows the faster they wrap this up, the sooner Jeff gets back. Khalid tells him to start by sorting the paperwork, because everything needs to be handed over to Joel today. The assistant immediately gets to work. Haven's looking over the file on Marquis Bannet, the guy who killed his parents. Crushing the papers, he thinks about how that scumbag's gonna pay for what he did, real soon. But what's really messed up is that the attack on the Heavens wasn't about a power struggle. It was just one piece of a bigger plan to take over Moselberg. Anyway, for now, the Empire stuff is something for the Eldorado family and Rosanna to handle. Khalid himself needs to take out the Imperial spy Bannet and expose his buddy Nolan. Right now, the Haven family's lost its clout and can't count on any backup. But Khalid's gonna right this wrong and drag the Haven family back from the brink. Sirion thinks the boss is way too hung up on his brother Jeff and Lady Vetis. After grinding away, Khalid steps out of the office for a little stroll around the estate. Face-planting on the desk, Sirion begged him for just 2 hours of sleep to recharge. They told the Marquis himself to chill out too, before he runs himself into the ground. But as he left the office, Khalid grabbed another key document to finish studying before he crashed. Lost in the document, he opens one of the doors. Khalid's surprised he accidentally ended up in Northern Deer's room. Realizing he messed up, he smacks himself on the forehead. He was going to head to his room, but then decided to just crash right there. Taking off his shirt, Khalid thinks about how long it's been since he was last here. This room used to belong to the Marquise's mother, even though he told the servants to look after it. Since no one's lived here in so long, it's always been empty and cold. But everything changed after Vedis moved in. Looking at the bed, Khalid thinks he might take a nap here today. Immediately, he pictures Vedis lying on that bed, and Heaven, clutching his head, curses himself for having such thoughts. To distract himself, Khalid decides to finish reviewing the report and sits down in the armchair. But no matter how hard the Marquise tries, he just can't seem to focus. He blames himself for giving this room to Vedis, because it's basically like confessing his feelings. Jumping up from the chair and pacing back and forth, Khalid thinks that it doesn't matter, because he's actually in love with her. Still, he's terrified to imagine what'll happen if Vedis finds out what this room is. He pictures her reaction to this info and decides to keep it under wraps. Khalid puts down the documents, doubting he'll be able to focus here. He sits by the bed, pulls out the artifact the girl gave him, and smiles, thinking about how much he misses her. The Marquis contacts Joel through the magic orb and asks how the investigation into the magic tower's owner is going. Just like he figured, he secretly started an illegal operation under a fake name, behind Marquis Bannett's back. They were stashing mana stones bought with the tower's budget, then reselling them. According to Joel, they were selling them alongside stones of unknown origin, without a manufacturer's seal. Khalid is seriously taken aback by this information. There are two main categories of magical tools, and the first can only be wielded by mana users, charging the tool with mana, like, say, putting a seal on a scroll. The second one's like a magic communicator. You gotta charge it up with enough mana to get it going, then anyone can use the thing. The last one's a self-starting process, but it takes some serious alchemy skills, like recombining scattered mana with different properties. But hold on, there's more. Any mage can use a special stone to concentrate magical energy by setting up a magic circle. To stop people from abusing the stones, they're stamped with the manufacturer's seal, and both the sources and users are closely watched. According to Joel, most of the buyers are either mercenaries or shadowy organizations. And get this! They also uncovered proof of anonymous deals with the fancy pants aristocrats. Khalid thought he'd cracked all the secrets in 5 years, but clearly, there's still a ton of work to do. As he's racking his brain about these magic stones, he suddenly remembers Vedis's offer. If he goes for it, he could wipe out all his troubles in one shot. The Marquis tells Joel to keep digging, find out who's involved, and track where those enchanted stones are being sold. He's about to wrap up the call, but the assistant's got something else to tell Khalid. Says it's not a huge deal, but it involves Lady Eldorado. Khalid's surprised, wondering what Joel's about to spill about Vedis. Olivia and Marin are going at it in the training grounds, sparring hard. Vedis is watching Raris, who's still not great, but moving a hell of a lot better. Thanks to that elixir they chugged, the knight's mana's seriously boosted, making the girls way tougher. Plus, she's noticing how much closer the girls have gotten lately. Walking over, Vedis gives the knights 5 for a breather, then tells them to switch to ranged attacks. She tells Olivia to get a little more aggressive with her attacks, and Olivia agrees with the feedback. Marin says when it comes to training, the commander's a real hard ass. Jenna's convinced it's good for them, says she's gotten way tougher for one. Marin chimes in, saying she feels lighter and way better since chugging that elixir. Vedis points out that even with the elixir, adjusting to that sudden mana boost ain't a walk in the park. Still, thanks to their hard work, the girls managed to get the hang of it in just a few weeks. At this rate, they'll be ready to escort the princess to the summer hunting tournament. Jenna asks if it's true that the tournament isn't just for court knights, but also for nobles. The competition gets bigger every year, and she's stoked to see it in person. Vedis wishes she could let all the girls show what they've got at the tourney. But sadly, only one person can compete from each squad. Raishi and Olivia think it's cool, and that Vedis is the one who should represent their squad. Marin, all fired up, says Lady Eldorado better win, because she almost lost it when those guard knights were trash-talking her commander. The knight wants Vedis to make sure their enemies are spitting blood when she takes them down. But according to our girl, That's already been handled. As for winning, she promises to pull it off, and Marine suggests they all head to the bar in the square that sells those fruity wines. Giving her a sideways glance, Olivia accuses the girl of liking to party a little too much. She and Rishi are on night duty tonight, so there's no way they can join them. When Moran asks if Gina will come along, the girl replies that she's been trying to avoid crowds lately. Raris asks her, surprised, what's going on. Gina says she might be imagining things, but it feels like people are staring at her when she walks down the street. Olivia and Rishi look at her, surprised, because they've been getting the same treatment. The girls ask Lady Eldorado if she's ever experienced anything like that, and Vedas thinks about it. Marin asks the same question, and she also tries to remember, rubbing her chin. Vedas says that after she came back, she always took a carriage straight from home to the castle, and she usually didn't get out along the way, so she can't say for sure. Up until now, Rishi thought she was imagining things, like only women were staring and whispering about her. But clearly that's not the case. You can't convince Vedas with just words, but if 3 girls are experiencing this, something's definitely up. So, the heroine suggests that Marin and her take a walk today and check things out. Riding in the carriage, it seems like nothing special is happening, and everything's normal. The girls decide to get out on the street and see how people react. But, as soon as they peek out of the carriage, the ladies passing by start screaming in terror. When Vedas asks if they're okay, the girls say they have urgent business and bolt. Walking down the street, the heroine and Marin can feel people staring at them. Without taking their eyes off the knights, the women whisper to each other about something. There are so many eyes on them, even Marin the warrior is getting creeped out. Vedas feels like some kind of clueless hiker whistling down a trail. She doesn't get who this Lady Adele is that everyone's whispering about when they look at her. Marin figures she's got to be some kind of noble, the way they're calling her lady. The kid thinks the name sounds kind of like Eldorado, but she's stumped how everyone can be messing up her last name. Suddenly, Vedas spots a woman with a maid, and the woman is giving her the once-over. Behind the lady, she notices a little street urchin who's clearly up to no good. Just as the kid reaches for the woman's dress, our girl grabs him. She yells at the little thief, telling him he can't act like that. Just then, the lady realizes her brooch is gone, and our girl finds it clutched in the kid's hand. Dropping to his knees, the sniveling little thief begs for mercy, voice shaking like a leaf. Turning to the woman, Vedas asks how she'd like to see him punished. The lady looks at her with admiration, remarking that the knight is just as awesome as Lady Adele. Vedas stares at the woman, confused, still not understanding who this Adele is. The lady tells her maid to quickly bring her the book, and the maid hands it over right away. Holding out the book to Vedas, the girl asks her to sign it. The heroine suggests dealing with the thief instead. But in that instant, she's surrounded by girls on all sides, each one reaching out with a book, begging Vedas for an autograph. Marin, hoisting the kid onto his shoulders, tells the commander to make a run for it. Without a second thought, they bolt from the crowd, who are yelling for Lady Adele to stop and sign. They're handing over the little thief. Turns out he's the head of the local gang, to the cops. The knight promises to deal with him, and the girls beg him not to hurt the kid, 'cause he's still just a boy. The cop, looking at the disheveled and out-of-breath girls, is like, "What the heck happened to you two?" Vedas dodges the question and asks if they can chill at the station for a bit until their carriage arrives. Marin's complaining that running away took more energy than a workout. She asks what that book was that everyone wanted Vedas to sign, and if she'd written, like, an autobiography or something. According to our girl, she hasn't published anything, but judging by the title, it might be some kind of romance novel. Marin suggests they go buy the book if Lady Eldorado remembers the title. Vedas thinks if they go out now, they'll be tracked, so it's better to head home and then find someone who can get the book for them. Just then, the girls are told that their carriage is here. As she headed downstairs, the heroine couldn't stop thinking about that weird book. Vedas wondered who she could ask about what was happening to those young women. And it hit her right then. She should ask Mitya about it. The girl would definitely come if Vedas asked, so she decided to send a letter as soon as she got home. The very next day, the heroine was sitting in the living room, waiting for her friend to arrive. But when Mitya walked in, she was acting really strange, greeting Vedas from behind a pillar. Clearly on edge, the girl asked what Eldorado wanted to ask her about. Before getting down to business, the heroine wondered why Mitya was standing so far away. The girl, forcing a weird, strained smile, suddenly rushed over to the couch and sat down. Vedis told Mitya the reason she'd invited her over. She wants to know about this book that's suddenly super popular with the ladies. Vedis is totally lost, doesn't get why everyone's swarming her for an autograph. She's racking her brain for the title. And then Mitya guesses it's The Night Girl's Secret. Vedis is like, whoa, giving her friend a look, 'cause she clearly knows something about this book. But Mitya freaks out, starts yelling that she doesn't know anything about it, nothing at all. Vedis is confused. Why are you yelling if you don't know anything? Vedis looks at Mitya again. Seriously, you sure you're not in the loop on this? But Mitya just snaps back. How could I know something I don't know? Arms crossed, she just stares at Mitya, who's acting super sus right now. She decides to tell Mitya, this is a real problem, okay? The whole royal family could be in deep trouble because of this. Vedis says things have gotten so messed up, it's screwing with her life, and that's seriously freaking her out. She sighs, wondering who else she can turn to if even Mitya's clueless about what's going on. But her little trick didn't work, and her friend keeps saying she can't do anything to help. Then Amelia leans in real close and whispers something in Lady Eldorado's ear. Vedis is super surprised to hear that the maid also has this book. A few minutes later, Amelia's handing over a copy to her mistress. Making sure it's the right book, Vedis decides to flip through it. She scans the lines, while Mitya just sits there, frozen, head hung low and silent. The book says that Adele became a knight, ditching the fancy dresses for men's clothes and joining the guard. The wind messes with her red hair, and her eyes burn with a cold fire. As long as she sticks to her guns, love blossoms all around her. Guys are offering to bend over backwards for her, begging to be in her presence. One of them even asks the night girl to trade their deepest, darkest secrets. Unable to resist, she gets swept away by a dangerous temptation. Vedis is floored by what she's reading, because the main character, the knight Adele in disguise, is her. According to Amelia, her lady was probably the inspiration for the character. Vedis is furious, trying to figure out who wrote this book and where the heck are the royalties. Amelia feels terrible, because she meant to tell her lady about it, but got caught up reading and forgot. Now the heroine understands why all these people were chasing after her. They're fans of this novel. Since Mitya's been acting super weird, the girl figures she's read the book too, and she finally confesses. Seriously, why didn't anyone tell me this before? Is this book really that popular, Amelia? The maid says it's a total mystery why the author never published it. So, if it's not published, what is this book? Oh, it's a copy. Amelia borrowed the original, but then everyone started fighting over it, so someone made a copy. Then that copy got borrowed, and that person made another copy. That's how it spread. The author's listed as Persian Yellow, and I'm gonna try and track him down. Why bother, you ask? Because I want to shut down this whole illegal copying thing. It's a story based on me, and I never gave anyone permission to do that. Whoever wrote this needs to be held accountable. And first, we gotta find out who Amelia borrowed the original from. The maid says she remembers who gave her this book. Vedis is stoked. Now the search is gonna be a piece of cake. Honestly, we could have just hired the Levensh Guild to dig up the info and find the author. No sweat. But then that'd definitely get back to Marky Heaven, and we can't have that. Our girl can't let it slide that someone used her as the main character in their novel without even asking. The three of them are dead set on catching the author of this book, and Mitya reluctantly agrees to go along. A week later, Vedis finally tracks down someone who has the original Secret of the Night Girl. Approaching the guy's house, she double-checks with Amelia if this is definitely the right dude. Phelan's all like, no brainer, just ring the bell and let's go in. Super tense, she orders her brother to push the button. She's just planning to talk to this guy, but if things get heated, she wants Valen to step in. Her brother thinks she should have brought Leos, the older one, but Vedis said there's no way he could come. Our girl freezes, totally stunned when the lady of the house comes out to meet them. Vedis greets the woman she hasn't seen since the royal ball. Lady Elsa admits she was surprised to hear from someone in the El Dorado County. Our heroine didn't expect the original book to be with this woman either. Lady Elsa suggests they drop the formalities, since nobody's around. She invites Vedis and her brother inside, and they thank her for her hospitality. Valen thinks the lady seems nice, so he asks his sister if he's even needed, but she tells him to stay sharp. You gotta watch out with Lady Elsa, because at the banquet, she hid a real nasty attitude behind that sweet smile. This time, though, the heroine ain't fallen for her tricks. The Eldorado siblings take a seat in Lady Elsa's parlor. Valen compliments the lovely scent of the Flossia tea, and she suggests drinking it with lemon. Elsa promises to give them some tea leaves to take with them on their journey. Hiding behind her fan, she tells them not to thank her, since, according to her, they're practically family. Thetis doesn't get what's going on, since Elsa used to chase after her older brother. But he turned her down, and now she's flirting with Valen. After a short pause, the hostess suggests getting down to the reason for their visit. She really does have the original novel that Thetis asked her about in her letter. However, according to Elsa, she's just a buyer, and she doesn't know anything about the author. Besides, she's absolutely positive that whoever originally had the original isn't the author. Thetis wants to know if Elsa can introduce them to the person she bought the book from. According to her, it'll be tough, since she only got it after a long conversation and a promise to keep quiet. The heroine asks Elsa for help and promises to pay her back somehow. Still, she says a promise is a promise, and she can't break it. Suddenly, Valen chimes in, figuring Elsa herself is curious about who wrote The Secret of the Night Girl. Thetis looks at his brother, surprised, as he insists Elsa could have made a copy like anyone else. But she went through so much trouble to convince someone to sell her the original, which means she's really invested in the author. Valen says his sister isn't trying to cause trouble, just trying to solve a problem caused by the story. When Elsa asks what's wrong with the novel, he explains it's about why the book isn't published and is only sold in secret. If she read the book, she should know this, and that's exactly what Thetis is trying to figure out. Valen's saying if we can sort all this out with Elsa's help, it's a win-win for everyone. Maybe the author will even hook her up with a signed first edition as a thank you. Elsa's mulling it over, thinking about spilling the beans if it's what it takes to fix this mess. Thetis is itching to hear her answer, and she nods to her brother, thanking him for the assist. After a beat, Elsa says that in exchange for her help, she wants Thetis to attend her little get-together. The heroine's stoked about the offer, then asks what kind of get-together we're talking about. Elsa says she's planning a book discussion, but Thetis admits she hasn't even finished reading the thing. The girl doesn't think it's a big deal and promises to handle everything. All Lady Eldorado has to do is show up. Thetis agrees, and Elsa says she's looking forward to seeing her there. Still, the heroine can't shake the feeling that she's walking right into some kind of trap. Today's the big gathering, and only those with invites get in. The ladies are buzzing with excitement, 'cause they're promised a meet and greet with Lady Adele. Elsa overhears some women envying those who snagged invites, regretting they didn't cozy up to her sooner. Knocking on the door, she asks if Lady Adele's ready to make her entrance. Thetis is set, even though she doesn't get why she couldn't just head straight to the second floor where the party's at. Elsa says it's obvious. So many people are here just for her, and this evening she's throwing will be legendary. Turning to the crowd, the girl announces Lady Adele's arrival. The ladies are stunned silent as Thetis walks into the room and greets them. They're all rushing to say hello and shower her with compliments. Even though she tried to keep all this under wraps from Khalid, they decided to hold the shindig at Lavanshi, 'cause it's the place for high society hangouts. Thetis is standing at the entrance, checking the invitations of all these girls who are obsessed with her. Suddenly, one of them asks our girl if she remembers her. Thetis smiles, because this is exactly the dame who made her run all over town, dodging a mob of fangirls. Lady Elsa confirms what everyone's thinking, that the original novel will be revealed at today's gathering. She specifically brought the book with her and promises to show it off as soon as the event kicks off. Just then, a breathless assistant rushes up to Elsa with some seriously bad news. Apparently, the original, which was sitting in a display case, has been swiped by someone. The servant saw a little girl running towards the hall, but she's still somewhere in the building. Elsa orders all the doors locked down immediately and a search to begin, because she's gonna find this thief. The assistant says there are too many aristocrats here, and a search will be a total nightmare, but Elsa ain't hearing it. Thetis overhears her threatening to pin the robbery on that guy, and he's worried things are gonna get messy. So, our heroine decides to take the investigation into her own hands and starts checking out the building. Tough to find a thief in this crowd. She'd have already bolted, so Thetis heads up to the balcony to get a better view. But judging by the fact that the thief ran towards the hall, The theft was spur of the moment, so the book probably isn't hidden far. The heroine spots a girl in the crowd, face hidden under a bonnet, and she's clutching the stolen item. Having found the thief, Vedas and Elsa head towards the girl, but she trips and falls trying to get away. The heroine's jaw drops when the bonnet flies off the thief's head, and everyone recognizes Mitya. Elsa checks the girl's bag and, relieved, finds the missing book. She's about to go off on Mitya, but Vedas stops her, saying there are way too many people around. According to our girl, a scene at an event this big is definitely not the way to go. The dames gathered around are all sighing, thinking this whole thing was staged to show off how fabulous Adele is. Leaning down to Mitya, Vedas offers her a hand, trying to help the girl get up off the floor. Picking up the hat that flew off, she tells her to put it back on. The guests recognize the lines from page 75, and they're even more convinced it's all a performance. Elsa promises to let Lady Torque go now, but she's not allowed to leave the building until the event is over. Vedas breathes a sigh of relief as the girl leaves them with Mitya and heads back to the guests to guide them to the assembly hall. Secluding themselves from everyone in a private room, Lady Eliza allows the girl to start explaining herself. She wants to know why Lady Torque needed the original secret of the girl night. Vedas wants to know the reason too and asks Mitya to tell them. Suddenly, the girl jumps up and, pointing at Elsa, yells that this book must never be in the hands of that schemer. The girl's fighting back, yelling that she's the only one who paid a fair price for the novel, and they start going at it. Mitya's saying that's exactly why Elsa can't keep the book. But Elsa's all, "Why should I care?" Lady Torque, cracking under the pressure, suddenly bursts out through tears that she wrote the damn novel. Vedas and Elsa exchange a look, and the room just goes dead silent. Mitya was curious if the book would grab people, so she showed it to some friends. She told them to keep it quiet, but they started lending it out and even making copies. Mitya's crying because she never gave them permission, and her friends totally stabbed her in the back. Vedas walks over to her, trying to calm her down, saying she gets why she's so pissed. Still, she can't wrap her head around the fact that Torque is the actual author of The Night Maiden's Secret. Pushing Vedas aside, Lady Elsa hands Mitya a handkerchief and tells her to dry her eyes. She said the girl should have told her about it from the start, and then she would have given the book back. Elsa rings the bell and asks the servant to bring the writer a refreshing drink. Mitya rushes to Vedas and, sobbing uncontrollably, begs for her forgiveness. She says she tried to fix everything before things got out of hand, ran around to friends, looked for the original. But this lady ended up buying the book, and Vedas asks Mitya why she dislikes Lady Elsa so much. The girl is surprised by her question, because it was Elsa who spread rumors about Vedas at the royal ball. At first, the heroine is surprised, and then she starts to recall something she'd completely forgotten. Amelia told her about the rumors. Like Vedas playing at being a knight had ruined her chances of getting married. The maid was really ticked off because of the gossip in society circles that someone like her mistress would never find a husband. Then everyone started talking about Rosanna, and the rumors about Vedas disappeared, and she was so busy with Khalid that she forgot all about it. Mitya said that after Elsa bought the book, she felt like she'd tricked Vedas into coming to the event. Hugging her friend, the main character asks Elsa if she's going to apologize. Moving closer, the girl says she's sorry for what happened and admits she was wrong, but she asks them not to get the wrong idea. She just bought a book she liked that day. Besides, according to Elsa, thanks to all this, everyone now adores Vedas. The main character admits it was actually pretty nice, and she felt right at home at the gathering. So Vedas suggests they all just let bygones be bygones. Lady Torque, trembling, asks the main character if she's mad at her for writing the novel. Vedas smiles, saying since Mitya wrote it, fine, whatever, since her friend really didn't want it spreading around. The main character's goal is complete. The novel's author is found, and she's glad she didn't have to punish the girl for stealing. Mitya's totally touched. She's bawling again, and Vedas, laughing, pats her friend on the head. After thinking for a sec, she says she's figured something out today. Judging by how that meeting went, they're taking the book seriously, not just laughing it off. Vedas isn't offended at all, and that gives her an idea. She suggests Mitya should get The Night Girl's Secret officially published. Mitya's stoked to hear that, and agrees to Vedas's request to cut out the stuff in the novel that's too much like her. 'Cause if they start publishing it officially, El Dorado estate's gonna get flooded with fan mail. And all this popularity is thanks to Mitya. So Vedas hands her the book. Clutching the book to her chest, Mitya agrees to Vedas's offer. Vedis grins, 'cause she's just had a killer idea. So, this is how they can spin the secret night girl craze in a different direction. Marin's blown away by the crowd that's shown up for this summer hunting competition. According to Rish, every noble family is represented. But Olivia's not so sure about their noble intentions. Gina asks the princess if her walk went well. Rosanna says the walk did her good, and she was able to clear her head. Gina notices the princess is reading Secret Night Girl. Rosanna says it's a total bestseller right now, and wonders if Prisha's read it. Gina says Vedas handed out copies to everyone, and she finished it before coming here. She mentions how recently they had to deal with a real headache because of a bootleg version of the novel. But it all worked out in the end, and the book's not causing them any more trouble. The princess wants to know what the original novel was even about, if it caused so much trouble. Jenna admits she hasn't read it either, so she doesn't know either. She's embarrassed and can't quite bring herself to say out loud what the problem was. Olivia answers instead, explaining that readers started obsessing over them after reading that novel. Priscilla is super flustered that she's become the object of someone's affection. According to Risha, even though they're the first female knights in the kingdom's history, it still hasn't fully sunk in for her. Rosanna is happy to hear that her knights have become pretty popular since the book came out. She notices the decorations on Jenna's sword, which apparently were gifts from fans. There's a custom where these ribbons are given to the knight or competitor they're rooting for. The one who receives the ribbon hangs it on their clothing, declaring their intention to win. Marin, who didn't get one of those ribbons, is wondering if they gave them out to everyone Sakiki except her. I mean, Raris is the only one who wasn't getting looks on the road, and she's seriously bummed that she's being ignored. Enoch, who's also in the competition, hears someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he sees a girl who, blushing, confesses that she's super hyped to see him perform with the monster taming team. She holds out a ribbon to Enoch and asks him to accept it as a token of her feelings. Staring at the ribbon, the knight scratches his head, confused, and the girl giggles and runs off. Enoch's buddy points out how popular their commander is and asks how many ribbons he's gotten so far. The guy peppers the knight with questions about whether he liked any of them and whose ribbon he's going to hang up. Enoch shoves the gift into his bag, where he's already got a whole pile of ribbons from different girls. When his buddy starts pawing through the garters, the commander gets pissed and snatches one out of his hand. The knight's betting that ribbon was probably a gift to Enoch from his girl. Commander's warning, he'll have to shut this conversation down if he keeps running his mouth. But he just keeps joking around and bolts before things get heated. The other knights are telling Enoch to share the ribbons, since they've already got enough with Lord Leos, who all the girls are crazy about because of his high status. They're calling the commander greedy, even though he's dedicating his victory to the one girl he loves. The knights start arguing about who got the most ribbons this year. Looking around, they finally spot the man of the hour. Lady Eldorado got the most ribbons this year. She totally crushed everyone, showing up at the tournament for the first time. Enoch sadly looks down at his ribbon and clenches it in his fist. Everyone gathered here welcomes His Majesty King Moselberg. The king's stoked to see so much fresh talent throwing their hat in the ring this year. Even his own son, the Crown Prince, is going to be battling it out for the win with everyone else. The king hopes everyone has a blast competing and reminds them not to push themselves too hard. Raising his right hand, His Majesty declares the competition officially open. Marin's all fired up, wishing Commander Vedas the best of luck. Noticing the princess scanning the crowd, Gina asks Rosanna if she's looking for someone. The girl says there's someone in the competition worth keeping an eye on. She's been searching for him, but no luck so far. The princess's attention is drawn to someone she thinks is better observed from a distance. Knife in hand, strolling through the woods, the guy's just soaking in the peace and quiet of the breeze. He only entered the competition to get permission to enter the capital, on orders from the head of the family. But all that was a complete waste of time compared to what he just saw here. This dude's dying to know what the princess and Lady Eldorado are cooking up with Khalid. Sitting up in that tree, she's wondering what the heck Marcus Haven is doing here. Right before the competition started, Vedas went into the tent where the princess was chilling. Rosanna was stoked to see her and get a chance to chat. She told her knights to keep watch outside and closed up the tent. Then she let Khalid in, and he was super happy to see Rosanna. The princess jumped up, so happy to see her cousin. It had been way too long. She was surprised when he told her 2 days ago they'd meet at the hunting competition. Rosanna pulled some strings to get Haven's fake info onto the participant list. Khalid apologized for the trouble, but they needed to talk about something, and they had to move fast. This time, the ID check was tighter than usual, and Vetus wouldn't have gotten in here without Heaven. When he asked if anything was going on at the palace, she said she told her dad everything, and now he's on guard. The princess asked her cousin what he wanted to talk to her about. Khalid wanted to discuss the crystal mine Vetus had mentioned before. She remembered their first trip to Levanche, when she'd squeezed info about the Marquis out of him while he was undercover. Heaven asked if they had any plans for the mine, but Vetus thought those crystals would be tough to process. Rosanna had no idea how to announce this to get the biggest advantage. Then, Khalid suggested the girls use the mine to take down Marquis Bannet. After listening closely to his plan, Rosanna figured it was totally doable. Vetus thought it was a good idea too, but the risk is way too high, especially since only a third party stands to gain. Rosanna countered by suggesting they try to rope that third party into the plan first. Vetus was super surprised that the princess actually wanted to get this person involved. But Rosanna was convinced that if they reached out to Baroness Talleyrand, she could guarantee their plan would succeed. Now, sitting in a tree, Vetus is wondering why the princess suddenly decided to get in touch with a baroness who wants to make her queen. She's wondering what Deloise and Eventine are up to, and if she did the right thing telling them about the emperor's actions. Suddenly, a monster pops out of the bushes. Looks like a fox, with horns and a magic stone in its forehead. The fox is startled because there's another, bigger monster lying right in front of it. Looks like a bear. Turns out Vetus killed it, and knowing she won't find anything bigger, the girl jumps down from the tree. She was hoping to catch bigger game, but only some small fry shows up, and our girl doesn't know what else she can do but wait. While Vetus was kicking herself for not asking Leos to teach her how to hunt monsters, someone was watching her from behind a tree. She whips out her sword, ready to see who's there, but then Enoch pops out of the bushes behind her. Happy to run into her, he smiles and calls out her name. For a split second, Vetus felt someone's creepy vibe. It seemed to her like he was waiting on purpose, then showed himself, trying to see if she'd notice him. The guy's surprised that Lady Eldorado could sense him even from that far away, though he should have expected it from a girl who causes so much trouble, and he's thinking about moving on to the next phase. Enoch's impressed by her big score, taking down a monster that huge. Still, Vetus is sure he's got even bigger game. Enoch gets flustered when she says she can't top a monster taming expert. Looking at Vetus, the knight notices she isn't wearing her ribbons. Clutching his own ribbon behind his back, he gets ready to give it to her. But just as Enoch holds out the ribbon, she turns away, noticing something flash in the distance. They see a wounded raven bear in front of them. Someone must have heard it and then bailed. Vetus is getting a seriously strong whiff of blood from that wounded monster. Suddenly, the bear lunges, attacking the girl from the right. Enoch throws himself forward, protecting her, drawing his sword from its sheath in a flash. Without looking back, the knight asks if Vetus is okay, and she reassures him. The heroine feels it again. Someone's waiting for her to lose her balance, then knocks her off, unleashing this seriously bad vibe. She can't figure out who would want to do this. But meanwhile, the person she's thinking about is up in a nearby tree, hidden by the branches. Enoch's going hard on this monster, protecting Vetus from it. When the bear rears up, the knight sees just how deep its wounds are. He figures, if something could wound it this bad but not finish it off, that something's probably hurting pretty bad too. Even though no alarm's gone off, Enoch wants to take care of this beast quick and find that person. Vetus stops the knight and asks if he senses anything evil. The second she moves, she feels a pressure, but Enoch doesn't sense anyone around. She realizes if it's not affecting him, the attack must be meant for her. An enemy with serious stealth and self-control. You can't get much worse than that in the woods. Vetus agrees they need to deal with the monster first and asks if she can count on him. Telling her to stick close, the knight charges back into the fight with the beast. He's going for the one-hit KO, channeling mana into his strike. He nails the monster, but Enoch's stunned to find a magic stone inside its body. Next thing you know, boom! Vedes throws her arm up to shield her face from the blast. She opens her eyes and screams, seeing Enoch lying motionless on the ground. She rushes to him, and hearing her voice, the knight starts to stir. Coughing, Enoch tells Vedes to chill. He managed to protect himself with mana. The girl pulls a potion from her bag and tells the knight to drink up. Enoch says there was a magic stone inside the monster, but then some dagger came out of nowhere, shattered it, and caused the explosion. Hearing that, Vedes wonders if it's just a coincidence, because she recently learned that Halid was investigating Marquis Bannett's shady dealings in magic stones. Now this guy's going after the girl, and he's using stones like that? Look, just because he's using a stone like this doesn't prove Bannett's involved, but we can't just ignore it. Enoch's scanning the area, making sure the enemy isn't coming back for another round. Vedes checks out the blast site and finds a dagger someone ditched. The girl figures they should leave the investigation to the Royal Guard. They'll be here soon enough because of the explosion, and head back to base. Since Enoch chugged that potion, and he's good to go, he suggests sticking around so the enemy can't clean up the mess as soon as they leave. Vedes thinks it over and agrees. The knight probably wants to settle the score with whoever got him. Enoch hangs his head, because it's not really about getting wounded. He wants to have a chat with the girl while they've got some alone time. They sit down under a tree and just chill for a bit, waiting for the guard to show up. Vedes is totally lost on how to act around Enoch. She wishes she could just be normal, but it feels impossible. Out of the blue, the knight starts talking, saying this reminds him of the good old days, back when the three of them would hang out with Valen, but he'd get bored real quick and go chase after something else. And Vedes and Enoch would follow him around, just shooting the breeze about everything and nothing. The knight admits he used to think it would be awesome if they could always be together like that. It's rough for her to hear that, because those conversations Enoch had weren't with her, but with the other Vedes. Every time she hears him mention that Vedes, it just stirs up all these icky feelings inside. She feels like she's drowning in these heavy emotions that aren't even returned. But she made up her mind to make this place her own and keep living as Vedes. Except now, she feels like she's back to square one, deceiving everyone again. She's got to answer Enoch's confession, but she's clueless about what to do. The knight reaches for his bag, where the ribbon for Vedes is, but then he changes his mind. He laughs, noticing that Valen still gets bored quickly and hasn't changed a bit. One time, that dude even managed to forget 3 times that he'd already done something he was supposed to, and each time he repeated the same thing. Vedes didn't know that story, and now she's laughing at her goofy little brother. Looking at her, Enoch notices that the girl is finally smiling. He says Vedes is still the same as always, and he just wanted to know if he meant anything to her, but he didn't think it was so uncomfortable for her and might burden her. Enoch apologizes for being awkward and admits that he only wants to take care of her. Smiling, he suddenly suggests that Vedes return to base. The longer this drags on, the tougher it's going to get for her with Enoch. Dusting herself off, she steels herself to tell the knight what she needs to confess. She starts to speak, but he suddenly reaches out and touches Vedes's face. Enoch begs her not to say anything to him right now. Taking her hands in his trembling ones, he says she can call him selfish if she wants. With tears in his eyes, the knight asks Vedes to let him stay in her heart a little longer. Pressing her hands to his forehead, Enoch pleads with her not to abandon him. Khalid's tearing through the woods, but he stops, realizing he lost that lowlife. Rosanna said that guy was acting suspicious, so Heaven went after him. The Marquise couldn't be sure it was him, but nobody else pulls stunts like that. They say this Meldic Nolam we're talking about offed his older brother and stole his spot as heir. Khalid's wondering if that got him enough brownie points to get shipped off to the capital. Harold's asking Meldic why he didn't give them a heads up, and on top of that, why he used a magic stone. He's scratching his head, wondering why he'd do it now, with the commander breathing down everyone's necks. But Nolam's asking Harold if he thinks he should be running scared of the El Dorado house, or the commander. That's not what the guard captain meant. It's just that Meldic might want to keep his eye on the ball and focus on why he's going to the capital. Pulling a magic stone out of his pocket, Nolam says he was just kicking the tires on his new toy. Meldic's positive he didn't leave any loose ends. And as for suspicion, that's easy to take care of. Just pull a few strings. When Nolam asks how the Crown Prince is doing, Harold says everything's going according to plan. All right, Meldic's ready to get down to business. He tells the head of the guard to set up a meeting with the prince at the ball. Gerald promises to make it happen, says things are already starting to crack. Meldic's totally stoked about hitting up the capital. Vedis finds out that the guy who attacked didn't leave a single trace at the blast site. Leo says they're dealing with someone who's a master of disguise, and the dagger was generic, so tracking him down's gonna be a pain. He's not even sure they'll find a lead if they're looking for this guy among the hunting competition participants. Leos is scratching his head, wondering which one of them that warning was meant for. He tells his sister to head back and track down everyone who bought magic stones. Leos apologizes to his sister, saying it happened because he wasn't watching closely enough. Then he thanks Enoch for helping Vedis, but Enoch just brushes it off, saying it's nothing. Leos apologizes for the inconvenience, and to Her Highness, the princess. Rosanna says the commander's always diligent, so no need to apologize, just focus on the investigation. The princess exits the tent, escorted by Vedis. She glances at Enoch, who's standing with his arms crossed and head down. With a heavy heart, she remembers their conversation in the woods and doesn't know what to do. Stopping, Rosanna asks Vedis if she's seen Khalid. The girl doesn't get why she's asking her, or where the Marquise could have gone. Rosanna thinks it's super weird, but just then, Marine calls out to her and Vedis. Looking around, the knight runs up to them. Marin whispers, asking how the heck this happened. Risha says sweeping what happened at the royal event under the rug is a bad idea. Jenna's telling Vedis and the princess to ignore everything and just get some rest. When the girls get to the tent, they're shocked to find Khalid standing there. Rosanna asks when he got back, and the Marquis says he just arrived. He glances at Vedis and mentions she doesn't look too good. She says she was attacked in the woods, and it's obviously taken a toll, but they're already investigating. Turns out, Khalid already knows about the incident. At first, she's surprised he knows, then figures he must have overheard the knights talking. Rosanna crosses her arms and watches them silently. Suddenly, Khalid admits he was watching Vedis from afar in the woods and apologizes for it. He even says he did it with the best intentions, using a disguise spell to avoid raising any red flags. Rosanna jumps to the Marquis' defense, claiming she was the one who sent him. The princess worried Duke Nolam might pull something, and Khalid knows him well. But Vedis is still reeling from everything and wants to know how long the Marquis has been watching her. Heaven says once he saw she wasn't alone, and Royfield was with her, he went looking for the attacker. Vedis grabs her head and breathes a sigh of relief, because if Khalid went to find the culprit, that means he didn't hear her conversation with Enoch. This whole ordeal is really messing with her head. Noticing this, Khalid asks if something's wrong, but Vedis says no. In the forest, Heaven figured he and Enoch could handle things together, so he chased after the attacker. Looking at Vedis now, though, he was starting to second-guess his decision. The heroine quickly reassures Khalid that he did the right thing, and now she understands why the attacker stopped after the assault. He was obviously running from the Marquise, but if he'd attacked right after the explosion, they would have been in trouble, since Enoch was hurt protecting Vedis. Rosanna decides to leave the girl and Heaven alone and exits the tent. The Marquis is bummed he didn't catch the perp, and Vedis, in turn, is beating herself up for being useless. Khalid's confused how she can say that, considering she's the victim here. Even so, Vedis is a knight, and she put Enoch in danger, among other things. Khalid's pissed at what she's saying, because as a knight she shouldn't have to suffer, and Royfield covered for her of his own accord. According to Heaven, Enoch doesn't blame Vedis for it, and if he did, the Marquis would have already offed him himself. After a moment of silence, he walks up to her and gently touches her cheek, brushing the hair from her face. Khalid moves closer, and Vedis, blushing, pulls away from him. The Marquis's lips are getting closer to hers. Her heart's pounding, and she's totally lost in the moment. But then, Haven suddenly takes a strand of Vedis's hair and asks her to look at it. He says she's so worn out that she didn't even notice how much dirt she's gotten on herself. Khalid shows her his fingers, covered in soot, which apparently landed in her hair after the explosion. Vedis stares intently at the Marquis's hand, trying to recover after misinterpreting his touch. She's pissed that he keeps getting so close without warning. And on top of that, he almost always hides his face behind a mask. An awkward silence hangs between them, and Khalid stands there, rubbing the back of his neck. Vedis decides to step away, but as she turns, her cloak smacks the Marquis in the eye, and he yelps, grabbing his face. She apologizes to Khalid and suddenly notices the soot smeared around his eye. The girl couldn't stop laughing, still giggling even as she handed the Marquis a bucket of water to wash with. After washing, Haven glanced sideways at Vetus, puzzled, wondering if it was really that funny. The heroine apologized to the Marquis, but pointed out that the laughter had really lightened the mood. Khalid smiled and suddenly told the girl that she was the best. He said that Lady Eldorado still takes responsibility for everything. After all, she helps a lot of people, including him and Roseanne. Khalid knows the kind of pressure she's under, since she's taken so much on her shoulders. But Haven thinks she shouldn't be so hard on herself, because Vetus is always so bold and optimistic. It almost scares him. The heroine asked if he was really that worried about her. Khalid said that he thinks she's trying to hide how tough things really are for her. The Marquis ain't exactly Mr. Feelings, but even he thinks Vetus is shutting everyone out, even the people closest to her. She's taking on way too much, and she's clearly struggling. Khalid just doesn't get why she's doing this when she's got so many people who care about her. Plus, Vetus is always surprised when he knows stuff, and she gets way too suspicious sometimes. Still, Khalid's worried about her, so he's offering to listen if she wants to talk about what's going on. The Marquise just wants to make sure Vetus is actually doing okay. She freezes, totally unsure. The truth is, she's getting crushed by the situation and all the pressure. She feels responsible for saving the whole damn world and its future. Even after talking to Rosanna, she can't shake the feeling that she's got to handle everything herself. She's not the real Vetus, just someone who got dropped into her body, and she's been doing a decent job pretending. Real or fake, this is her life now. But either way, she's been playing everyone, and that's still eating away at her. She knows she's deceiving everyone, but the real her has never known what happiness is. She doesn't want to lose what she's gained being in Vetus's body. She's been quiet for so long that Khalid touches her shoulder to snap her out of it. He asks if something's bothering her and if he said too much. Looking at Khalid, Vetus wonders why she feels something special when he says her name. Plus, for some reason, she feels like he's looking at Vetus, but seeing right through to the real her. She admits that she's not okay and rests her head against his chest. Without hesitating, Khalid embraces Vetus and pulls her close. She blushes, and the Marquis observes that she's been strong for way too long. She admits she's not sure if she can handle everything alone, and Haven replies that she's already done enough because he's seen it himself. Vetus is cracking up that he's talking like he's seen some crazy stuff. Even though Khalid didn't catch her excitement, she still felt super comfortable around him. He's been sus of her since day one, but maybe all that suspicion and watching her was just him looking out for her. She's hoping that's not just wishful thinking, and that he's the guy she's been waiting for all along. The real her. Khalid's gone, and alone in the tent, Vetus is bummed they had to split up again. But then Rosanna walks in and hears her, scaring the crap out of her with that surprise entrance. According to the princess, if Khalid had shown up to the post-hunt banquet, everyone would have found out he was competing illegally. Vetus thinks for a sec, then asks if they've got a little time before they leave. Rosanna says they do, but she's wondering what Vetus needs it for. The girl smiles and admits she's got one more thing to take care of here. His Majesty acknowledges that he met many brave young men today. The king hopes their courage will light the way for Moselberg's future. And now it's time to announce the tournament winner. The knights of Lady Eldorado's squad are eagerly awaiting the winner's name. His Majesty names the loyal knight of the royal family, Enoch Royfield. Those at the tournament heard there was a slight incident during the hunt, but it wasn't anything too serious. However, the prince himself participated this year, so the guests were expecting a different outcome. And though the knights saved the royal family's reputation, the prince himself isn't happy with how the tournament went. Approaching him from behind, Meldick puts a hand on His Highness's shoulder and, smiling, asks him not to be upset. He says it should be a happy occasion, but the prince brushes Nolam's hand away. The prince glares angrily at Meldick, who remarks that he's being a bit sensitive. The king congratulates Sir Royfield on his victory and gives him the floor if he has anything to say. Enoch announces he wants to dedicate his victory to one person, to the one who helped him find his way when he was completely lost, to the girl who made Enoch realize he wanted to be a protector. He's talking about the person dearest to him, his ray of sunshine. Royfield dedicates this victory to her, so she can keep shining. The assembled guests are touched by his heartfelt speech, and Maureen asks Gina who he's talking about. Vedi silently applauds Enoch, along with everyone else, understanding that the victory was dedicated to her. Bennett's eating dinner when a servant comes into the dining room, saying they've got trouble. The Marquis is annoyed by his manners, but the butler asks his lord to take a look at the newspaper he brought. Annoyed at being pulled away from his lunch, Bennett unfolds the newspaper. After reading the article, he jumps up from his chair, and the servant confirms that this news has caused a huge uproar. The Marquis angrily throws the newspaper at him, accusing the butler of not bringing it sooner. Bennett orders them to immediately prepare his carriage and hitch up the fastest horse. The Marquis intends to head south right now, to the newly discovered Manastone mine. The host of the house, Baron Crone, apologizes to Bennett for the humble hospitality. The Marquis tells him not to worry, and remarks that the Baron was probably shocked that the mine was discovered on his property. Scratching the back of his head, Crone admits that it was incredibly lucky, and he feels like he's dreaming. Looking at him, Bennett thinks about how lucky this hick is, that a mine was found on such a small piece of land. The magic stone production business is booming right now, so discovering a mine like this is a godsend. This could lead to breakthroughs in red monostones, unlock secrets we barely understand, and finally pave the way for the ultimate mage. The Marquis cuts to the chase and offers to buy the mining rights from Crone outright. The Baron, looking embarrassed, apologizes, explaining he's decided to sell the mine through an open auction. Bennett reminds him that he's the master of the magic tower, personally leading research to advance magic for the good of Moselberg. Suddenly, a woman's voice from behind expresses surprise at the Marquis's incredible patriotism, which he's been hiding until now. Turning around, Bennett sees Baroness Talarin entering the living room. The Marquis calls her interruption of his conversation with Crone rude. According to the Baroness, she arrived here first, and the coercion Bennett's engaging in is just bad form. Crone can't use mana, and he doesn't know anything about market prices or profits, so he's decided to sell the mine at auction. The Marquis glares at the smug Talarin. He knew she'd show up, but this is just too much. But Bonnet knows it's not in her best interest to start a bidding war, so she needs to bribe that lucky Cron any way she can. Another carriage pulls up to the Baron's mansion, and out steps Her Highness Rosanna. Dropping to one knee, Cron greets the princess, saying it's a great honor to have such a guest in his home. Rosanna smiles and asks the Baron to raise his head. She says she's here for the local auctioneer's approval, on orders from the royal family. Bonnet's eyes nearly pop out of his head when he hears Rosanna wants to verify the mine's authenticity before the auction. When Cron asks if the royal family intends to participate in the auction, the princess replies that she'll be participating personally in her own name. Bonnet's heard the princess made a fortune on a deal with the head of the empire. She's not as dangerous as Talaroon, but Rosanna can't be written off, since she's an alchemist and seriously wants that mine. Since the princess will be participating in person, she has a proposal regarding the auction. Out of the blue, Rosanna proposes holding a private auction. Baron Torque is taken aback and wants to know why she's suggesting this. Rosanna says it's the first Manastone mine in Moselberg, where all the stones were imported, making it priceless. The auction's already caught the royal family's eye, so it's going to be the biggest one ever. The princess is worried it might give greedy nobles an advantage. Auctioning off something as extravagant as gemstones usually screams showing off, but this time it's different. A Manastone mine is a huge business, where tons of money changes hands. Rosanna thinks it'll be tough to tell real bids from the fake, malicious ones at an auction this big. The Baroness isn't surprised the princess is worried about troublemakers, since the bidding's already going to be fierce. Baron Crone jumps in, trying to convince everyone he's always been on the up and up. But then Talarin just drops the bomb that she doesn't agree with the proposal. The woman figures no one in their right mind would pass up a clear shot at winning. Looking at the Baroness, Bennett's just getting more and more annoyed by how arrogant she is. But hey, the lady's got a right to be cocky, seeing as she's won every single fight for cash. Bennett's sure the princess knows all about this, which is why she suggested a closed auction in the first place. Turning to the Marquis, Rosanna asks what he thinks about all this. Not wanting to blow his chance, Bennett smiles and says he's with Her Highness on this one. With 2 against 1, Rosanna's waiting to see what Madame Talarin has to say. Glancing at them from under her veil, The woman declares that the mine owner's opinion is what really matters. Baron Crone is so freaked out by everything he's heard, he can't even get a sentence out. Rosanna's trying to calm him down, saying the Baron won't take a loss, and they'll write down the amount so he can sell the mine for a good price. According to Bannet, the princess is right, and one of the three of them will win the auction anyway. Crone decides to hold a closed auction, just like Her Highness suggested, which makes the Marquis real happy. Remembering this back at his estate, Bannet starts laughing and shares his thoughts with Jeff. The princess created a situation he never could have imagined, but it was pretty reckless if you ask him. If she had the royal family backing her, it would be tough to fight her. But she came alone, probably got confident after becoming an alchemist. Jeff says she's just a 16-year-old girl, and this is her chance to learn how the real world works. Still, Bannet needs to figure out a strategy, because it doesn't change the fact that Talaran is a serious competitor. Jeff asks the Marquise for permission to share his thoughts on the matter. He suggests finding out the Baroness's final bid through the Information Guild. Bannet's asking if he means Jeff Levanche. After getting confirmation, the Marquis thinks about how he can trust this guild. They've helped him solve a lot of problems. Still, he wonders if the price will be too high, since it might not even cover the auction fund. Jeff figures if they know Talaran's final bid, they can win by adding just 1 gold. The Marquis's idea of bribing workers, in Jeff's opinion, is too risky. They could get caught. Plus, Talaran's people might feed them false intel on purpose. Jeff says, by going to the Information Guild, the Marquis can be sure not only about the truth of the info, but also his own safety. If Bannet wins the auction, people in the magic world will be lining up to get in touch with him. Jeff points out the Marquis probably already thought of that before even heading to the Empire. After a moment's thought, Bannet orders a servant to put in a request with the Information Guild. It's auction day, and carriages are pulling up to the hall. The Marquis is so freaked out that Jeff suggests they ask for a private room. Bannet refuses. He wants to see the Baroness's face when she loses. Matching the Baroness's bid is killing the Marquis. He had to swallow his pride and hit up the magic tower and his relatives for cash. Jeff hands Bannet a specially prepared elixir to help him chill out. The guy's loving watching the Marquis down every last drop. Watching the man from behind the curtain, Rosanna tells Vedas that it's payback time for Bannet's sins. The auctioneer announces the start and thanks everyone for coming. He says they have some very special items lined up for discerning ladies and gentlemen. They've decided to kick things off with the main attraction this time. The host whips the cover off the lot, announcing the hottest deal. A Mana Stone mine discovered down south. He says the incredibly vibrant stone on display today was pulled from the weakest part of the mine. The highest quality stones are practically right at the entrance, so imagine what's deeper inside. The host is ready to announce and congratulate the auction winner and new mine owner. Bringing down the hammer, he declares that Marquis Bannet made the highest bid. Hearing he's won, the guy turns to look at Lady Talaran, who turns away, head bowed. The Marquis thanks Jeff, who's applauding him for his help, never taking his eyes off the Baroness as she leaves the auction. Watching her go, Bannet's sure that nothing can stop him now. Outside the hall, Talaran removes her veil and asks Her Highness if she's satisfied. The princess smiles, because just as planned, Marquis Bannet walked right into their trap. In 2 months, that guy basking in the glow of his fake success is gonna crash and burn. Bannet's butler is swamped with people demanding to see the Marquis, but the servants telling them to get lost, saying the boss isn't home. Bannet's holed up in his room, shaking like a leaf, clutching his head, totally lost on how things went south. A knock on the door makes the Marquis jump out of his skin. Jeff walks in, and Bannet, rushing over, asks if he found that con artist. The assistant, head down, says no dice. The Marquis needs to know what the Info Guild said. According to Jeff, they turned them down because they couldn't pay the fee. Bannet grabs his head and starts cursing out Baron Crone like there's no tomorrow. After the auction, the Marquis went down into the mine and found out he bought a tin mine. Grabbing one of the workers, he demanded to know how there wasn't a single Mana Stone to be found. Barnett couldn't believe it. He was told he was brought to the mine's center, the place with the highest mana concentration. Turning to another worker, the Marquis asked him how much they'd mined so far. According to the guy, they'd managed to get less than a fifth of what they expected. Leaving the mine, Barnett threatened them with their lives if they breathed a word of this to anyone. He ordered them to keep digging until they found at least something. The Marquis tasked Jeff with gathering up all the mana stones they had managed to get. Barnett decided to invest them in the magic stone business and sell them to anyone, just to recoup the money he'd sunk into the mine. That should cover the interest he owes the mining industry investors. In response to Jeff's worry that they can't keep this up for long, the Marquis declared that Moselberg will fall soon, and if they can just hold out until then, the Emperor will bail them out. So now Bannett's holed up in his mansion, jumping at every sound outside. Suddenly, he gets a call on his comm orb. They're telling the Marquis to bolt ASAP. Soldiers are closing in. The butler and the people demanding to see Bannett are freaked out, watching the knights order everyone to freeze. Count Eldorado, leading the squad, announces the order to exile the Marquis and his family for illegally producing mana stones. The knights ransack the place and drag Bannett out, since he didn't get away in time. The Marquis tries to defend himself, saying it's a bogus charge, just slander. Gunter, glaring at him, tells Bannett to give it up. The Marquis is accused of conspiring with the Magic Tower owner, imprisoning its exiles, and forcing them to work. Plus, they found proof he was illegally selling mana stones both here and abroad. With the accusations made, the Count orders the criminal to be taken away. Eldorado's blown away by how Vadis and Rosanna cooked up such a killer plan together. Looking up at the sky, the Count wonders how he can change this whole country. They douse Bannett with ice water to snap him out of it. Sitting on the cold floor, wiping his face, the Marquis asks who did this to him. Opening his eyes, he sees Jeff grinning down at him and figures he busted him out of the Royal Slammer. Looking around, Bannett asks where he is, because this place feels strangely familiar. Suddenly, he hears a voice approaching, telling him it's only natural since the Marquis has been here before. Bannett stares in horror as Khalid walks down the stairs, flanked by Sirion and Joel. Stepping into the light, the man announces that the Marquis is in the former royal residence of the Haven family. Bannett's shaking like a leaf, doesn't know why he's here, and turns on Jeff, calling him a traitor. He reminds the lackey how he used to be on his knees, begging for a place to stay. Jeff doesn't say a word, just stares at Bannett in silence. Sirion orders the Marquis to shut his yap now. Bannett doesn't know how Haven managed to drag him into the royal prison, but he's sure he's toast when the truth comes out. Khalid tells him to keep believing that, if it makes him feel any better. Bannett's waiting for Haven to get even closer, so he can blast him with some magic. But Khalid, like he's reading his mind, steps right up to the Marquis and says, "That ain't gonna fly." Bannett stares at Haven's face and can't figure out where his scar went. Khalid asks the Marquis how he thinks the knights managed to hit both the illegal gem operation and the mansion at the same time. The princess jumped into the mine battle, which played right into his hands. Khalid's asking if Baroness Talleyrand's bid actually fits within Bannett's budget. He's wondering if the Marquis really thinks it's just a coincidence that the mine turned out to be a complete bust. Bannett's shaking like a leaf. He can't believe the whole thing, from start to finish, was a carefully crafted scheme. According to Khalid, the Marquis was their pawn the entire time. After asking Bannett if he enjoyed his little fantasies, Heaven runs a hand across his face, and suddenly a scar appears. The Marquis decides to seize the moment and tries to blast him in the face with mana, but the power fizzles out in his hand, and Bannett can't figure out what's going on. Staring at his hand, he exclaims in confusion, "Why isn't the mana building up?" And then Khalid throws that very same vial at his feet, the one Jeff gave Bannett at the auction. Turns out, it was a mana chain-destroying potion, and Haven's betting the Marquis can't guess how many times he unknowingly drank it. Bannett would have sensed something fishy if he'd used magic, but because his skills sucked, he relied on magic tools and didn't catch on. Khalid said if he wanted to level up, he needed to train, not screw around looking for shortcuts. Focusing his mana on him, Haven tells Bannett to go to hell and watch him get crushed, just like he was in the past. After dealing with the Marquis, Khalid tells Jeff they'll tell everyone he died together with him. Even with a new identity, the guy's gonna have a hard time doing anything, even overseas. But he was ready for it. According to Haven, Sirion will help Jeff if he decides to do anything back home. Both assistants stare at Khalid, surprised, and then Sirion promises to do everything he can. Haven goes outside and looks at the starry sky, thinking there's just one step left. Walking down the path, he sees Vedes standing by the wall in the lamplight. Turning to Halid, the girl smiles and asks if they're done with everything. Approaching our girl, the Marquis thanks her for giving him the chance to finish things himself. Looking at Vedas with a smile, he admits he probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Heaven offers the girl her hand and suggests escorting her back to the mansion. Halid sees her to the gates, and she waves, promising to meet him tomorrow. The Marquis smiles, knowing that tonight, when he closes his eyes, he'll only see Vedas. In the morning, it was announced that Marquis Bennett had taken his own life in the royal prison. Illicit trading in magic stones is a serious offense that could spark an international incident, so no one questioned the circumstances of his death. The royal family, drawing their sword, demonstrates that it hasn't gone dull. The entire Bennett family is stripped of their titles and sentenced to execution, and the same fate befell the master of the magic tower and all accomplices. The article wraps up talking about the sorry downfall of Marquis Bennett, who used to run the show in Moselberg. Deloise thanks the vendor for the juicy newspaper and tosses him 2 gold coins. He smirks, saying he's got a real knack for picking the right people. The hooded guy across from him is convinced the Bennett family's wipeout is all part of the princess's scheme. Deloise isn't sure if Rosanna masterminded it, but her sharp staff and right-hand men? Definitely her doing. The cloaked dude says he needs to meet the princess, ASAP. O'Sharby promises to escort him, if he promises to treat Rosanna with respect. The guy agrees and wonders what kind of person this princess is, who just popped up out of nowhere. Over tea, Rosanna praises the Baroness for a job well done. Talaran just played her part in Her Highness's script. Even the amount she bet was the princess's idea. Still, Rosanna's convinced the plan only worked because the Baroness played that role. The woman laughs, because let's be real, nobody else could have dropped that kind of cash. On top of that, Talaroon points out the Info Guild totally nailed it. They were on point. The Baroness got lucky working with the princess, because if she was clueless, she could have been played for a chump, buying a worthless mine. Setting her cup down, Talaroon asks Rosanna if she's having second thoughts. Smiling, the princess assures the woman that's not going to happen. The Baroness trusts her, because Her Highness promised to keep her word. Bowing, Talaran pledges to always be on the princess's side and takes her leave. Rosanna feels weird taking all the credit for a plan they cooked up together with Vedes and Khalid. Munching happily on a cookie, the heroine tells her not to sweat it, because she's her knight in shining armor. Khalid got his revenge on Bennett, and now he'll be back in the political game. Rosanna thinks Vedas is left with nothing. Stuffing a cookie in the princess's mouth, the girl explains that the aristocrats' power is seriously weakened now, which means the royal faction, led by Eldorado, is going to get a major boost. Plus, they've made a huge leap forward in protecting the kingdom, and that's enough for now. Rosanna agrees with Vedas, because she's totally right. They pulled it off, and now she has to attend this meeting with the nobles. The king called everyone together to discuss the fallout from Bennett's actions. The heir to Nolam showed up as their representative. Meldick says he's here because the count couldn't leave his border defenses. Since this meeting was urgent, the king accepts him as their rep. The crown prince asks His Majesty if Rosanna should be at the meeting. The princess looks at her brother, surprised, but silently waits for the king's answer. But according to him, Rosanna was the one who noticed the inconsistencies with Bennett's scheme, so she has every right to be there. The king's aware that every family rep here is hoping to snag that Marquis title, but His Majesty's decided to hand it over to Marcus Heaven. With Bennett's gone, Khalid's the only legit Marquis of Moselberg, the family that runs the magic tower. He even says he's already talked to the new tower master about getting things in order and funding the alchemy school's rebuild. He gets that a lot of you might be worried about some of the Heaven family's actions lately, but Khalid doesn't want to get into the nitty-gritty right now, and says the Heavens are who they are and always will be. Count Eldorado thinks Heaven's experience will be good for the kingdom, and Baroness Talaran agrees. His Majesty's waiting to hear what Nolam has to say about all this. Meldick's giving his okay too, which really surprises Rosanna. So, by unanimous decision, all of Marquis Bennett's rights are transferred to Marquis Heaven. His Majesty wants to hash out the rest of the details with Khalid in private. The king wants to know if there are any more questions, and Meldick asks for permission to speak. He says neither the prince nor the princess are engaged yet, which His Majesty has been thinking about a lot. Being loyal to the crown and this country, Meldic is passing along his father's proposal to the king. The kingdom's shield, Count Nolam, is asking for his heir to be engaged to Princess Rosanna. Jumping up from her seat, the princess is outraged at Meldic's nerve. But without batting an eye and still smiling, he replies that he was just relaying the count's words to His Majesty. Nolam apologizes for the inappropriate venue for the proposal, saying he was impatient because many families are already discussing marriage. And even though Meldic is just passing along his father's words, he insists that his own feelings are genuine. The king says he's not planning on choosing Rosanna's husband right now, because he respects his children's wishes when choosing a partner. Meldic, though, keeps insisting he's actually pretty decent. The prince wants to know if any families equal to the Nolam clan were put forward during the marriage talks. Rosanna's confused, wondering what her brother's getting at with that question. According to the prince, Meldic is the reliable heir of Count Nolam, who's devoted himself to the kingdom. He asks the princess if she doesn't think someone like that would make a good husband, although, in his opinion, the North would be way too harsh for a pampered girl like Rosanna. The king jumps into the conversation, ordering his son to cut it out. According to His Majesty, this isn't the place for this kind of talk, and the meeting's over. As everyone's leaving the hall, Rosanna rushes after her brother. The prince, walking down the corridor with Meldic, stops and asks what she wants. She's asking why he's hanging with Nolam, and the prince is like, "What's the big deal?" He throws it back at her, saying she's always with Lady Eldorado and Madame Talaroon. Rosanna, clutching her dress, gets all worked up, wanting to know if what her brother said at the meeting was true. The prince says, "Yeah, it is. Mom and Dad are always babying her, but she's going to be a grown-up soon." He puts a hand on her shoulder, telling her it's time the princess started thinking about the future. The prince walks off with Meldic, leaving Rosanna standing there in the middle of the hall. Vedis can't believe Nolam proposed to the princess, and she's sure he's up to no good. Khalid tells her the king's against the marriage too, so there's still time. But the prince giving his okay is a problem. He asks Rosanna what she thinks, like, when did the prince even get close to Nolam? The girl starts crying. She has no idea how her brother got mixed up with Meldic. He always mistrusted those aristocrats and hated them, especially since they were always scheming for power. Khalid's wondering what kind of sweet talk Meldic fed the prince to get so close to him. Vedis is asking Heaven what kind of guy this Lord Nolam is. According to Khalid, he's a real piece of garbage. Nolam's a key territory, bordering both the monster zone and a neighboring country, and his family profits from war. Meldic knocked off his older brother, the previous heir, and crushed the younger ones to get rid of the competition. The Royal Monster Extermination Squad visits the northern border every year, so Leos probably knows him too. Vedis remembers that her father was also somehow involved with Count Nolam. Either way, Khalid's advising her to try and avoid talking to that scumbag. The prince is standing in the middle of the room, replaying his conversation with Rosanna in his head. Out of nowhere, Meldic pops up and asks what His Highness is brooding about. The prince jumps. He hates it when Nolam sneaks up on him like that. Meldic laughs and admits it's a bad habit of his. The prince says he was thinking about Rosanne, who he sees as the family's weak spot. He says she's still young and vulnerable, and she's been through a lot. But today, he saw that kid sitting tall at the meeting, even speaking her mind. Meldic tries to reassure the prince, saying she's changed. The guy agrees. Rosanne never used to distance herself from the family, but now she's suddenly showing talent in alchemy. Sis is acting different, hanging around with aristocrats like Talaroon. Plus, Haven, who's got a real bone to pick with the royal family, and who Rosanne used to chase after, is back in the picture. So, the prince is asking Meldic if he honestly believes his sister has her eyes on the throne. Nolam says that people's relationships impact how they act, and changes in behavior lead to changes in thinking. He suggests the prince draw his own conclusions, saying he's just pointing out the facts. The princess has changed since meeting Eldorado, who joined the royal guard. She went on an inspection ordered by the princess and stayed at the Haven estate. The prince is pissed that Khalid might be taking advantage of Rosanna's guilt towards him. In his opinion, that lowlife doesn't deserve an ounce of sympathy if he dares to manipulate the princess. When the prince asks if he can be sure Rosanna is safe with Meldic around, he reminds him that his family is the shield of Moselberg. Nolam promises to ensure her peace and safety. The prince, in turn, promises to banish Eldorado to the boonies and transfer Nolam to the heart of the kingdom when he takes power. So His Highness and Meldic are making a deal with each other. Delois is surprised to learn that the meetings were cancelled because the princess wasn't feeling well. He figures they're up to something again, but Vetus convinces him that's not the case, and Roseanne's actually under the weather. The heroine whispers a quick rundown of the situation to Delois. Roseanne's holed up in the palace and is on strike after getting a marriage proposal she didn't want. Turning to his companion, O'Sharby tells him they've arrived at the absolute worst possible time. Vetus asks Delois who the masked guy behind him is, and he introduces him as his new accountant. He says the man wears a mask because he's super shy. Approaching the stranger, Vetus introduces herself and asks him to tell her his name. Before the man can answer, Delois jumps between them and declares that his name is John. This whole thing, including the accountant's name, feels super off to our girl. After checking out his hair, Vetus decides to bring them to the castle anyway, as guests of the princess. A little later, she bumps into the masked stranger again in the courtyard. Seeing him wandering around the palace alone, she gets a bad feeling. She's starting to think he's not an accountant at all, and his name definitely isn't John. Watching him from around the corner, Vetus thinks that even though she trusts Deloise, this guy's giving her weird vibes. O'Sharby's assistant used to be a pretty level-headed dude, and now he's suddenly swapped him out for this? Given her history with Deloise, if he was just a regular accountant, he'd be gone already. But not only is he still here, every time Vetus asks him to take off the mask, O'Sharby butts in and stops it from happening. This blondie's hiding his face and muffling his voice, which is already setting off major alarm bells. Chasing after him, Vetus racks her brain, trying to figure out who that hair and well-built physique remind her of. Suddenly, the image of Prince Eventine pops into her head. A dead ringer for this guy, but she quickly dismisses the thought. The prince is way too busy with imperial affairs to be here. Just then, she spots the masked stranger heading for the garden gates. Vetus leaps out of the bushes and sprints after him. Rosanna's out in the garden right now. Stopping him, she declares that the garden is off limits today. The stranger turns and looks at her, but still doesn't say a word. And Vetus can't tell if he even heard her. She asks him to nod if he heard her, and that's when she notices the color of his eyes through the mask's mesh. Suddenly, the guy asks if Princess Rosanna is in there right now. Vetus has no doubts anymore. She could never forget the voice of the main character in this story. Recognizing him as Eventine, the girl grabs his hand and drags him along. Rosanna, strolling through the garden, hears Vetus's voice coming from somewhere nearby. The princess asks Olivia to go see what's going on. Peeking out, Polona sees Vetus dragging some guy, and when offered help, Vetus tells her to keep her hands off him. No matter how hard our girl tries to hide Eventine, Rosanna herself comes out to see what all the commotion is about. Seeing her, the prince bows and greets the girl, and Vetus realizes this is a disaster, because if she recognized him, the princess definitely will. Rosanna freezes and clamps her hands over her mouth, trying to hold back her emotions. Unable to handle the pressure, the princess abruptly turns and runs away. Eventine's about to chase after her, but Vetus stops him and orders him to follow her. This girl needs some answers from Delois about hiding the prince's identity and helping him sneak into the palace. Looming over O'Sharby like a storm cloud, Vetus demands answers. Hiding behind the couch where Eventine's sipping tea, Delois claims he's just a small-time merchant who couldn't stand up to the prince's pressure. Vetus is baffled how the son of the duke who founded the business can call himself a small-time merchant. Delois is shaking with fear, begging Eventine to help his friend out of this mess. But Eventine reminds him that he accused him of strong-arming people, and friends don't do that to each other. The heroine orders them to stop messing around, because this is super serious. The imperial prince snuck into the castle in secret, hiding his identity from everyone. Eventine's impressed how boldly this girl speaks to him, even knowing who he is. According to the girl, he's made things complicated himself, and how quickly she asks him to leave the kingdom depends on his answer. She asks why a prince, who should be focused on affairs of state, is here right now. Eventine says it's a long story, and he wanted to discuss everything with the princess face to face. Thing is, he really spooked Rosanna, so that meetup's off. Vetus is offering to be the go-between. Eventine's thinking back to the princess's face, and he saw something other than fear there. Something else entirely. He agrees to Vetus's offer, and tells her to take a seat, "'cause this story's gonna be a long one." He says he was seriously thrown by the intel Delos gave him. He figured the Emperor wasn't looking for fights and was playing it hush-hush to avoid getting side-eyed by the ministers and the prince himself. As the Empire's crown prince, Eventine promises to do everything he can to make sure we don't have any pointless wars. Vadis digs his intentions, but she's not getting why he decided to come to Moselberg. The prince won't be able to stay under the radar for long, and that'll put the princess and the whole kingdom in a tight spot. Out of nowhere, Eventine drops the bomb that the Emperor knows he's here. He's in charge of state affairs, and since the Emperor's still calling the shots, there's no way he wouldn't know he was gone. The prince figures the Emperor's got a major thing for the princess and her crew, gave him the green light, and probably even sent him here himself. Rosanna's watching everything that's going down in this room through a magic orb from another room. Hearing Eventine's last words, Vadis jumps up, totally shocked, and demands to know what the hell's going on. Delois says the Emperor's a talent hoarder, and word about the princess's alchemy skills reached his ears. But, like the prince pointed out, it seems like it's more than just interest. Eventine doesn't know how this'll sound, but the Emperor's a real piece of work, like he can see the future just chillin' on his couch. Vedis wonders if the prince is talking about some kind of special talent the Emperor has. It was only hinted at in the history books, but the Emperor's got the gift of foresight. According to Eventine, he started gathering intel on the whole damn continent a while back. Besides the information guild he set up in the palace, he's also got eyes and ears in 3 foreign countries. He wasn't even trying to hide his visits from the merchants and mercenaries, even though nobody really knew what the Emperor was looking for. Actually, he's a fan of travel journals, so Eventine figured this hobby would cure his boredom, not start a war. The Emperor recently announced he wouldn't be wandering anymore, and the council members figured he was just worn out. However, the prince knows what really happened. The Emperor finally found what he'd been searching for all this time. Vadis is asking if Eventine means Princess Rosanna. The prince doesn't have any real reason to think so, but he somehow feels that the Emperor really does want to invite Rosanna to the palace. Eventine, knowing he's being bold, wants to meet with her before that happens. Listening to all this, the princess is thinking the Emperor wants to invite her over to test her. Now it all makes sense to her, and a shiver runs down her spine. Tears are streaming down her face. Rosanna, just like Vadis, thought Eventine came because he remembered her, but the prince she remembers is really gone. Still, she's got feelings for him. Vedis has a ton of questions she wants to ask, but she decides to limit herself to just one. She wants to know if there's anything shady about Rosanna being invited to the Empire. Eventine smiles and says that in Lady Eldorado, he sees a true knight. He says even, we can't figure out the Emperor's intentions, even as his son. But he thinks his father sees Vadis's talent too. With that, Eventine decides to wrap things up and asks the princess to think about the invitation. Rosanna comes out of the next room and announces she's in. She'll go to the Empire. A few days later, the princess and Eventine are strolling through the garden, chatting sweetly. Vadis says their first meeting was a total train wreck, but now the tension between them is gone. Those two are always hanging out and grabbing lunch together, like every day. Delois points out that he's the one eating with them every time. He's more interested in how Vedis is doing, and if she's making any headway. The girl doesn't get what he's talking about, so Osharbi decides to give her some relationship advice, but she changes the subject. Just then, the prince bursts into the garden, calling for his sister, and Gina's right behind him. The crown prince demands Rosanna explain who she's been strolling with. He accuses his sister of lying about feeling sick, while she's secretly hooking up with some dude. Vadis rushes towards the prince, who's yelling at Rosanna, while Delois watches it all go down with a smile. A delegation arrived in Moselberg from the Empire, and hearing about it, the prince brings Rosanna to talk to their father. He explains that the Helvetic Empire's ambassador just delivered a letter inviting the princess for an alchemical exchange between the two nations. Turns out the prince snuck into the palace before the official announcement and has been holed up with the princess this whole time. Eventine's groveling to His Majesty, saying he just had to meet the princess in person, being so impressed with her alchemy skills. The king says Rosanna screwed up big time too, knowing who the prince was and not saying a damn thing. His Majesty's freaking out about the kind of crap the queen's gonna stir up over this. He asks Rosanna and Eventon if there's anything going on between them, but they both deny it. The Crown Prince is baffled how the king can just let them off the hook, especially with Rosanna's wedding coming up. He's pissed at his sister, saying rumors about another guy could start, and she needs to watch her step. Rosanna's reminding her brother, again, that she's not marrying Meldick Nolam. The prince starts yelling that he's doing this for her, but the king tells them to cut it out. His Majesty wants to talk about the invitation to the Empire and asks Rosanna what she thinks about it. The girl's saying she's heading there with the knights and Marquis Haven's people. Hearing that, her brother grabs her shoulders, saying Rosanna's lost her mind, dragging Khalid into everything. Trying to break free from his tight grip, the princess accuses him of taking things way too far. Marquis Haven's a top-tier mage. She trusts him completely and sees no problem bringing him along. According to Eventon, the Empire would be thrilled to have talent recognized by the princess. The prince is seriously ticked off at Khalid for sticking his nose in again. Rosanna finds his behavior weird and doesn't get why her brother's reacting like this to their cousin. Suddenly, it hits her, and she asks if Melchior said something to the prince. Clenching his teeth in anger, he snaps that she's the one who's acting strange, then turns and storms out of the hall. Rosanna doesn't understand what any of this means, especially since her brother won't even listen to the king trying to stop him. Leaving the hall, the prince thinks they're all wrong. His father, his sister, everyone. He figures Prince Khalid is behind the secret infiltration and the lockdown, trying to sabotage the engagement. A voice in his head says he's right, that he's the only one who sees the truth. The voice commands him not to trust anyone else, and the prince, convinced he's right, is determined to protect everyone. He's gonna shield his loved ones from these aristocrats, no matter what it takes. Bursting into the room, he calls out for Meldick, who should be there. Meldick turns to him, a familiar calm smile on his face, and asks if the prince was looking for him. Grabbing Nolam by the shoulders, the prince promises to pull out all the stops before the Rosanna delegation crosses the Empire's border. He demands that Meldick take care of Khalid permanently. Stepping onto the porch of his estate, Count Nolam greets his guests. Leading the delegation, Count Eldorado, wielder of the royal sword, rides up to the house on horseback. Nolam invites everyone inside, saying rooms have been prepared for them. Rosanna's in the carriage with Khalid, totally on edge. Heaven said they have to cross Nolam's territory to get to the Empire, and he's obligated to put them up for the night because of the Crown Prince. Rosanna tells Khalid to be careful. They don't know what the Count's planning, but the Marquis is sure it's not just him in danger, but also Lady Vedas and Count Eldorado, because he found out something from Bannet. Before settling the princess into her room, she checked everything out and didn't find anything fishy. Now Rosanna knows Nolam was trying to take down Eldorado too, not just Heaven, which she never even considered, even though it was so obvious. Vedas knows Eventine is safe, but she's worried about Khalid, who's on a different floor. It'd be great if their floors were next to each other, but the prince is using the floor in between. She suggests Rosanna ask her dad to move them downstairs, but the princess says Khalid asked her not to. He's not planning on sleeping, so there's no need to sweat it, but Vedas is still worried, even though Rosanna reminds her that Heaven's got their back. The Marquis is chilling in an armchair by the window in the room set aside for him. Suddenly, Meldick pops up behind him, aiming mana right at him. Khalid senses him coming, and turning around, sees a sharp blade right by his face. He was expecting him, and he's glad Nolam didn't go after Vedas. Khalid's pissed when he realizes Meldick hid a magic circle in the room, one that messes with other magic. But when he tries to bury his blade in the Marquis's chest, he's thrown back with some crazy force. Meldick laughs. Obviously, Khalid was waiting for him with some kind of artifact, since he couldn't use his own awesome magic. Khalid's holding the artifact Vedas gave him, even though he never thought he'd have to use it. Meldick's done being on the losing end of this deal, so he's heading back to the window. The prince asks Nolam, who's just walked back into his room, what went down and where Khalid is. He's freaking out, like, did they actually let the Marquis slip through their fingers? And did Meldick even use the damn rupture circle, right? Nolam says he did everything by the book, but Khalid had some unexpected protection, so he's got to switch to plan B. Before the prince can even get a word in, the room explodes. Haven hears Meldick's voice, accusing him of attacking the prince and making a run for it. Knights are charging out of their rooms, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Count Eldorado orders his squad to find the prince and keep him safe, and tells the princess's knights to protect her. Rosanna bursts out of her room, totally in disbelief that her brother's been attacked. The girl screams that Khalid would never do something like this, and the knights try to hold her back, telling her it might still be dangerous. Vedis knew Nolam was bound to screw something up, but she can't figure out why the prince had to be the one to suffer. The heroine's looking down from the balcony and suddenly spots Khalid walking down the hallway. Count Nolam comes out to meet him, ordering everyone to stop the criminal, but Eldorado steps between them. Nolam's pissed that Gunther won't let him grab the guy who attacked the prince. According to Count Eldorado, Nolam has no right to touch the Marquise until they figure things out. And anyway, it's their guard's job. Besides, Khalid isn't even trying to run, which makes you wonder if he's really involved. Eldorado accuses Nolam of jumping the gun and points out that he's acting like this whole thing was a setup. Meanwhile, Vedis and Rosanna are rushing to the prince's room. Her Highness screams when she sees her brother lying on the floor. He's breathing, but he's in really bad shape. Bursting into tears, Rosanna orders Reich to bring a potion from her room. "Wake up, bro, please," she begged, her hands shaking as she poured the potion down his throat. Vedis scanned the room, spotting traces on the wall of the same magic that was used to attack her and Enoch at the hunting competition. Hearing this, Count Eldorado flew into a rage, pointing the finger at Nolam. Gunther didn't want to believe it, not after all this time, but now he stood before him, sword leveled at the Count. Nolam scoffed, telling him not to be ridiculous. Eldorado had only tried to maintain the balance, so he had no right to judge him. The Count served a weak king, unable to control his people, and Nolam was sick of these fear-ridden fools. He intended to transform the kingdom, rotting under the rule of an incompetent dynasty, into a nation of iron and blood, worthy of everyone's respect. Meanwhile, the prince writhed in agony in Rosanna's arms as she wept. Vedis found Meldic and threatened to make him pay, drawing her sword and aiming it at the guy. She accused him of hurting the prince, trying to cover his tracks, and organizing a rebellion. Suddenly, surrounded by knights, Meldic bursts into maniacal laughter. Stopping his laughter, Nolam declares they're too late, and now they're all screwed. The prince clutches his head, writhing in agony from the terrible pain. Meldic put a curse on him, and now he can off him with a snap of his fingers. Nolam's amused by the prince's naivete, tricked by a simple promise to protect his innocent sister. Approaching Rosanna, who's sobbing over her brother, he leans down and makes her an offer. If the princess wants to save her beloved brother, she must marry him and hand over control of the country. Looking at his sister, the prince, with tears in his eyes, begs her not to do it. All the beautiful moments of her past life flash through the girl's mind, and she unexpectedly agrees. Vedis watches the scene unfold in horror, while Meldic strokes Rosanna's head with a satisfied look. He's pushing the princess to seal the deal with vows right now, but she's demanding they let her heal her brother first. Nolam agrees, seeing as he still needs the prince, and Rosanna starts force-feeding her brother one potion after another. Once she's done patching him up, Meldic holds out his hand, ready to make this marriage official. But then, Vedis ambushes him from behind, running Nolam through the heart with her sword. Vedis claims the spell's broken for good now, and Meldic coughs, trying to figure out what the hell she stabbed him with. After the Emperor's right-hand man died, Rosanna cooked up a potion to break the ban, using Khalid's research as a base. It's like an antidote to the poison they gave Marquise Benet, strengthening the mana inside the body. The downside is your mana gets rejected for the rest of your life. But hey, it's better than being someone's puppet. Saying he messed up again, Meldic collapses, clutching Rosanna's bloody ribbon in his hand. Meanwhile, Khalid's finishing off the last of the goons. Count Eldorado holds his sword over the wounded Count Nolam. According to Gunther, he really stayed out of trouble, not wanting to get involved. But his daughter helped him realize that just waging war isn't enough for the world, and not all conflicts are born from evil. What really matters is the outcome of all this. Nolam, with anger in his eyes, tells him not to lecture him, especially since he's never managed to beat him, no matter how hard he's tried. Count Eldorado wishes his former friend well on his journey and raises his sword above him. Aventon's glad to see Rosanna unharmed, seeing as they were late because their floor was blocked by Nolam's soldiers. The prince thinks it's best to postpone the trip to the Empire until she feels better, since she's probably having a rough time right now. However, Rosanna has no intention of delaying the trip and plans to continue as scheduled. According to the princess, she still has unfinished business in the Empire. Trains pulling into Eventel, the imperial capital. The princess's knights are glued to the windows, checking out the sights. According to the alchemist, who's about to hurl from the speed, Rosanna's already a big deal in the Empire, since she's the reason they have this tech. Looking around, Vedas thinks about how long it's been since she's been back to the land, where, in her past life, she and Rosanna lost everything. She figures the princess is feeling the same kind of thing right now. The girl puts her hand over Rosanna's, smiling and telling her it's time to get off the train. Just then, Khalid covers Vedas's other hand with his, and she blushes while the princess giggles. Gathered on the platform, the crowd cheers, welcoming everyone to the capital. Rosanna's impressed by the hospitality, and Aventin reminds her that the emperor himself invited her. He says the people are super proud of their ruler, the undefeated warlord who founded the empire, and they respect him a ton. Aventin ain't trying to disrespect his dad, but he dreams of an empire known for peace, not war, in the future. Rosanna smiles, totally confident the prince can make it happen. A little while later, the delegation's pulling up to the palace, but as they get closer, the heroine gets this killer pain in her chest. Rishi notices and rides up to the commander, but she just tells her to get back in formation. Vedis thinks she felt a surge of mana for a split second, but nobody else reacted, so she figures it's just jitters. The emperor's getting the report. The crown prince and Princess Rosanna have arrived. Clutching the key, the emperor can't wait to finally see the one he's been searching for. The closer Vedis gets to the throne room, the tighter her chest feels. The Marquis sees it and asks if she's feeling all right, but she just brushes it off as nerves. Ever since they stepped foot in the palace, she's been getting worse, and even though she's trying to control her mana, the heroine's throwing up for some reason. This has never happened to her before, and Vedis is trying to pull herself together and calm down, telling everyone else that she's fine. The trip here wasn't exactly smooth sailing, and the heroine's worried something else might go down here too. The doors to the throne room swing open, and the princess enters, escorted by Vedis and Khalid. The emperor greets his guests and says he's been looking forward to meeting the girl. The princess greets the Helvetian emperor and thanks him for his hospitality. His Majesty gets acquainted with Marquis Heaven and showers the guests with the usual questions. Standing a little behind, Vedis feels worse and worse. She tries to snap out of it, but everything starts to blur before her eyes. The emperor praises his son for bringing him the one he's been waiting for. He rises from the throne, walks down the steps, and heads towards the guests. Smiling, the emperor asks where the person he's been waiting for is. The crowd doesn't get what he means, and just then, Vedis passes out. Pulling out a key from under his robe, the emperor smiles, realizing Vedis is the one he's been looking for, the one who used the empire's treasure. The key emits a light so bright, it blinds everyone present. At that moment, he even notices Vedis has vanished and asks the emperor what he did with the girl. He replies that he should be asking that question, since someone who's never even been to the empire turned out to be the master of its treasures. Rosanna orders him to answer where he's taken the night, and what the hell the empire's treasures have to do with anything. According to the emperor, Vedis is where the treasure originally was, deep beneath the imperial palace. It's safe there, so there's no need to worry about her, though it's obvious she wasn't in the best shape before she vanished. Khalid's demanding they be taken there now, and he won't take no for an answer. Stepping between his father and Heaven, Aventin demands the Marquis withdraw his mana. He's pressing his dad for answers, but the old man insists he told the truth and didn't think the girl would resonate with the treasures like that. The prince doesn't get why the empire's treasure resonated with the princess's knight, who's only just arrived in the empire. The emperor's curious about it himself, and he figures the princess knows the reason. Rosanna's super stressed, because in this life, Vedis really is visiting the empire for the first time, but only in this life. Maybe the empire's treasures are somehow connected to her return. Rosanna isn't about to tell His Majesty anything until she's sure Vedis is safe. But according to the emperor, he has no intention of harming her, but they obviously don't buy it. Khalid and Rosanna are waiting impatiently for his explanation. The emperor says he can't hurt the one who'll end his nightmares. He's only letting the Marquis meet the girl, showing him a secret passage. Meanwhile, the Emperor himself is going to have a little chat with the princess. Rosanna agrees and tells Khalid to watch over Vedis. Heaven tells her cousin to be careful and promises to be back soon. The princess is set on finishing her business, while Khalid looks for Vedis. Eventon feels awful about this whole thing, since only the Emperor knows about the treasure, and he was totally in the dark. Rosanna smiles and says she knows that, then starts the conversation. She asks if she was invited here to swap alchemy tips, or because of the Empire's treasures. The Emperor says it's both, because he suspected Rosanna or her knight were the treasure's owner. That's still no excuse for him trying to invade Moselberg. Out of all the kingdoms, they're the most productive, and things move way faster there. The Emperor's congratulating Rosanna, saying it's all thanks to her. Still, the princess can't quite believe it, and doesn't get why the Emperor's so sure one of them is the treasure's master. After a moment, the Emperor asks her how much she really knows about this world. As she falls, Vedis feels chaotic mana swirling around her, like it's flowing on its own. The key in front of her looks familiar, and she can't shake the feeling that she's finally got something she's been wanting for ages. Deloise asks her if she's all right, and if she's had a little too much to drink. Vedis stares at Osharbe, surprised, like he's looking right through her. Looking around, she can't believe she's back at Rosanna's wedding reception, like she's jumped back in time. She notices the scars on her arms are gone. She always wore gloves before she came back. Just then, the other Vedis steps out onto the balcony. Trying to figure out how this happened, she follows her and sees a scene she knows all too well. She can't wrap her head around why she came back to this specific moment, and now she's watching her drunk self. Suddenly, it hits her. She came back right after this. Maybe she'll actually see the moment she traveled back. She watches Vedis lament, missing her brothers like crazy. Looking into those tear-filled eyes, she suddenly realizes that's not her. That's the real Vedis. She gets it now. She's watching a scene straight out of the novel. From here on out, the story's told from Rosanna and Eventine's point of view. Vedis apologizes to Rosanna, saying it's such a beautiful day, she should be smiling. Putting on that uniform one last time, she remembers the day she first wore it. Back then, she swore loyalty to the princess, and the whole family celebrated with her. Vendis was stoked to wear the same uniform as her dad and brother, but when they fled to the Empire, she had to burn it to hide who she was. Even if she remade the uniform, it'd just be an empty shell. She could never get back the joy, happiness, and pride she felt back then, because everything Vendis held dear was burned away, leaving nothing but black ash in her heart forever. Suddenly, she blurts out that it would be amazing if she could turn back time. If she could go back to when her family was safe, she'd give anything to save them. And with that, she decided to take on the whole damn world. World or God didn't matter. With tears in her eyes, she begged for a chance and promised she'd never back down. A voice booms from above, accepting her challenge because she's a good person. The voice promises to set this world free if Vendis can change her fate. But if she gives up, she'll never escape this place. Vedis is jolted awake by Amelia banging on her bedroom door. A second later, the door bursts open, and Countess Eldorado storms into the room, furious that her daughter missed her morning training. Totally confused, Vedis leaps out of bed, startled by her mom's yelling. Looking down at her hands, the girl realizes she's back in time. Our girl watches everything unfold and realizes that the real Vedis must have gone back in time too. But she's confused. If that's the case, why is she a ghost? If the real Vedis is back and can change the future, what's going to happen to her? Then a terrifying thought hits her. She watches as the girl throws herself into her brother's arms, sobbing. Hugging her tight, the prince demands to know who dared to upset his sister. And then we see Rosanna and Vedis watching the castle engulfed in flames, hiding their faces under cloaks. The heroine suddenly realizes that the real Vedis never managed to change the future. She kept watching the girl's returns, repeating over and over again. Vedis couldn't stop the uprising, returned to the Empire, and Rosanna met Eventine and fell in love with him. Each time, the key told the girl she had failed, and she begged for another chance. The key agreed and let her keep trying until she wanted to give up. Vedis was crying her eyes out because no one believed her, and they suspected her of starting the rebellion. No matter what the girl did, her family died. and the palace burned down. But she still didn't give up. The girl didn't understand why she couldn't save her family, because she was doing everything she could. As much as she wanted to die with her family, she and Rosanna always escaped. The girl didn't understand why she couldn't change fate no matter what she did. And the key that kept appearing in the sky asked the girl over and over if she was giving up. And now, our hero watches as Vedas begs him for one more shot. She decided to summon someone who could do this instead of her, interfering with this world's development. The girl knew that in the gaps in space that appear during the return, there are many other spaces, times, and even an abyss leading beyond this world. The intense flow of time kept throwing her off balance, but she managed to get used to it. Even though the key demanded she stop, she was determined to find someone she could trust with her loved ones. She needed someone who would love her family as much as she did, someone who'd be willing to go all in to save them. Despite the key's attempts to fight her decision, Vedas broke through the white space. And there she saw the very heroine who happened to be in that space at just the right time. Gazing at this girl, Vedas realized with tears in her eyes that she'd found her. She couldn't pass on all her memories, but she knew for sure the girl would know about the future she herself had already lived through. Reaching out her hands to the girl stuck in space, Vedas apologized for the heavy burden. Hugging the heroine tightly, she begged her to find happiness, something she herself never achieved. Seeing all this, the girl looks around, confused about where the real Vedas went and why she's alone here. Suddenly, in the sky, she sees the novel's heroine's soul, which was hiding in the treasure, waiting for the girl to bring good news. According to the soul, she's now the one who has to become Vedas, inheriting everything that used to belong to her. Flying up to the girl, she thanks her for granting her wish, because the real Vedas has finally found peace. Now the soul, having lost its body, must depart, because when the heroine came to this world, the girl became connected to the treasure. She managed to change fate. This world is now free, and now people can build their own future. When she asked if Vedas would be reborn, the soul said it would happen, but in another world. It wished the new Vedas good luck and happiness in her newly found world. As the soul prepared to leave, she asked if she could ask one last question. When she entered this body, she didn't see any treasures and doesn't understand how she came back, especially with Rosanna. The soul smiled and whispered the answer to that question in the girl's ear. Khalid, with tears in his eyes, looked at Vedas, holding her close to his chest. Suddenly, she coughed and regained consciousness. Seeing that she was alive, Khalid hugged Vedas tightly and thanked God for her awakening. Not letting go of the key she obtained, she smiled and hugged Heaven. She asked how the audience went, since she passed out during the conversation with the Emperor. Khalid can't answer that, because Vedas teleported away with the treasure, and he ditched the princess to chase after her. Hearing Rosanna's been left alone, she's demanding that Haven go back right now, because the Emperor could snatch her. It's only when Khalid asks what she's going to do with the key that she realizes she's still holding it. But now, she doesn't feel any power coming from it at all. Maybe the power vanished because Vedas learned the secret, and only now does she finally realize that the real Vedas is gone from this world for good. Stepping outside, she's surprised at how late it's gotten. She's hoping Rosanna's okay, and just then, a servant approaches them. He offers Vedas a letter from the Emperor, carefully placed on a velvet cushion. His Majesty is on the balcony, taking in the breathtaking view of his lands. He feels Vedas approaching from behind, and turning, greets the girl. Jaron bows in response, but the Emperor tells her to skip the formalities. He's sure she has a ton of questions for him, but first, he wants to thank her. The Emperor expresses his gratitude for Vedas ridding him of his nightmares. He's talking about that key that's hanging on her belt right now. That divine object from the distant past has been passed down in their family for generations. It showed the Emperor many versions of the future and past of this world, and helped the Empire stay strong. However, now it seems it's no longer a treasure, just a piece of metal. The Emperor laughs and tells her not to worry about it, because even though he doesn't know what that key showed her, he wasn't exactly thrilled with what he saw. Vedas asks if the Emperor heard a voice from the key, but gets a negative answer. All he got were visions, and when he fell asleep, he saw snippets of past and future events. Most of them were hazy and didn't actually happen, but he still had to live through them all. Of course, sometimes the Emperor saw something useful, like the reasons behind strained relations between kingdoms and the coming famine. On top of that, he also saw the mine with the Mauselberg magic stones. This skill made the emperor a lot of money, but looking into the future and the past is super draining, especially when it's connected to the flow of a world you're not even in. According to the emperor, the term flow of the world was coined by scientists studying his visions, and according to the theory of parallel worlds, there are tons of copies of this world. Veda's soul went through 99 returns and was bound to the key. Probably, the memories of each of those lives were coming to the emperor. If everything happened the way he said, then Vedas's returns would all be the same. The emperor was really curious about the nature of these visions and the mystery of their world. To answer his question, he scoured the entire continent and found Vedas and Rosanna. The girls weren't acting at all like the visions had shown him. Now, the emperor's asking the heroine if she can answer his question. According to Vedas, it was supposed to happen, but not in this go-round, the next one. The emperor's intrigued that she calls the flow of the world a go-around. The heroine smiles, because now she's absolutely certain it won't happen again. The emperor smiles, looking at the girl bathed in bright sunlight. He says he recently saw a future where Vedas was invited to a meeting early in the morning, and it wasn't just a casual thing. The heroine's curious to know what he saw, but His Majesty laughs and says there was nothing there. Nothing in the future or the past. He tried to fall back asleep, but he just slept soundly, and that's why the emperor feels much better now. Now he can live life on his own terms, because the ruler isn't as free as everyone thinks. He admits he tried to get the princess to come to his empire, but it didn't pan out. The emperor offered her the prince's hand in marriage, and if she'd said yes, he would have made her empress in 3 years. Vedis can't believe Rosanna turned him down right in front of the prince. According to the emperor, Evanton himself also weighed in on the situation. He told his father not to use the princess's feelings for his own gain and promised to step up his game and earn his approval that way. Vedis laughs, listening to the emperor grumbling about his son, who he's sure will be begging him for this on his knees later. Looks like Rosanna decided to do things her own way too. The princess is gonna forge her own path in life. Grinning, the heroine says she can't let the princess get the better of her. The emperor says if Vedas keeps mouthing off like that, she'll never be a proper subject of the empire. His son's not ready to take over yet, so he's gotta hold the line. But thanks to Vedas, the emperor can finally kick back and enjoy himself. He boops her on the nose, telling her to enjoy her own life too. Because, according to him, you only get one shot at this whole life thing. Uttering the word life, Vedas seemed to take her first breath in this world. Now she's Vedas Adel Eldorado, and this world is her second go-around, but also her last. Haven's asleep in his room when someone starts tapping on his window. He wakes up and is about to get out of bed when Vedas jumps over to him through the balcony. She takes a running leap at Khalid and pins him to the bed. The girl happily tells Haven that she missed him. Hiding his unshaven face from the girl, he asks why she came to him through the window. According to her, she was just in a huge rush. Grabbing the girl by the waist, the Marquise tells her to get off him. Getting out of bed, he asks her to answer why she was in such a hurry, and Vedas, shifting from foot to foot, says she thought of him as soon as she woke up. While she's explaining that getting through the window is way faster than using the stairs, he sits her down, saying he's going to get some tea. But Vedas grabs his hand and asks him to stay with her, saying she doesn't need tea, she just came to see him. Grabbing Khalid, she pulls him down, sitting him next to her on the bed. Hearing that the renovation on the mansion is finished, and all that's left is to move in the furniture, Vedas asks if they'll go out when he's done. Heaven promises to prepare a separate room for her in the mansion and invites her to come over any time. Vedas is surprised by the offer, and she asks if he's going to offer her something even better than just a room. When Khalid asked if she knew what this room was, the girl said no, adding that it was just really sunny in there. Actually, Rosanna had told her all about it, but Vedas is playing dumb, so now she's asking him to tell her what the room is, and Khalid promises he will later. Heaven keeps hiding her face from him, and our girl just keeps giggling. She says it's been so hard for them all this time, and she couldn't have made it alone, or been happy at the end of the road. But now things are different. She will be happy, not in place of someone else, but for her own sake. Taking Khalid's hand, Vedas asks him to look and see how happy she is right now. Heaven says she's the one who brought him happiness and saved him when he was alone, so he's so glad he met her in this life. Getting closer to the Marquise, the girl asks him to say her name. He grants her request, and she rests her head on his shoulder. Khalid says her name again, admits he's got a thing for her, and then pulls her close. She asks if he just says he likes her, and that's when he kisses her forehead. Without missing a beat, Vedas throws the pillow aside, grabs the Marquise by the robe, and plants one right on his lips. After they break the kiss, Khalid asks if she really just wanted to see him. Blushing, she admits that was the plan until recently, and now she's ready to say she's into him too. Holding her hand, Khalid promises to make her incredibly happy. Rosanna's on the balcony, watching Aventin walk Delois out. Looking up, Osharbi tosses her a piece of paper. Catching it, Rosanna's surprised to see it's an application to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Moselberg.